When the knock came at the door, I was wondering if it was magic. My love Trudeau flag hanging up on the balcony. Mom's all nervous. We're gonna get a fine or something. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's not a swastika. Shit, they probably wouldn't even care if it was where they should. I don't know. This world's upside down.
There's such irony in that statement that the world's upside down, while people literally believe that people live upside down from them on a ball.
Yeah,
It's
I
hilarious.
know. And or sideways, like, oh, fucking craziness. That makes so much more sense than just standing on a flat foundation, a strong, solid ground. Up is up and down is down. That doesn't make sense on in their world. There's a sideways up and down and an upside down up and down and an upside up and down and they've got an axial tilt in an imaginary floaty space that doesn't really have any up or down. I was floored at all the 666s on the heliocentric stuff when I looked at it. It's holy crap everywhere.
Yeah, at the very least, it seems that whoever created this globe idea was kind of fond of that number for some reason. You made a good point there about the vacuum of space flat, man. How do you create a point of reference when you can't? You know what I mean? How do you have a tilt off of something you can't make the point of reference to? Makes no sense.
Yep, that's exactly 23.4 degrees off a 90-degree angle in a floaty, spacey thingy. And then, like I said, the remainder of that 90-degree angle being 66.6. There's 666 all over the heliocentric BS. And you, I mean, don't understand scripture, don't um, understand creation or creator and whatever, but that should make you go, if you are in that mindset of the heliocentric, you should really be scratching your head at that one. I wonder if the Flat Earth Society claims the disk is at a 23.4 degree angle as well. Huh. Just a odd thought.
They do not.
Was it Matthew or a recording of Matthew?
Hey, who is they?
Flat Earth Society. So, according to Flat Earth Society, the controlled opposition, it's a flat level disk that's accelerating upwards through space. Okay. Flat
Yeah.
flat against what?
Yeah, Flat Earth Society is not controlled opposition. They would sincerely believe that.
Fuck did you say, man?
Oh, I said that Flat Earth Society is not controlled opposition by the government. It was people who sincerely believed what they said, or were just sort of being funny or pranky.
Matthew,
But
that's cap, and you know it. That's the biggest cap I've ever heard you say. You're like one of the most honest people in here, bro. That you know that's cap.
what's cap?
Cap means you're lying. That means it's BS. Cap means that's fake news. There are no
Okay,
flat
sorry.
Earth Society
Maybe I
people.
should say this. It is my sincere belief that they were not being paid by the government to say that.
No, they weren't. It's just globe earthers shooting themselves in the leg and then running out into the streets and saying, "Look, I'm a flat earther." That's all it is. Globe earthers shooting themselves in the leg. There are no genuine people that are like flat Earth Society.
I challenge you to find one of them and bring them in here to talk to us, Matthew. Good luck.
Dang, Matthew, none of your students told you what cap meant. That's the latest
No, they
craze.
didn't.
Oh, dude, that's just the latest craze. Yeah, but I mean, I would posit that I haven't met one. Have you, Matthew?
No, I think that the peak they only had like 4,000 members.
I mean, I would challenge that there is no they. Again, I would just say it's like
There's a
globe earthers
larceny.
saying silly
There,
things, claiming to be
there's
flat
a
Earth.
there's a larceny you might be able to pull off is sell membership cards to Flat Earth Society to people who want to carry them around. $80 a year membership renewal fee.
Where's that?
What? Why the renewal fee?
Oh, the subscription.
Well, people who want to claim they're part of the Flat Earth Society, who believe it's a disc floating through space, you sell them a nice little laminated card, maybe with their picture on it. It could be an option, with Flat Earth Society member, blah, 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 and charge them a renewal fee, sell them the initial membership card for 50
Wow.
bucks or something. I don't know.
So they're lying and stealing money. Nice.
No, no, no. You're selling it to people who want to claim they are part of that. You're not saying you
Oh, so
believe
you're
it.
buying off something from them and then reselling it.
You're just making money off people who want to claim that and be members.
Why not free?
Kind of like a credit card, but it's just a FE Society membership card. On the back, you can have a picture of the floating disc with the sun and the moon and all the planets in the solar system and shit. A little probe hovering around Mars and shit. They'd be like Trekkie fans with Trekkie membership cards and shit.
So, what do you know about the International Flat Earth Research Society? Like, what do you know about their history?
Well, some of my research showed that they, excuse me, mostly consisted of Freemasons in the beginning. Excuse me. And now I guess it could be anyone who wants to believe their BS and call themselves a member. What is it they say? 9.3 meters per second upward acceleration is their supposed explanation for their idea of gravity. So technically, does a flat Earth topic have 3 and or 4 ideas for gravity? Newtonian, Einsteinian, um, the one I just mentioned. Oh my lord, I'm getting burnt. And or man-made gravity, meaning G-force when you're accelerating and feeling the force on your body. Oh yeah, the Flat Earth Society one, accelerating upward. Those would be the 3 man-made ones, like theories, the accelerating upward, Einsteinian, and Newton's. But then there's a man-made gravitational force we actually feel. Flight suits push blood into our blood vessels so we don't pass out, pulling strong G's and jets. So that's an actual gravitational force that is real, but it's not a theoretical one, but it doesn't apply to the shape of the Earth either.
Has Matthew applied for membership at the Flat Earth Society yet?
No, they started in like the 1950s and 60s and sort of were in decline by the 90s. So they haven't been around much since.
Matthew's great grandparents were founders.
Ooh.
Mike, check. Michael,
Speculation. Go ahead, Mike.
Flat Earth Research Society is different than the Flat Earth Society. There's 2 different organizations. They're not the same. They're completely different. Flat Earth Research Society was run by a guy named Charles Johnson up until the late 90s. And then Eric Dubé took it over somewhere 2012, I think, or somewhere in there maybe. And they don't believe it's a fucking disc in space. It's a completely different organization.
Well, I haven't heard of the Research Society. That's cool. It's almost too bad they didn't call themselves Flat Earth Research Community, but whatever. That's all right.
They called themselves the International Flat Earth Research Society.
That was it.
That's cool.
Correct.
That's cool.
And they're still around, and it's run by Eric Dubé. Last I checked. He does have a website. You can check it out. A lot of good information on there. But the Flat Earth Society, man, now you're going down some stupid rabbit holes that are, with this thing that was like it started in like the 50s, like Matthew said. It's a disc floating in space and all that kind of stupid nonsense.
They mix the 2 cosmologies together, yeah.
Yeah, that's IFERS. IFERS started in 1956 by Samuel Shenton, the International Flat Earth Research Society.
Samuel who?
Samuel Shenton in 1956 started the International Flat Earth Research Society, or IFERS.
Right. Okay. Well then, Charles Johnson ran it.
I'm
And then
unaware of. Yeah,
Charles
after
Johnson ran it.
1971 when he died.
No, he died. Charles Johnson died in somewhere in the late 90s.
Right after Samuel Shenton, the founder, died in 1971. Charles Johnson
Right.
took over.
Johnson took it over, and then he ran it for about almost 30 years. He would go on talk shows and he had
You're cutting out, Florent.
a pretty good list of uh,
Damn. 2022, and we still have sucky signals going.
Not if you have 5G. If you
well,
have 5G, it'd be better.
they were
No, that's
doing
short range. You're not gonna catch that
research
out there, man. Come on.
into flat Earth, and
He's not in the city.
they all.
See that? Put a rover on Mars, but we can't solve roboting.
5G, Jesus Christ. The range of that is way worse than the other ones. The previous
Yeah, but the
generation.
bandwidth
on Mars,
is higher.
but I can't get my fucking phone to work.
Yeah, sure, bandwidth is there, but you still need to be close. Means you need to be in the city. They're not gonna build those out there. Nowhere, middle nowhere, are they?
Probably
Where?
not.
Rover on Mars, but still no flying fucking cars yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Sucky signals on Earth, but great signals billions and millions and trillions away out in space.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
You think so?
That was Back to the Future, remember? He's telling Marty.
Yeah, they were showing some interesting parts in that movie. Pieces. Pretty esoteric.
If you need to get from apprentice shill up to the regular,
Ain't nothing happening up in here. What's up, everybody?
Hey, Rex, how's it going?
Hey, Matthew.
About to leave for lunch.
I hear you. I'm gonna go research a car radio.
Get one with the screen so you can do like Bluetooth and like navigation and all that stuff.
Where like I can send YouTube to it and everything else. But yeah, don't worry.
What happened in this place? Where did everyone go? What's up? What's up, Barb? I just heard you over there in the other room. How you doing?
Hello, hello.
What's up?
We just checked in Harv. I just wanted to give him a quick
Oh,
introduction. Everyone give a quick shout out to Harv, man. I always give out a lot of respect for people who join the VC. And you did it quick, man. You didn't even say, "Well, my mic is."
yeah. I was in my bed. I was watching TV, and I was like, you know what? I'm quite curious, so I hopped into my computer and I joined it. So yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So, we're glad to have you. And like I said, the panel is here. The floor is yours. You've any questions? We also might have some questions for you. But yeah, man, we're glad to have you.
I'd like to.
I guess I
I have
could
a
ask.
question.
Yep, go ahead.
So, what was it that brought you to us directly? Like, not like what show you're watching or what did you hear from,
Yeah.
but what made you decide to come and check us out for information on this subject? If
Curiosity.
you don't mind me asking.
I suppose I suppose I'm a very curious guy, and I'm not the most educated when it comes to things like how the Earth is a globe. I know obviously that's kind of like just the standard thing you believe is that the Earth is a globe, and the stigma is that flat Earthers are fucking psychos. That's not what I'm saying, but you know what I mean. So that's kind of like the general stigma and consensus that there is. And I'm not really the most educated guy when it comes to like the Earth being a globe. I can give you the bog standard sign goes around the sun, all that crap, but I can't really give you some in-depth evidence. So I suppose curiosity is the main thing that's brought me here because I'm very curious. Like I said to the guy I was talking to a minute ago, I think curiosity is something I really enjoy, and asking questions and finding things out I really enjoy. So yeah, I suppose just genuine curiosity is what brought me here.
Have you gone to any other websites or anything like that for information about this, or is this your first stop or what have you?
It's
These
not
are
really
just
the
silly
first
questions.
time hearing about it. Like, obviously, I've heard about it before, and I've heard some like theories from people, and I've heard some debates from other people. But I suppose it's the first time that I've genuinely took a dive into it and been curious, rather than just sitting back and watching someone else talk about it. I think it's the first time I've actually engaged myself into it.
Okay, last question, then I'll let everybody else ask silly questions. What I was gonna say. Oh, now I can't think of the damn question. All right, let somebody else go. I'm sorry.
I think you were trying to ask what made you come to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server rather than another Flat Earth server.
I mean, I just got an invite here. I mean, someone was just talking about it, and they were like, "Oh, is this a thing?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a thing. Let me check it out." So I just got an invite here. I didn't really wake up with the intent of investigating flat Earth. I'm not going to lie to you and say I did, but
Yeah, to be honest, brother, we didn't do that either.
yeah.
I bet people think that's what's happening. They think like, oh, we just woke up one day. Oh, there it's flat. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Like, no,
This
dude, it
is
didn't
my
work.
entire life now. Yeah, I get you.
Like, I heard about it one day. I'm like, wait, what's that? That sounds weird, man. Flat? How's that work? And you have to start asking some questions, man. Like, so yeah, it's definitely not an overnight type of thing.
Oh no,
Uh,
definitely.
mhm. I heard you say the word theory, so might just turn the heat on just a little bit and ask you like, um, is there a flat Earth theory, or what's the theory if there
I mean,
is?
I suppose I guess I've kind of just played into the stigma there of it being a theory,
Okay,
but
okay.
I suppose that just theory is just something that kind of goes away from the norm. I suppose I guess that's kind of the definition of a theory, but it's a bit of a misguided one. So I suppose to you it might not be a theory, it might be truth, and vice versa. I suppose theory was possibly a bit of a stigmatized thing I said, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, colloquially, theory. Yeah, you're talking about the term colloquially, but
yeah,
we would say, or I would say, let me not speak for everybody, but I would say it's similar to like your height.
yeah,
Like, you know how tall you are, and if you wanted to
yeah.
go check, you could. And if someone challenged you, I don't believe you. Well, then you just show them the
I'll
measurements.
just show
You know
them.
what
Yeah,
I mean? So there would be like no theory or no conspiracy theory. No one can debunk you. It's just here's the measurements.
your facts. Yeah,
We're done. So
yeah,
now, if they were able to present measurements for the globe, then it would be done. We wouldn't be
yeah.
here. Why would we be here? So, um, that's what we spend a lot of time sending Globers on these goose chase. We'll go get those measurements then.
Yeah, you can't really
So
find them.
no, they can't seem to find those. We can't either. But
Yeah.
and so we would say like, all right, well then, now what do we do? Well, they're saying the water is in a hill, so let's go check that. And some people shoot lasers over surface of water. Doesn't seem to be any deviation away from the straight edge. Maybe they're not curving. So do you see any issue with the laser over water thing, or is that
No, not
still...
really. It seems like a really logical thing to me. I mean, I suppose there could be some, potatoes about it, but
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So I mean, I guess the point is like some of us went out and checked and to see if there was any like curvature in this water. So I would say it's more like it's less of a theory or someone's like idea. I feel pretty confident. I know, but I'd be willing to be wrong or have my mind changed. But I just would definitely need to see some curvature measurements. Otherwise, you ain't debunking nothing. You know what I mean? So but, that's just me.
That might be a good question.
Yep.
Like, what kind of evidence would you consider, like, a black, like, you know what a black swan is, right? Like,
yeah.
everyone thinks there's not a black swan, so the first time you see a black swan, then after that there's really,
Yeah.
What kind of evidence would you need to see? Because I know a lot of people ask me as a flat earther, they ask me, like if I showed you the curve, I took you up in a spaceship or whatever, I said, yeah, that'd be fabulous. That'd be convincing to me. Of course, I'd be skeptical. I wouldn't just take it because, somebody sent me to space or someone. But yeah, that could be convincing to me. But it wouldn't necessarily convince me that what I know isn't true. More, it would convince me to keep looking to make sure that my angle doesn't have some other angles to it. Like, like how do we know that maybe the pressure difference at altitude doesn't change the shape of your eye or even change the lensing in your eye so that you would see it differently? If you send a camera up, it might be different, right? But I mean, these things we don't know because we don't really have any. They're really, I mean, believe it or not, we've looked and we can't seem to find all this evidence that they really claim that really is there that manifests this reality that they claim is true. And that's where, at least where I came from, is I could never find the evidence to prove it one way or the other. So I just assumed that it was somewhere in between, right? And then as I started to research the different individual things and the more common things that set your brain off, like when everybody builds houses level, right? Or level, how is that level confirmed, right? It's confirmed by water, right? It's water level, right? So, but somehow when you start to talk to a scientist or a person that once, let's just say they don't agree with me about, I feel that there's a flat surface, right? Okay, even though, three-dimensional, it's, got bumps and hills and dirt is obviously higher up than the water, but we're talking about it's a plane surface, right? The dirt may rise and fall and things like that, but the ocean level is flat. It's all the way across, right? Yeah. To me, a convincing argument would be to take me somewhere where I could see this curve at some height, at some whatever, and show it to me physically, not just a video of it on the internet, but actually physically show it. So what did I do? I made the decision that in order for me to really know for sure and to not have to worry about this coming back to bite me, I had to go to the ocean and do an experiment myself, right? So I took a level and I took what do we call those? A-frame, the little like L-buck thing that you set your sawhorse that you're cutting on, and I set it up by the ocean and I looked at the horizon. And then I walked down the ocean. I looked at the horizon from different angles. I looked at San Francisco from 3 decent angles. And no matter where I looked, no matter which angle I looked, no matter which direction I faced, as long as I saw ocean behind it, it was completely flat and level with the surface of that level. To me, that tells me that that's not an argument. To me, that's evidence. It was convincing enough. I see it as flat. If the horizon was even slightly curved, it would not touch on the ends, would it? The ends of the measuring stick would not touch. They would curve downwards and they would dip below that, right? But they don't. That's the problem. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I get you. I get you fully. And I suppose is that something you do then for something to be verified? You have to go and do it yourself.
Not everything, but yeah, when it comes to this, I think you do. I really do, because in order for me to know it, I had to see it, right? I can't just assume it. I can't just believe some scientist says, oh, well, it is, it isn't, or is it, or whatever, right? I wanted to know. I want to know the truth. I don't just want to hear what you think it is. If it's just your opinion, that's fine. We can still make a decision. But if you're going to tell me this is how something is for sure, and there is no argument, and then I can't argue with that, and it's just set in society, then you're going to have to show me the evidence for it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you tell me you got a flying pig, I'm going to want to see the pig fly.
You're gonna want to see the pig, of
at some
course.
point,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but if no one can produce that evidence for me, I'm not going to believe you. I'm sorry. You're not going to get me to. You're not going to convince a rational human being to take something like that and just accept it, right?
Yeah, of course.
So,
without doubt.
so just I'm giving this a background just so you understand. I'm not an irrational person. I don't think any of us are, right?
No, of
But
course.
when we get deeper into the subject, you're going to see where things start to twist a little bit. Gets a little strange. But you don't
Yeah.
sound like that kind of person, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. But I'm
No,
leading you because
I'm an
I want you to
open-minded guy,
see
like I
like the
said.
journey that we're. Go ahead. Say what you
No,
got.
I just say I'm just an open-minded guy, like I said, and I'm curious. But I have a question for you. So you believe the Earth doesn't have curvature, or it's not there because you haven't seen it, right? Just to say, it's like a consensus. Just put it simply. And
Yes.
I don't think that's the
Well,
right way to
that's what I'm
phrase it.
telling you.
I don't think that's
so
the right.
if you could word how you would word it, so I could hear, then let's how would you word it simply, just plain and simple?
Yeah, they're saying that the water is formed into a hill.
Mhm.
Okay, so where's the hill?
Hold on. Wait.
Stop right there.
Who's talking? Who was it?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt Rookie's point.
Which one of you was talking? I didn't hear which one it was.
Yeah, it's not based on a
I'm
belief.
just waiting.
The thing. It's not like, well,
Yeah.
we don't believe X. It's like my neighbor claimed he has a dragon, and I'm like, okay, well, show me. And then he can't, and then we're like, well, then he doesn't have a dragon. So
Yeah.
until he shows us evidence that the water is formed into a hill, or that he has a dragon, then there's really no reason to even. Why would you even think that in the first place? So our consensus isn't based around like, well, we all believe that this one thing. No, it's just that everyone, in Google included, is saying that this is what's happening, but it's not happening. Or if it is, then where's the evidence? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Of course.
we're open for it, but it's just not there. So it's centered around a lack of evidence from
Yeah.
the party
Carl,
making.
it's not the point of viewing the curve. It's a point of getting the curve. How to say? Because Earth has dimensions that mean on some distance it must start to curve, and that is not happening in reality.
So what you're saying is it's not that you don't see it; it's that it's not happening. That's why it's not there.
Yeah, because you have dimensions of the Earth. There is a 25,000 miles. That means radius 3,000 miles. And with that rate, on distance from A to B, Earth should start to drop, but that is not happening in reality.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I see.
Practically, the objects what you observe should not be there. You should not see some objects on distance, objects, islands, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm detecting maybe a point about to be raised about scale of the Earth. Is that somewhere where you're about to head, Harv?
No, like I said, I'm just curious because I'm not really a debating guy. I mean, well, I am, but not for flat Earth because, like I said, I don't think I can debate for my side if I don't know much about the other side and vice versa. So I'm just more, just a curious guy to hear some of the evidence that you guys have, because you hear a lot of things and a lot of evidence. And like I said, the stigma is people say that flat earthers don't see that it's curved. They say that it's flat. It's like the opposite. So,
Yeah,
but what I can see from you guys is you've got some genuine played out, evidence that you believe in, which I'm curious in as well.
I can give you one simple one. Let's measure the mountain in Switzerland.
Yeah.
How we know how high is mountain in Switzerland?
But how do we know how do we know it's high?
It's from sea level, right, Sasha?
Yeah, it's based off sea level, I presume.
Yeah, but which sea level? From Mediterranean Sea, from the Adriatic Sea, or from the Atlantic Ocean?
I suppose the ocean in which is closest to Switzerland because that's the base ground in which you manage it.
Yeah, but let's move from that. Let's say from Switzerland in Republic of Czech.
Yes, yeah.
What they will use?
What? Sorry, your mic's a little.
Which sea level will you use?
No,
Or
I mean
or take UK. It's better example. This is Ireland.
UK.
Or
Yeah.
or elevation. How we measure or elevation on in UK?
What for Ireland?
Yeah,
Well, for Ireland, I suppose they would use the Atlantic because it's on the left. But
yeah. But
if that's for
let's
them,
say now. Let's move. Let's say you are in Scotland and you're going to the totally to the east to do Southampton, where is England,
yeah.
and you have elevation.
Mhm.
But
Still,
if you move right, let's say on the seaside, and
yeah,
if you want to go from Scotland to how to say to the England, that means that part is curving that water.
yeah.
That means that also that part of land is curving from Scotland to the end because it's I don't know how much it's maybe 500, 1,000 mile. I don't know, but it must
Something in
curve.
between there. Yeah.
Yeah. How we will measure the elevation on the curved surface?
I suppose it's up to you to tell me. I suppose you're going to say you wouldn't,
Yeah.
or you can't.
I think that we have sea level like a base point. That means it's zero everywhere, and then you have elevation, and everything above the sea level it's height.
Yeah.
But if I have sea level everywhere, that means
You just read what this guy's just.
if I have level everywhere,
Yeah.
what that mean for you? For me, that means that everything is level around.
Yeah. So there would be a constant sea level wherever you are. Yeah, I get that.
Because you can be in Ireland, and now again you are approaching from England to Ireland. There is curving water, but you will measure all elevation reference to that sea level. It's level. It's zero. It's flat.
Yeah.
That's simple without observation going out. If you go out and make a point that you can see, let's say, okay, I want to see 20 miles, and if you reach that 20 miles, some object on 20 miles, you cannot see that object on globe because globe it's how to say saying that there is a drop, well, I don't know now exactly, it's 100 or something feet on 20 miles. But every observation showing, even you have Guinness record of photography putting the mountains on 275 miles, and that all mountains should be like behind the horizon.
Yeah. Judging off what you said. Yeah. Well, I get your point.
And it's that it's not being nothing. It's look at this flat earther, it's a cult or something. No, there is information what doesn't match in reality. The globe doesn't match with the reality. That's all our point. Because in reality you cannot see that only from television, from the space, from the ISS. There's you can see that curve. And when you go on the ground and you want to measure that, there is no curve nowhere. You have other stuff. Nobody have rotation, and this system it's not open system.
Wait, Daddy, is that you?
Yeah, wait.
What happened? Did you leave or something? Well, I was just going to comment on what I said earlier about I went to the ocean and I measured it. That would be the only confirmation that I would consider evidence. To be honest with you, I don't know what else. I don't know what people nowadays. I don't know what convinces people of things nowadays. If it's not evidence, I don't know what it is. Where I come from, maybe I'm old fashioned. Evidence is something you can confirm. It's not something that we all just know. It's not something we all have to guess at or something that we were born knowing, or it's not like, dirt is always on the ground and we're always above it. And it's not, it's we're talking about evidence, physical manifested evidence with your physical hands, your eyeballs, not someone else's predictions, not someone else's measurements, a physical measurement of reality with your own hands. That's what I was referring to. And in my eyes, I don't have a problem saying that my evidence is found. I don't see any flaw in it. I just showed here the definition of level. Because if the sea is level, like they claim it is, and we base everything, including measurements of distance and height and all that stuff for all buildings and everything from sea level, then I think we can pretty much guarantee that sea is level. And we all know what level means. It means straight and flat with no curves. And if you look up what a straight line is, you get the same thing. It's a direct straight point from one place to another without any bends at all. No little bit of curve, no small amount of curve, no gradient, no nothing. Simple straight line, point to point. If you just look at that evidence alone, I think that you're going to come to the same conclusion I came to. The Earth is obviously a flat, motionless surface. It's just not rocket science, people. Sorry, it's just not. You can make it into this silly argument about matter of terms or definition of characters or whatever, but it's just not going to hold up in court. It's not going to hold up in science. It's not going to hold up anywhere, bro. It's a dream. It's kind of like vampire movies and stuff like that. They're just, they are what they are.
Let dreams be dreams. Let facts be facts. And truth be truth. No, but you're
Yeah,
correct.
believe it or not, the world hasn't changed any, as much as we all want to believe, the world's coming to an end or it's already gone to an end or we just missed it or that's all bull and we know it. The world ain't coming to an end yet. But somebody seems to want us to think so, right? I wonder why.
So the green dragon analogy. Don't just tell me about the green dragon. Show me the green dragon.
Good luck with that. I want to see dragons too. I want to believe. I want to believe in Bigfoot. I want to believe in lots of things: spaceships, aliens, outer space, going to other planets. Yeah, that all sounds fabulous. But where's the? Just show me some kind of. I mean, come on, an evidence, just a little bit of something, like pressure without a vacuum. Just, I mean, the little stuff. It doesn't take much. I'm an easy guy. I really am. I'm not hard to convince. Just got to show me one little thing. I think the question everyone that's listening should be thinking is, why isn't the government simply just showing us all that evidence and showing us what stupid flat earthers we are? Wouldn't that be a lot easier than all what they're doing? Does it make any sense to you that they're fighting this with a weird way? They're fighting it from underneath? Like, why would they need to do that?
Would it be worth their time to prove you wrong, though?
Any sense?
It's not like meant to be a disrespectful attack. I'm just saying, would it be worth
Yeah,
their
I think
resource of time
that's
to
what
say,
science is
oh,
for.
hey, you're wrong?
Don't you think that's what science is for?
Oh, definitely.
Like,
But
isn't
I
that
mean,
why scientists did all
with
their
what's
job
going on now and
all
the issues we have, I'm sure this is something you believe passionately in, but it's not really a main priority on our Earth right now and what we think. Do you think it would be worth their time to come out and say, hey, here, you're wrong, move on, grow up? Or, like, because in my opinion, I didn't see why it would be worthwhile for them to come out and just say you're wrong. I think it would just be better for people to just believe and go against each other what they want to.
Well, yeah, if you're going to, well, yeah, if you put it like that, I would say, yeah, since it's a psyop, but yeah. But I have documents from the government that says the Earth's flat and non-rotating. You want to see them? You probably don't. You'll tell me, oh, well, that's not real. Well, you can go and download it from the government website, just like I did.
I just want you
It's
to
right
show
on
me
there
them.
that.
If you want to send me them, I'll take a look at them. Like I said, I'm an open-minded guy. If there's evidence you've got which is genuine, I'll take a look at it myself.
Looks as genuine as I can assume it will be. I mean,
oh yeah, if it's
you
from the
know,
government.
I'm not saying that I believe everything that NASA puts out there, but I know that they're sending something up into the sky because I'm watching this light go up and go over in an arc. I know something. They're doing something up there, but what they're doing, I don't think anybody really knows that. They tell us that they're growing lettuce and they're testing, I don't know, sex or something in space. I don't know why that's important. Ain't nobody going to live in a place that doesn't exist, are they? But, like it's kind of like with anything. It's like, if you're going to say that Narnia exists, first you have to produce the wardrobe and walk me through the damn closet. Come on, let's not play this game. Just show me what you got. Why is it that science is made to do that? That's what they're there to do, is answer those questions. But yet I can't get a scientist or even anybody to even acknowledge what I'm asking. Where's the evidence? Where's the curvature? Where's the spin? Where's the proof? Just all I want is just some evidence and some proof of what they've been telling us all along. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science. Just tell me where the information is. I'll go and get it myself. You don't even have to do the job for me. I'll do all the work. But it doesn't exist, bro. It just doesn't exist. I know it's hard to believe, but until you go and look for it, you won't realize.
So what was he asking about exactly?
I'm not sure anymore.
How to do the measurements? The experiment?
I think he was going to prove us wrong. Can you prove us wrong?
Oh, well, I would love to see that. If you can demonstrate that in reality out there.
Hold on. Wait, you know what I'm going to do?
I don't want to see a model. I want to see actual demonstration of that. We've seen plenty of models here. coming and going. They don't hold up to scrutiny even when you test them out there in nature.
Hey, I got a good idea. I think I'm going to I got a card table here. I got a couple chairs, and I got a big billboard sign. I'm going to draw me a sign that says, "Show me the evidence." I'm going to go sit on the corner down here in front of the stoplight. I'm going to put on there, "Show me the Earth, the curve, and all that." And let's see how long it takes before somebody actually brings me something.
In this case, we're talking about the.
Why are we allowing these people to teach our toddlers?
Oh, someone's talking your. I thought it was another guy talking at the same time. Yeah, when it comes to down about the Earth and such shapes, whatever measurements. I talk about objective reality here. So, go out do this test experiments, whatever you call it, long distance observations. See if you can see any drop of curvature or any physical object being obstructed by the horizon or not, based off the Earth curve formula.
I'm sure.
It's pretty simple if you think about it. It's not that hard. Anyone should be able to do it. It's repeatable.
But they won't.
By anyone.
Problem. Makes no sense.
A normie can do it.
It's almost like, if I only had a can opener, I wouldn't be starving to death. I could open these cans and eat. But damn it, man, I can't find a can opener. So I give up. No, I'm going to smash the can until this stuff comes out of it. I'm not stupid. Come on, man. Even a monkey's smart enough to bang the damn thing on a rock till the food falls out. Come on. And you don't need 100 monkeys for that test either. It simply amazes me at how I can be having a completely logical conversation and it completely go off into nowhere land. in a quick hurry, too. Yeah, I love it. I'm the crazy one for doing the homework and coming up with my own, convincing myself of a truth.
No. They deem us crazy because we actually think, criticize, challenge.
I actually don't believe that anybody that comes in here and actually talks to us think we're crazy. I think they realize that that's not true after all. But
that's actually rude calling us crazy, flat earthers, for actually thinking.
Well, if I was telling you that I believed in unicorns that farted rainbows, I would understand why you would just laugh at me and move on. I wouldn't expect you to even take me seriously because I'm obviously not being serious.
Well, we're not coming up with nonsense. We're coming up with sense information,
Right. But as soon as we start talking about logical information as from that perspective of the Earth is flat, suddenly everything changes. All the science and all that angle, all that geometry suddenly goes from straight lines and perfectly level things to suddenly curved. And just somehow it just curves. That's just all there is to it. We know it's there. We just know it's curved. Even though no one's ever seen it. No one's ever shown it. No one's ever measured it. No one's ever done anything with it except talk about it and say, oh, no, it's definitely this or that. No one's done it. I did it, and I'm being told that that's not acceptable. I don't know I don't know what that is, but that to me is nuts. That's insane. Now, if you were willing to come with me and me show you what I saw, and then you still came to the conclusion that you still think it's not flat, fine. I'm not going to argue with you. You're obviously delusional. But I'm confident that I made my case, Why is that so difficult? And why can't a person that actually is a scientist actually come in here and have a rational conversation about anything to do with science? Why is that taboo? Why is that you would think there'd be college professors that would come in here on purpose just to maybe save us or feel sorry for. You would think that there'd be some empathy for the stupid people that are going around making fools of themselves, right? You'd think there'd be some kind of like empathy, or, you know, kind of like when you see a kid reaching out to touch a hot stove, and you know the kid probably doesn't know that's going to burn him. So you run and you do everything you can to get between him and there, and you try to stop the kid from doing it. You don't think, oh, how am I going to convince him? No, you just tell him, no, it's hot, and you scream. You do whatever you can to stop the kid from burning his hand. Why do you do that? Not because you care, right? Because if the kid burns his hand, he'll learn not to burn himself. So why do you do that? You don't know. It's just like, but let's not be rational, and let's not think like with that mind. Let's think with the mind that says, oh, no, it can curve eventually. As long as we just keep saying it, it'll just happen. I mean, there's evidence all around you. Okay, here's another evidence. According to, I'm not going to say that I'm trusting the science, but according to mainstream science, a human being that's not taught language in the first 3 years of their life will never learn to speak. Did you know that? So explain to me, if we just accidentally evolved, okay, how did we ever learn to speak? We had to have been taught by something or someone beyond us, right? So there would have had to have been someone here to teach us to speak, because language cannot develop without it. So there's another reason. I mean, there's things like this all through everywhere in the world and through science. They're everywhere. But I'm crazy because I believe that the Earth's a level surface. That's insane, right? Where's that cricket sound effect, damn it?
Where's CB when you need him?
Is there anybody left alive in here? Have we all fallen asleep again?
Prove to me you exist, rookie.
Yeah, prove it now.
We'll come into a private room and I'll show you.
You can't trick me like that again. You've exposed yourself to me already once.
Oh, did you do a little peep show? No, it wasn't like that, bro. I wouldn't do that to you. It's like somebody asked me, well, how do you know? How do you know girls are real? Or how do you know your girlfriend or your wife's real? I said, well, I can walk in the house and I can poke her and she'll scream at me and go, what the hell's wrong with you? And I know she's there. But if you can't, I don't know what kind of question that is.
Are you saying that you are a real person?
Well, it's to be had, right? That's the question we can't answer yet. Till we get to where we're going, we can't really say where we've been, can we?
I had a story, like a conversation with this sort of atheist, nihilistic dude who, at the end, after basically talking with him about flat Earth for at least 45 minutes, and finally getting him to, he basically defaulted that he can't know anything. Like, because he came up with this whole question about, like, he started off with the Earth is not flat. So finally, after getting to understand that the Earth is flat, objectively flat, measurably flat, observably flat, even if globe, right? So he had to kind of even throw that caveat in there. But he cited this goal with nothing can be known at all. There is no knowledge. And then to prove it, he told me that he didn't know what an apple was. I said, it's a fruit. He goes, what's a fruit? I go, it's an edible portion of a plant or a tree that contains a seed. He's like, what's a seed? All the way down, eventually, like, I'm like, okay, do you understand what these objects are, right? If I tell you there's a tree in the forest, and I describe to a tree, what do you call that? And it's kind of like this idea where they really can't interact on the human level any longer because their model is so
because they know they're wrong. It's that simple. They realize they're wrong, and they don't have an argument. They want to be able to say something intelligent because they're assuming that all these scientists in the whole world has convinced them of this. There has to be some evidence for it, right? That's what we all thought too. That's the thing. It's like, I just don't get why you can't. Like, why aren't we working together to figure this all out? I mean, I think we'd figure out what the truth really is faster if we were all on the same damn page, right? But we just can't seem to do that. It's like even some of the better of us that are really well at communicating, we have trouble. You know what I mean? It's difficult because we all have this our own little version of it, and I think that's part of the problem, isn't it? Like, if we don't know, then why not just say we don't?
Yeah, if you don't know something,
You know, like,
they see
not
like
difficult.
I don't know as some sort of character flaw. When I don't know is actually the character boon, not the character flaw. You know, I don't know should be your default answer, not that I know. Like how do you know that? And they can't explain how they know it. They just do. It's just common sense. Bull crap.
That's why I described the thing the way I did. This is what I did. This is the challenge that I had. I wanted to know for sure. I wanted to be able to clarify in my mind. Okay, is this really happening? Is that not? I want to know. I don't want to take your word for it. I live near the ocean. Well, I drive 30 miles away and I'll go and do the thing myself. Now, I'm not saying that experiment I did absolutely is a damning proof and beyond natural evidence that the Earth is flat and all that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that from that perspective, in my experience with it, at that point, that's where I'm at. I'm going to work from there. If you can't show me some physical things that match up with reality, I'm just not going to pay attention to it. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I've done it, and it gets me nowhere. It ends me down the same road where I go around in a circle, and all we argue about is your version of it. And it doesn't matter what your version is. What matters is what the truth is. But we're never going to get to that truth because we're too busy arguing about who knows more and who learned first. And we're not thinking about, well, how about if we just go, okay, you take this part, you take that, you do your research, and then we'll switch. That's what we should be doing, right? I mean, it's easier to come in here a couple of times a day or when we feel like we've got time and to devote our time to help and share with people what we believe, right? Or what we know. And I know I say believe a lot. It's just a word that pops out of my mouth. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean it that way. But the point is it the words come out of our mouth. And I know it. I know it. And there's no way you're going to convince me until you show me something, another experiment, just like that one, where I see it curving. Then you'll convince me to keep looking into it. But until you show me something like that, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm going to be stuck right here, and I'm going to be stubborn because I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to go back down that road again and try coming back up that hill. I got to this point. I'm not going downwards. You're going to either have to come to my level or you're going to have to pull me up to where you're at. I can't, you're going to have to bring something to the table, bro. Just this, well, that's not how it works. But they told you this is why they say, and this math, and no, geometry and math don't mean nothing. Neither does math. Math means nothing. If you can't, oh God, it's so dumb. I don't know why I get myself riled up about this stuff. I just don't understand why logic cannot be portrayed in a conversation without ridiculousness and ego. It's like, just put your ego down and accept the fact that you're wrong about it. We're all wrong about it. We were. They've lied to us, bro. It's literally a lie. And it's so obvious. I don't know how else to tell you except you either have to want to see it or you just don't. I think that maybe that's what it is. And I'm not sure what they've done to all of us, or what they put in the television, or wherever they put it, or whatever the hell it is. The technology they use to confuse our minds and make us all believe in these silly things that don't have any evidence for them. I don't know. That's probably where I would go with that. But we're never gonna gain any ground because all we ever talk about is but this and but no. What's the truth? How do we find out the truth? We go through the scientific method. We just painstakingly. That's what got us to this point, right? But at some point in the 30s and 40s, it went, and suddenly science became about manipulating the government and people and all this crap. It's like, really? Why did that ever happen? How did that happen? But we're going to sit here and argue about details when we can't even trust the details they wrote down? Come on. This is stupid. It's like, it's a conundrum.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. That's fire, man. Like, nice flow, for sure.
I just wish I could meet people that could be honest with me. Like, is it really that hard to say, hey, I'm just a dumbass like you. I don't know shit, man. Like, is that so hard to say? Like, I'm 48 years old. I'll admit it. I don't know. Half the shit that I think I know, maybe I don't. I'm willing to accept that. But until we start working on what is true and confirming it and nailing it down for sure, without any explanation, without no bullshit on the side, we accept only the truth, right? Only the evidence that leads us to. And if we can't separate the things apart from each other and decide which one's causing it, then we decide that it's just going to be a theory. That way we all know what we're working with. We all know it's a theory. We all know we don't know what it is, but somehow we'll figure it out eventually if we keep messing with it, right? But that's just how science is, right? But it doesn't work backwards, people. You know what I mean? You can't take technology that doesn't exist and then backwards compatibility. It doesn't work like that. You need the thing first. It's like you need the unicorn and the farts that are rainbows. You need all that first. Then once you can show me that, then I'll consider your argument. I'll even reason with you. Even though it sounds nuts to me. If you've got some evidence, I'm willing to see it. You got a Bigfoot photo? Show it to me. Doesn't mean I'm going to believe it, but hey, I'm willing to see what you got. But coming into this argument and not having nothing except, well, my granddaddy told me and my dad was in the military and the government wouldn't do that to us. I just know they would. I don't know what kind of excuse that is or what kind of answer for, yes, this is true or it's not true. It is, but it's definitely not proof of anything. It's just, what do they call it? Conjecture and argument and deception, which is exactly what it was designed to do. Which is why I call it a psyop, a psychological operation that was planned ahead of time and was put out and is covertly being run by groups of people that are getting paid good money to do it. Probably people just like you and me who don't know what the hell they're doing or don't care. That's the problem I got. It's the problem I got with all of you. I don't really got a problem with you personally. I don't care what you all believe. What I care about is, do you give a shit about the reality and the truth? Do you care? And if you don't, then what are you doing here? If you don't have an answer for that, then I don't know what else to say. Come on, Flatty, you can add to that. What did I miss? Come on, somebody argue with me. Give me a reason.
No, you nailed it, man.
Please tell me I'm wrong. Please. No, I would love for someone to just show me that flat Earth or that ball Earth truth, so I can just be done. I'm so tired of this shit. I really am. I think I like coming in here arguing with people that I like and people that are smart over details. It's ridiculous. It's like I find myself going, "What am I doing? I'm arguing with someone I just had a conversation with 2 days ago, and I felt like they were my brother, and now I'm getting in this crazy argument about some ridiculous side of it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, how did I get roped into this? Did I do this? Did how the hell does it all work? It's crazy. But I'll tell you one thing that I've learned about this whole experience is that it's a soul searching thing. It's about how you learn about yourself. I always thought that I was going to learn new people. And I learned more about myself since I've been here than I have anybody else. It's really strange. I found out a lot of faults that I had that I wasn't even aware of, or I was in complete denial of, like my sudden urge to just ramble on about. But learning that I'm going to have to be a grown-up eventually. I'm going to have to grow up, no matter how much I want to fight that. Eventually, my family's going to start to fall away, and I'm going to be the only one left to hold the pieces together. And that's a difficult thing to do, especially when you're lonely or you feel alone and you feel like nobody understands you. So, honestly,
know thyself, Aristotle.
We're not here to dislike each other. We weren't put here to suffer, and not for suffering that's needless. We were put here to learn a lesson. Just think about it that way. The one who made you is expressing himself to you and wants you to understand him. That's really how I see it. I know that sounds stupid, but It makes more sense than all this other crap they talk about. Space aliens and shit. Come on. Yeah, a little green man with big old eyes that doesn't have any ears and talks in gurgling garbles. And yeah, okay, yeah. Sure, that's what's really going on. Or what makes more sense to you? Someone built a big dome over a big place of dirt, stuck us all in here, and then controlled the situation. And it's been like that since then. That makes more logical sense to me, doesn't it you? And someday they're going to turn off the dome, they're going to turn off the lights, and they're going to open the top of it, and the helicopters are going to come in, and we're going to be like, what the heck? What? Are you kidding me? And I'm going to laugh too, because I'm going to say, see, I told you. It's that simple, bro. Where we go off into this stars and coming from outer space and aliens and ancient astronauts and all this other garbage. Where that came from, I have no clue. Some guy threw a hat and took a picture of it, and ever since then, ain't nobody shut up about it. Jesus. But I'm in here arguing for something that I got literal physical evidence for, and I can't get nobody to even have a good conversation about it. What gives, bro?
As far as I know, we don't see any stars from 120,000 feet.
Well, when I confirm it, I'll let you know.
Has anybody seen the moon from that height?
Anybody ever saw the new moon? Now there's a good scientific quest. Just figure that one out. Why does the moon disappear every month for one day? You don't see it, even though it should still be lit, just it's still darkened, right? Shaded by whatever it is, that dip or whatever they call it. I used to think it was Earth shadow, but I'm finding out. Damn, how is it that the damn scientists don't even know each other's stuff? Like, isn't that weird? Like, two different scientists in the same type of field have a completely different idea about what it means. How does that work? Oh yeah, my
You can
buddy just
choose
brought
which
up
one.
that.
You can choose which one you like better.
Well, I don't even have a problem if you just say, oh, you know what? I just don't like the flat Earth idea. It just sounds dumb to me. Okay, that's fine. At least you're being honest with me. You're just basically saying, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to do the research because it's a waste of my time. I just think you're an idiot. That's fine. Then that's all you got on me. You think I'm an idiot, and I think that you're being ignorant. That's all we can do. I mean,
what mean I don't like flat Earth ideas. I don't like that oceans are flat. I don't like if water is flat. That's so. Can you imagine what would happen with the Earth if oceans are flat?
I just want you to imagine if we really were what keeps this place together in our minds and our thoughts of it. Can you imagine how bad it's going to get soon? Like when all those thoughts are gone and there is no thought of the earth being what it is? What if it literally goes to crap? I mean, what if it falls apart? What if, I mean, seriously, we really don't know what's going to happen. We don't. It's like it's all up in the air. And it's just like, oh yeah, there's a meteor. Like he was just saying, there's a meteor that crashed in the moon. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. And they sent a damn spaceman to space yesterday too. Whoop-de-doo. Like I've seen it all before. And every shot that they show, that's the same camera angle, and they show that damn rocket booster fall off, and it falls in the wrong direction every time. And every time I watch that, I go, all right, I can't take this seriously anymore. I just can't. But I show that to people, and they go, oh no, you're getting wrong. I'm like, no, dude, that angle doesn't work. Like every single one of those SpaceX rockets does the same thing. The stage part falls off and it goes in the wrong angle. In the left camera, it's going straight away from it, and in the right angle, it's going in a different direction. It's like I could literally pick apart any one of those space travel, anything. You just show me anything that they claim to go to space in, and I'll show you holes in everything, all the way from before they get off the ground. I can pick that apart. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not a movie director. I don't know special effects that much. I watched a lot of movies as a kid. I'm not an intelligent guy when it comes to that. But even I can tell it's fake. Come on. This is ridiculous. But you're going to tell me, oh, no, 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 you're wrong. It looks so fake because it's real. Sure. You've lost your mind, dude. I'm sorry. And I'll agree, I've lost mine too. But hey, we all have to live with ourselves. But if you don't know, and you'd like to know the answer,
Guys are
you got to go
useless
look for the
symptom
answer. You got to go look for the evidence. I would quote, but I won't. I'll just say it. A wise man once told me to surround yourself by wise people and stay away from evil people, wicked people, people that hurt other people. And that makes sense to me because in my life, I've been through a lot of stuff. I grew up in the hood. My mom did drugs around me. There was people, drug addicts, and weird people around all the time, partying and doing crazy stuff. And I was right in the mix of it. Room full of smoke, the whole thing. Hanging out in the bar, waiting for my mom to get off work. I mean, it was the whole thing, right? I got drunk for that. So in my mind, drug addicts were just normal people. I didn't look at them differently. I don't think about people differently. I accepted them for who they are. If anything, I thought they were more human than some of the fake people. You know what I mean? But I learned from experience that drugs are bad for you, right? No one had to tell me that. My mom didn't have to sit there and lecture me, oh, son, don't do these drugs. These are bad for you. No, I watched it every night. I watched these people get drunk and fall down and get in fights and beat each other up and wreck their cars and get pulled over and get DUIs, all these bad things. Some of them got ran over by trains. Some of them got killed. All kinds of bad things happened. All these people that I watched, and I saw it I knew right away, this is not who I want to be. But damned if I didn't become. Wow. This world really is. It's beautiful and it's scary and it's terrifying, but it's beautiful and it's awesome. And the fact that you're actually still sitting here having this conversation or listening to my voice says that you're still here and means you're still valuable and you do have power. That thing that we call free will that you think is so invaluable, it means a lot. But you have to do something with it. Like that's why it's called free will. You're willing something. You have to make something manifest physically in reality. Thinking about it doesn't cut it. I think they describe it as resting on your laurels. If all I do is sit around and complain about the world being bad, but I never try to change it, then who am I? I'm a fool, right? Because if I was a smart, intelligent being, I would actually learn what I need to learn in order to change it. I'd go and become whatever I needed, or I'd work towards that goal. I'd gather people together that think alike, right? That's what we're all supposed to do. That's what a missionary really is. It has nothing to do with telling the world God exists. Everybody already knows it. That's already been done, dude. It's like silly. It's like all of us go around like chickens with our heads cut off. You know what I mean? It's like we all we think we're doing the right thing. We think, on both sides of the argument too. It's like, I really do. I see passion on both sides of this. I do. I see people that just don't want to fucking settle for it. And I see a lot of people like on our side even that just don't want to accept certain things. And it's really weird. It's like you would think that after losing all the things you've lost to get to this stage of being a flat earther and calling yourself that and actually coming online and speaking out and defending it, right? Defending your case and your argument. You'd think that alone would be a badge of honor or courage, right? But it's not. It's considered crazy, right? Like my wife thinks I'm nuts that I come on here and I talk to people. She thinks it's a waste of time. She thinks that I don't know what she thinks. She don't believe what I know, but I don't necessarily need her to. Because I married her, she was a all earther then, and it didn't change. But if I expected her to conform to my beliefs and my understanding without first proving it to herself or having her own time to do that, make her own decision, her own will, not force it on her and say, oh, you have to believe this or I'm going to leave you or whatever, then that's what a normal person would do, right? That's a logical way to respond, right? You don't just leave your wife and your family because they don't want to believe what you just now found out. No, it took you a while to figure it out, didn't it? Like, what do you expect all your friends and all your family to just roll over like a dog and show you their belly? No, it's not going to look like that. And it shouldn't, because respect is earned. Truth must be sought. You have to use your willpower. You have to physically manifest your body, make the meat suit do the work. Until then, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a thought. I find myself surrounded by morons, even though we're not. None of you are. Not even the people that come in here and argue with us are really dumb. They're in denial, yeah. They might be in cognitive diss. They might be in some state of whatever you want to call it, psychosis or something. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But whatever it is, it's not what normal people do. Because if we were having a conversation about ghosts, I'm sure that we could all sit in here and have a conversation about ghosts, and we probably wouldn't get mad at each other, would we? If somebody said, "Oh, I saw one," or "I believe that they exist," or whatever, right? Now, why is it that when we do the same thing with evidence that we should have physical evidence for, and we should have an argument, we shouldn't need somebody like me to come on this and make a Discord channel to tell people the truth about something, if it's really true, right? In the same sense that you probably are looking at it and going, well, we don't need to prove nothing to you either, Ryan. We went to college and we just learned. Okay, well, you did exactly what I did too. I didn't finish school. Why would I? It was pointless. You know why it was pointless? Because I guarantee you all the stuff you learned in college, I bet you don't use hardly any of it. And I bet the stuff you do use is literally just naturally going to get used anyway. Those degrees and all that time you spent memorizing stupid lines and definitions didn't mean shit. You know it. Because it didn't make you any smarter, did it? Nope. You're still confused and you still don't know where you are and why you're here. You're in the same boat we're all in, right? So why are we spinning our wheel?
Bro, no wonder you're a dumb player. You didn't finish school.
No, I wear that as a badge of fucking honor. You know that? I do. I didn't graduate high school and I didn't go to college, but neither did fucking Einstein. Neither did what's his name? Neither did that dipshit in the wheelchair. I mean, nothing against him. He had he's paraplegic, but I honestly don't believe he was a scientist at all. I think he was a puppet, just like Mark Twain and all those other people in history. They're just people. They're literally characters that they created to convince you of a thing. And what is that thing? What is it they're trying to convince you of so badly? What is it the thing they fight so difficult and with so much passion and veration? Just think about it. It's not flat Earth, my friend. What is it? What is one thing they want you to absolutely believe? That you're on a spinning ball going through space, going nowhere, from nowhere, and you're just a big accident. And your life is meaningless. Because the long as you think that, you're not going to have hope. And I know it sounds like a ridiculous thing, but it's true. Hope is everything. And even if God doesn't exist, the idea in believing in him, if it does help people and it gets them through and it makes them survive, why do you want to destroy that? Why would that bother you? You know, like if me believing in a creator and you want to believe that there isn't a creator, that you just created yourself, like how is that? How am I hurting you by doing that? But at the same time, when you attack me and tell me that I'm a fool because I believe that a creator made us and put us here, and that makes logical sense based on the fact that it takes two people to make another human being. I would have to say that more than likely the first two people were two human beings. And I bet they weren't made by another human being. Only reason why I say that is because the person who created the creation has to be smarter and more intelligent than the creation. And we all know watches don't just fall on the beach and create themselves. Somebody made the watch and dropped it there. We don't just walk along the beach and find a spaceship from the alien technology and suddenly just become this. Nah, give me a break. All these arguments are ridiculous. And I'm still running on them. If you're not going to talk and you're not going to argue with me, damn it. But I do really wish I could get like an honest answer to this question. All these questions. Like why? Why does it have to be like this? Why are we even arguing about it? It does matter, right? Obviously. is important to me, but it's not important to me that you all believe the same thing I do. It's just important to me you don't think I'm some nut that just believes stupid things off the internet. That's all I really want. I just want my dignity back. I'm not sure why it even got taken away in the first place. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't read the science book wrong. I read the same thing you read, and I came up with the right answer. I don't know what else to say. I mean, how do I defend that? I can't. It's just is what it is, and I think the thing I've learned the most since I've been here so far is probably that I don't know anything. And whenever I think I do, it gets me in trouble. So I can't, so I have to see it, I have to test it, and then I have to surround myself with people that believe only that. And that's why I'm a fuddy-duddy, Dan. That's why I get upset with people that don't want to come and argue with me. Like, I don't care if you disagree. You have your right to believe what you want. You're free just like I am. But why you want to be mad and angry at me because I believe something different and then tell me I'm wrong? Right? It's okay. So what's the first step to winning a battle? What do you think it is? Anybody? Art of will style.
Know your enemy. Know your enemy.
Another good first step is to not need validation from your enemy.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I overheard you say you need your dignity back. Well, who's going to give it to you? Another person? Think about it.
Well, as soon as I said that, I knew somebody was going to call me on it, and I realized
I was going to appear out of nowhere.
No, no dignity. No, I can only lose and gain what I already had. I can't gain or lose anything else. If I didn't already start with it, then I can't lose it.
Well, the point is, other people don't give you dignity unless they are the source of dignity, which they aren't.
Good point.
If you're acting justly, right, you don't need them to agree that you're acting justly. You just need to be acting justly, even if you're the only one doing it.
Yep.
Like you said, I mean, even in your own paradigm, if there is, let's just say for sake of argument, if there is some higher entropic power, right, then that thing is going to be your judge, not other humans.
Right.
Yeah, because, saying I need my dignity back, for lack of a better term, is just very weak. And,
I know. I realize that.
Thinking like that is part of the slave mentality. It's like the slaves on the plantations, right? They were free. Think about it. They were free. People will say, no, they weren't free. No, they were free. They could have left anytime they wanted to. They just had to face the logistical consequences.
Mm-hmm.
You see the difference?
Yeah.
What did Whitney Houston say, Ricky? No matter what you
Whitney
take from me,
Houston said, "I will always love you."
No, she said, no matter what you take from me, you can't take away my dignity.
Yeah.
That's you. It's yours.
So you're right. Absolutely right. Spoken like a true gem, like you are, both of you. But I didn't say that out loud. Shh.
You too, bro.
Oh, where's somebody that wants to argue with me? I know somebody that wants to tell me I'm wrong.
The Bodyguard. The Bodyguard. Great movie.
I like Whitney Houston. I don't know why. Loving yourself is the greatest love of all. Well, it is. It's true. Because if you don't love yourself, how can you love anything else? It doesn't make sense when you first think about it. It doesn't sound logical, but when you start to like iron it out into your life and see how your life has been affected in the ways that did, you go, wait a minute. Well, kind of like for instance, my dad, your father, he always tells you get these wise things to say, and he was always following me around telling me to do this, do that, save your money. Don't waste your money, don't blow it on dumb stuff. Save your money for things. Decide what you want and save up for it, and then you have that accomplishment of going out and buying something with your own money that you work for. That's an accomplishment. It's a great feeling. Use that to your advantage to get the things you want. And it was a very important thing that he taught me. But it took me a long time to actually get that down and be able to follow through with it, right? And actually wait and be patient enough to plan to buy something and save the money for it. I went the other way. But now that I'm older, I look back at all those times and all those things he said, and I realize every time that's he was putting that there to protect me and because he cared. It wasn't because he wanted to stop me from spending my money. It had nothing to do with that. But of course, I didn't see it that way. I thought it was just about him controlling me and stopping me from doing what I thought was my free right to do, right? But on the other hand,
All right, you killed the chat.
I didn't kill it. I thought I'd shut up because it sounds like I get tired.
No, keep going, man.
I wish you.
I don't know what to say now.
I wish you would have pulled that out when.
So I just heard that in the UK they're going to be shutting down, like drivers are going to be shutting down the motorways in protest of the fuel bills.
Yeah,
Price.
Okay, let me ask an honest question then. Can we trust anything we see on the television? I mean, anything. Unless it's like literally the weather.
You can't trust that, dude.
Well, I mean, at least relatively
And
on it.
in California, it's a bit different over here.
Well, there's always exceptions to the rule, but
Got a pretty solid pitch off.
Who's the Navy psychonaut? That sounds cool.
New guy in the group.
What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody today?
Oh, cool. Nice to have you. KJ, I see your price is going up each day.
Yeah, I sold a pen yesterday to a new guy, so that was fun.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you.
How much are pens?
$2.50.
$3.50.
$2.50. I started with 3 cents, and then I gave away 2 cents, and now I'm at $2.51.
no way.
Yeah.
Is that one of those pyramid scheme things?
No. No.
No, wait, KJ.
I
It
heard
can
this
be.
story about the girl trading up to a house. She started with a bobby pin. She traded up to her house.
Yeah. That's cool. I watched the Ryan Trahan videos where he started off with a penny, and he made his way up to like raising almost $1.5 million for a charity, and it's a cool series. Anyway, I'm just pretty much bored, and I'm selling emojis, so if anyone wants to buy them, it's fake money.
Emoji is nice.
Yeah.
Everybody likes emojis, I think. Are those things you get when you got to pay for Nitro? Is that what you're talking about? Talking about downloading stuff.
How is it that it's fake money?
I'm just like, okay, for an example, let me see here. Here's a pen posted there. I just changed the total of my my nickname whenever someone wants the emoji, but you don't really get it. It's just a joke. It's really just a joke.
I'm sorry, I don't get it.
I know.
I do.
I don't
It's
expect anybody
hilarious.
to.
Sorry, Larry.
Hey, listen, if you don't get it, she'll give it to you for $5.
I'll give it to you half price. Just let me talk to her real quick.
I'll let you have it for $1. All you gotta do is say deal.
No, I can't do it.
Please.
Sure, you can live forever. You won't have to drink or pee or nothing. And you'll never have any worries. You'll be rich and powerful and everything for the rest of your life. All you have to do is sign here. Where's the pen? Damn it, where's that pen?
So, Rookie, you buy 10 boxes of pens off KJ. You then can either sell them or get someone else to also buy boxes.
Like
Part of your money goes to KJ. In fact, 80% of your earnings goes to KJ. But then you can
Fine with
charge 80% to. It's not a pyramid scheme, don't worry.
No, it's a
Wait,
triangle
lay it out.
scheme.
Wait, I wanted to hear how you felt.
KJ's at the top of this triangle shape.
No, it pays to be at the top, yeah, of course. When it comes to ladders, anyway. Otherwise, all you got is a butt. Yeah, the scenery doesn't change a lot. Yeah. Well, I got an idea. Let's change the subject. Nobody? He's seen it.
Yeah, it went from bad to worse.
Yeah, you're aware that you're hot micing, right?
I'm gonna go check
Should I
out
change the
Japan.
subject?
Yeah, please. Pretty please. Anything but this. This crickets and silence and background noises. I'm going insane.
I put Whitney Houston national anthem video in the live stream.
Okay.
This is when she didn't know how good she was, when she was very high and full of talent and youth.
All rock stars are high D.
No, but you can
Oh.
tell when you watch her sing. You can tell she's lit. But she is very good and worthy of a watch.
Yeah, if I could scream and hold the tune like that girl, man, I would scream every day. I'd sit outside and sing in front of my house all day long. It'd be awesome. You should all thank God for that. No, nothing. Nobody gonna jab. Nothing. Wow. To be or not to be? That is the question. No, it's not. Who cares? You are. Okay, I got a question. If you were to give me one subject or one particular type of whatever, however you want to categorize that, but one thing, what would you say would be the most how do I say this? The most damning and deceptive lie that the world tells us. What do you think that lie would be? Like whether it be we land on the moon, whatever. What do you think that?
So what? That who tells us?
I got one. Ready? That the humans, that we are animals.
Okay, right. I like that. So go on. Like describe, I mean, I just flat answer. Right? Lead us. Tell us why. Give us insight.
The truth is that we are children, and we are children of the Most High God. But to have you think we came from a gobbledygook and evolved into what we are now. And we'll be evolving into something else later.
I like that. Because I don't think there's any wrong answers. I think even a silly idea would probably have some validity to it, right? Provided that it's deceiving some people. But I mean, like in my mind, I try to think of the worst ones, like all the conspiracy theories that I hear about. And I would just say conspiracy theories just based on that I don't know they're true yet, so I just consider them theories. But like there's a lot of hinting that there's some kind of pedophile ring going around and government's involved, and there's all these other things, and just like it always makes me wonder, like the reality of that. Like, is it really true? And like how true is it, and how far down the hall does it go?
I might have
Yes,
something for you on that. I have a picture with Mel Gibson, and this is before I
You met
came
him?
to know.
Nice.
He spoke out against that, and that was very interesting. I thought he was crazy, but it appears that maybe he's onto something. Let me see if I can find the meme. Here it is.
Well, Mel Gibson, just from his acting, I can tell you he is crazy. He's just like me. But at the same time, I don't think it's the kind of crazy that most people would think crazy is. Me crazy is someone who can do things that most other people can't do on the fly. Just snap and become that. You could chameleon of sorts. Like, can you just walk into a restaurant and pretend you work there? And how long could you get away with being an employee in a restaurant you don't work at? Just think about that. I know it sounds like a stupid idea, but I'm telling you, it's really interesting when you watch people do things like that and like actually play around with it. You're like, wow, you learn a lot. You learn a whole lot about people's mentality and people's perception, and how you just look like you know where you're going and you know what you're doing. People just assume that you do.
Was Mel right after all along?
About what? Exactly.
About the children being trafficked in the high society of, I think mostly American countries.
I'm just going to go with the answer that I don't know. I have not done enough research. I've done enough to know that it's a sickening thing, and I'm not sure I want to get into it. But beyond that, I know that people do those things to people, children especially, because I was one of those kids. Do I think that there's some kind of a conspiracy of a bunch of group of people, rich, whoever, whatever you want to call them, they, that go around doing things like that? I don't know. I mean, I'd have to see evidence of that to probably want to believe it. but I don't know that I'd want to see the evidence anyway, right? It's terrifying. Like, it would probably make me angry and want to hurt people. And, I try to stay away from stuff like that. I get in trouble because I have a lot of passion. I have a lot of anger built up, especially considering that I was an abused child. And, like having to live through that, someone make you do things you don't want to do, and then all this leftover emotion and all the terror and I mean, I can only imagine what it's like for a woman, but to having gone through that, I can only imagine if that were true. I think it would probably scare me so bad. I'd probably hurt people if I found out that was really, really true. So I'm afraid to really find out the truth of it, to see the actual evidence, because I'm afraid it would make me an evil person.
Well, the story I heard is Epstein had a fantasy island which all the top people went to, Bill Gates,
Yeah,
etc.
I heard all that stuff. Yeah,
And
I've heard all the
he
stories.
mysteriously died in jail, and they just put his partner in jail for 20 years. The lady, though, it would be very hard to prove. You have to have someone that is connected, that knows how to. I mean, if we're just going by television, we're all just guessing. It's all stories.
Right, but what do they want every time they need a good regime change? They need you to be fed up with the current regime and its evils. So it then becomes just go after them, right? By whatever means necessary. So they posit the idea that the powers that be are the evil ones that need to be killed and destroyed. Then the populace goes out and does it for them. And then the new powers that be take over just as planned.
And all along you think there's this big shifting and all these things going on. In reality, nothing's moved at all. It's just doing the same rotation it's always done, right above your heads.
And the
And right
same
in front of you.
monarchs are in charge, unbeknownst to us.
One thing that I remember too is something that's said in the Bible, and it says that every man will know. He will not have an excuse. You will have been given plenty of chances to change your mind. So when the end comes and there really is nothing left for you to do except cry about it, then it will literally be that way, which really is like terrifying, because I think about all the people that I know that are like on the cusp of getting back and getting a relationship with whatever they want to believe in. I don't care. Just connect with something, bro. Like don't leave the earth without giving it a chance. I mean, like sometimes that's the one thing that gets me the most is about people that are anti-religion or I say religion, I don't mean it that way. Religion to me is just all that crap that they do on the sides, like, praying to Mary and putting their hand on their foreheads and getting whatever, the fish and all that. That's, to me, that's religion. I'm talking about a creation, like knowing that you're created by a creator. That's what I mean when I say religion, even though that's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it sounds like people in here talk all this stuff, but it sounds like they believe that that's not the case. But it actually is the case that the majority of people believe they were created and placed by a higher power, et cetera, et cetera. So this idea that
we all usually
globe Earth
disagree on who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea that the globe Earth paradigm is designed to erase God from existence, it just isn't working. So it's obviously not what they want.
Right. I agree. That's why I think religion or creation is relevant. Maybe religion isn't, because it's just dogma, right? It's, well, I read this and it tells me that I shouldn't do this and I shouldn't eat meat or I shouldn't do it. Yeah, blah, blah. Okay. You eat what you want, I'll eat what I want. And whoever lives longer can say they won the race, right? That, as far as I'm concerned, that's all that really is. It's kind of like measuring things or saying your ball's bigger or whatever, like my car's better, mine's faster. That's great. Like something has to be the fastest, right? That's just the way the threshold was made, right? There's the line, and then there's the thing that crosses it, and there's the one that doesn't make it quite yet for whatever reason. Whether it's how fast you put your foot on the brake or the gas, or whether it's something else, it's beyond like your complete control, but to an extent you have control over the wheel, but you don't decide where the car is going. You just can steer it around on the road and keep it from running off and flipping over, right? I don't know. Does that make any sense? But if your head's always in the clouds and your hand's never on the wheel, then you can't expect to ever be in control of anything, or ever like be pursuing like a good life. Like if you want to be a better person, like you got to make a plan, right? You say, okay, this is wrong about me, or that's wrong, and that this is what I want to change, and this is how I'm going to get that goal done. And I plan it all out, and I write it out, and then I make a plan that I'm going to do this part every day. I'm going to do that part the next day, and I'm going to do this all down the line until it's all complete. And when it's all over, I'll have the plan will be complete, right? I'll either have learned whatever I'm learning or whatever the case is. But be damned if I can ever finish the job. I get to the brainstorming and it goes, okay, I'll go on. But that's not how your mind works, is it? When I was a kid, I could remember literally stuff that was meaningless to me. Like just like that. I could remember names. I still remember phone numbers from when I was a little kid. I don't know how I remember them. I just do because I had to, and it's stuck in there now. And then I guess it's not practicing. You have to use it. It's like a muscle. If you don't use the muscle will get weak and it'll start to spasm and it'll hurt all the time. As soon as you start using the muscle normally and getting it back to the way it was when it was happy and content, back to ease or disease, however you look at that, right? I don't know. Where's all the damn movers? Where's somebody to argue? Somebody, anybody.
Hey, you don't need someone to argue with to argue. You can make the arguments and present the counterpoints yourself. You can also instigate the panel by starting off, like, let's say, what specific observation, experiment, or argument convinced me that the Earth can't possibly be a ball. Then you go through it, present the counterpoints, present the defeaters from your point of view, and then pass the ball to the next person. See, a lot of people, they just want to listen, which is fair, but once it starts getting juicy, then they want to get involved because they can't resist. It's one of the dangers of listening to the stream sometimes. It's got to be just boring enough so you can listen to it, but not exciting enough so you want to get involved. Or vice versa.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear, Godric.
What's going on? Happy holiday. Got some steaks. You gonna get some steaks cooking tomorrow?
Nah, it's your holiday. It's not. Us Brits don't have your independence holiday, do we?
Oh, that's right. You were trying to suppress us and keep us in control. It was supposed to be a British colony, right?
We would have got
And
away with it if it wasn't you pesky
the
Americans.
Americans, we got away with that. Americans won our independence, huh? Is that what happened?
And that's what they tell us.
I guess we're lucky. You know, if it didn't work out, I would be driving on the wrong side of the street right now. That's a
Yeah,
bonus.
that's the only thing. That's what it was all about. Was just the side of the road, you drive on. That was the whole thing.
That and tea. Uh, we had to drink tea at a certain time, didn't we? High tea.
Yeah, didn't you tip it in the Boston Harbor? You personally tipped it in the Boston Harbor, Roger.
I think I like my coffee. Thank you. Do you guys drink coffee?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Coffee's just as big here as tea's ever been, I think.
Well, I think we're not so stuck up, snooty. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Most of Britain's not like that.
Like all high and mighty. Now, when you say Britain, is that like all the continents of Britain
So,
opposed to England?
England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta jump off a sec. Catch you in a minute.
Also, we get to use dollars. Those pounds, I don't know, kind of heavy. I like dollars. Trade you $1 for a pound.
Yo. Yo. Helioskeptic.
Who did? What's that fax man again? Gee whiz, really?
What's up?
I said, who is it?
Balls.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Sean.
What you got for us? Anything?
What's up?
I said, do you got something for us?
Get there.
Renewed?
No, I'm not. No. I've just been researching. Now I'm into like all facets of science. Been looking into terrain and germ theory. Are you familiar with that? I know this is just a flat Earth Discord. I know that, but what are your guys' thoughts on like atoms and stuff? Do atoms exist? Because I was watching one of QE's videos and he was talking about how light is a particle. It's not a wave. And kind of just pop questions into my mind.
Okay.
How come so many people are in here if they're not talking?
I'm just talking to you. I'm just
Did you want bacon?
doing something at the same time.
No. No. Is Helio skeptic here?
Up, Elio. All right, come on. I'm gonna start singing if you guys don't start talking. Keep the change, you filthy. Warned you. Where is everybody? I know you're all sitting there listening. Probably wondering the same thing I'm wondering. Where are they at? I can't be the only interesting person that's online right now. Yeah, there's more. Not that I'm interested. But
Chickadee, check out the microphone. 1, 2, check.
I can hear you, brother.
Hey, what's up, Trace? This is weird. I've been watching the first hour of the old Brave New World movie that came out in 1980.
Okay.
Pretty fucked up. I'm gonna post a link here. It's on YouTube. I'll post a link for everyone. Dude, it got like 49 minutes, and this is pretty messed up. What happened? I just watched this. What happened? I haven't ever actually watched it. I, I'm quite familiar with the story. It's Edward Bernays. I mean, he brought Brave New World and shit. But they made this movie. It's 3 hours long. But 49 minutes in, they have the alphas, the betas, and the gammas, and all. Just exactly what we have, happening right now. Anyway, so they have one of the alpha teachers or whatever saying, "Oh shit! Oh, I can't remember the exact thing." It was like he had this little kid, and let me go back just a minute. You guys can hear this. I mean, this is an old video. It's from 1980, so I should be able to play some clips and we can give some commentary if you can hear it. The speakers here.
Want to play the zipper? No.
All right, here we go.
This time you disrupted the erotic training class by refusing.
I mean, it probably sounds distorted. Let me turn it up a little bit. Let's see what he said. This is disturbing.
To play Hunt the Zipper. Well, Bernard. Don't you like to play Hunt the Zipper?
He said, this little kid saying, "I don't want to play Hunt the Zipper."
See, I see. Sit down, Bernard. No, there, in my water chair. See? Now, Bernard, do you want to play the zipper? No.
And what happened right there when he said no, he hit a little button and the kid got a zap.
You sure? You really do want to play on the zipper, don't you?
It's from 1980.
No.
Oh, we get another zap.
Well. Let me ask you again, Bernard. Do you want to be allowed to go back to your erotic training class?
Erotic training class.
With all the other boys and girls?
Yeah.
What the? That's crazy.
Now run along back and play.
Run along back and play in erotic training class. Fucking what 10-year-old kid. Dude. What the fuck, bro? Shit. This video, this movie was made from Aldous Huxley's book, Brave New World, in 1980, but he wrote the book like 20 years before that. So, yeah, it's pretty weird shit. Erotic training class? What is that? This whole friggin' movie's weird. I knew it was out there, but I never actually watched it. But I've been watching it for almost an hour now. I watched the series on Peacock. They have a Brave New World series. But this one is way more fucked up than that one. It's insane. I mean, it has more to do with kids and shit, being introduced to erotic training classes and all that kind of shit. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Have you spoken to Navy Psychonaut? It's a really cool name.
Navy Psychonaut. No, I haven't. It's VC verified. Hey, Navy Psychonaut, do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? Apparently, you've talked to someone else on the server before.
It's just if you want to ask any questions or...
And had some issues with some audio here before. You sound really soft to me.
Julio.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, dude? I'm at a loss.
You're what?
I'm at a loss.
At a loss for words? Apparently not, because you spoke them.
Just everything at this point in time. I've been researching.
Go ahead.
Have you ever researched like because I found out the whole flat Earth thing and evolution, and then I got into German terrain theory, and now I don't know if like atoms.
Wait. Before you continue, what is German terrain theory? What is that?
Germ.
Yeah, it's
and
germ.
Oh, germ theory. I thought you said German terrain
yeah,
theory.
no, that's not what I said.
That sounds like what you said, but you talk about
Yeah.
germ theory. Anyway, go ahead.
So now, like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around if like chemistry and how they go about doing things. Like, dude, I took a chemistry class last year, got a fine grade, but I don't
Sure,
remember
chemistry
anything.
is solid. If it's used correctly. Dude, I'm a huge fan of chemistry. So yeah.
So do you think elements
Do you?
are like?
Well, I'm asking you since you said you studied it. I mean, is there something that's going on there? With certain, chemical processes or balances, or it really has nothing. Chemical processes necessarily don't have anything to do with shape of Earth, but
They don't.
bro, Earth is. I mean, studying chemistry is Earth itself. I mean, we're just studying Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Am I? I mean, chemistry. Physical chemistry. I mean, the study of chemistry. We really wouldn't prove or disprove anything about shape of Earth at all.
Oh, I know that for sure. I'm just trying to understand what parts of science are real and what parts are just pseudoscience and just like fables. Do you understand? Because I learned evolution
do.
is obviously not possible. I've learned that the Earth is not a ball. I've learned that germ theory likely is not legitimate. So,
Well, I mean, in what way? Why would you consider germ theory, and what do you mean by that? As not legitimate?
Well, I read that taking the germs from a sick patient, physically taking the actual physical germs from a sick individual and giving them to a healthy individual has never actually given someone a sickness.
Anyone in their right mind would never take, germs and
Right.
give
Like,
it to someone else, as a test. Which actually, that's not true because the government does all kinds of twisted shit. And I mean, that's why I just came in and was talking about this freaking, this video that I'm watching from Aldous Huxley and how they manipulate populations through drugs and everything like that. That we can't necessarily confirm or deny that they actually can do this and would do it. But as far as the chemical composition of any germ, or it can be introduced in a certain way. I mean, yeah, dude, have you heard of the Muskegee Project? They
I
they don't fuck around, man. When it comes to like fucking with us, man, they can do whatever they want to do. When it comes to germ theory, when it comes to viruses, they can do whatever the fuck they want to do anytime they want to.
do you think viruses are real?
This isn't the platform for that, but yeah, I mean, I have an opinion on that, but I'm not going to talk about it here.
You can't just like very briefly. I understand you got a live stream going on, but chances are, I've been on that live stream no more than 100.
Well, let's just say that virus and germ theory and chemistry, there's something involved there, but they're not necessarily the same thing. And that's all I'm going to say about it here, because hey, they can, Fox News can talk about it all fucking day, but we can't.
Why can't we talk about that very briefly?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to ask YouTube about that. Because if we start talking about it, then they shut our channel down. So,
So you think atoms are real?
dude, chemistry is real in my mind. Yeah, I think chemistry is real. As far as atoms go, I mean, these are like simple experiments you can do and convert due to different heat. You know, you can convert certain chemicals to another chemical or whatever. Yes, of course that's something that can happen through chemistry. Of course, I mean I wouldn't deny that. I would be a freaking idiot if I denied that
That was the thing. Yeah.
chemistry is real. So, but I mean, there are certain things that, you know, in this room, hey, we can talk about it in another room as far as all the
Want to
all
do
of
that?
the bloviation with the politics and shit about everything else. You know, we could have a discussion about chemistry and all kinds of other stuff, but we can't do it here because we want to keep this channel alive to talk about flat Earth. For some reason, they're targeting this channel, so we want to keep the main discussion on flat Earth.
Do you know? Want to go into a different channel briefly?
No, I don't actually.
I don't think anyone's really talking though. You can't go into another channel for.
So,
Do you know? There's this magnet guy that's linked on lots of your Discord spots. I don't know what to call them.
talking about the what's his name?
He talks about gravity often. Theoria
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, sure.
He's talked about how the electron particle doesn't exist.
I mean, you can't actually prove whether it does or not, in my opinion, but whatever.
Well, yeah.
But with, you know, as far as chemistry goes, it's functional, right? So, I mean, electrons and protons and neutrons in chemistry, I mean, it actually is functional. So why? So
Yeah,
the electron might or might not exist that way, but I mean, you know, dude,
it's just
it's really kind of, it's not new, but in as far as history of man goes, it's fairly new. It's only a couple of 100 years old as far as like modern chemistry. So.
Trace, what were you gonna say?
I said it's just a concept. Like, for instance, in the quantum mechanical model, there are no electrons.
Really? Are you sure?
They're fields. Charge.
Well, any charged field is always positive, so you have to assume a negative, right? So that you can actually use math to give a value to the positive, right? Not necessarily, though.
Repeat that, Helio. Repeat that.
Well, wouldn't you have to assume that there's a negative for the positive that you observe, right?
Well, if anything's charged, it's negative. That's what it's considered. I think I heard you say that.
Yeah, but would it have a value if it's negative? If there's energy involved. The answer is no. There is no negative energy.
No. Yeah, no, there is no negative energy, but when they say negative, they just mean it has an excess of electrons. It's not really less than zero.
So it's right. Nothing is ever less than zero, of course.
Except for depth.
Depth? Did you say depth?
No, listen. I meant
Debt. You
debt.
said debt. DEBT.
I would consider that less than zero. If you're in debt,
Okay, well, that's something. That's another.
I'm
We're
aware.
talking about science here, bro. We're not talking about freaking government twisting of all kinds of bullshit.
I like that twist though. I thought it was
All
funny.
right, cool. Go ahead. Let's freaking roll with it, Dre.
I just thought it was hilarious. It was good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, except for that. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't really. Actually, let's freaking go with it. Let's see what what negative charges do with debt and all the numbers, bro. That means the whole globe is broke as fuck.
Yeah, the way I see it essentially is we don't know what atoms are. There's a whole lot of things we don't know. We have these concepts of how we try to understand what we're seeing, but how it actually works, we actually don't know. We know what we can induce through doing different things, and we have these ideas about how those things might work.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to prove what is on this scale because it's like so beyond us.
Do you think light is a particle?
I don't know. I think it's probably a wave of some sort because of its wavelength and our ability to influence it through influencing its wavelength. I don't know. That seems logical to me, and I can understand how like maybe somehow it could the front of the wavefront hitting could like maybe make it act like a particle wherever that front hits. I don't know. I don't know what light is.
Hmm.
It's almost like the more you know that you don't know stuff. It's so easy to think you know everything, but it's much harder to actually know stuff.
Do you think the whole electrostatic polarization like explains why some things go down? How basically the atmosphere is negatively charged and the ground is positively charged? Do you think that is a substantial explanation?
I think that definitely plays into the bias, but I don't know if that's the cause because we cannot escape that field to see if it stops working.
No, but dude, with Van de Graaff generators, people have reversed said field and like
Yeah.
lift things up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you could also argue that that would be lifted up by opposing force, and we'd still haven't excluded the other one. That's why it's so hard to prove that 100%, because you can't actually just say like, oh look, it doesn't work anymore because we turned it off. If we could,
Can you show us? Can you show us that generator lifting stuff up?
Yeah, I can.
to me, it's kind of
I don't
like
think. Yeah.
to me, it's kind of like the second law of thermodynamics. Hot always goes to cold. You're not gonna stop that. You could influence it by changing the mediums and messing with it, but you're not. It's still always gonna apply that hot is always going to cold, high pressure to low pressure. So that's how I kind of how I look at it. It's the static is probably playing into it. The vapor pressure from the humidity gradient is probably playing into it. There's a different composition of the air, also probably playing into it. There's a temperature gradient, which means that the gas expands more down at the ground, and that's where all the gas is generated. So that's probably playing into it. And then above, there's cooling the higher you go. So my guess is there's cooling out towards the north and the south, and that cooling gets probably really bad the further you go south. And then if that cooling continues up and above us, that makes sense that the sky gets colder and colder the higher you go. And then with Charles's law, then it would make sense that the gases would get compressed more and more due to the temperature, and then eventually condense into clouds and start raining back down. And then you have all these cycles working, and it would just be everything playing into itself, operating around the natural law of more dense things than the medium fall, less dense things than the medium rise. So I see it only as playing into the added concentration of the pressure gradient, nothing else really. Maybe adding to the variances in the what they claim is gravity. They have claimed there's gravity anomalies everywhere, and that's why it's an agreed upon average. But if that's all just caused by these different factors playing into it, maybe.
Would you say that the heat of the energy introduced by the sun plays a role in that as it cycles between the tropics?
Yeah, massive role. You can
massive. Yeah, of course, it's the only thing that can be an explanation for that.
You can see it so hard when you look at the wind patterns and you look at the temperature patterns over the Earth, because the highest winds are coming in from the south, and they're rushing in to fill the lesser pressure that's caused by the air rising up due to the heating of the sun. And all of this creates these pressure systems that, of course, because the sun is moving in a circular pattern over the face of the Earth, you end up with hurricanes moving in perfect symmetry with if the air was rushing in after the sun. So it perfectly fits and makes those circles, and you don't need any imaginary Coriolis to bend any gas when Coriolis deflection is apparent but not actual. So you have a logical explanation with thermodynamic laws and everything.
Yeah, but it's something that can't be denied.
Yeah, everything just is much simpler and works much more beautifully in reality than what you need with all these excuses.
Yeah, there's so many different questions with the heliocentric idea. There's so many different questions that can't be answered, and then they just throw a whole line of, I'll just say bullshit, at it and say, well, it could possibly be this if Earth was this, and third rock from the sun and gravity and all that. It's like, bro, nobody observes that. Nobody has ever seen that happen. This is some story somebody fed you. Earth is not what they told us it is. Earth is where we live. This is where we live. We see the sun, moon, and stars move across the sky in the same pattern on a repeated basis. I mean, it's I mean, this idea of gravity, like pulling the sun, pulling the Earth around, this different thing, and then the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy is a mystery. I'll say that much. I don't know what the Milky Way galaxy is, but I'll tell you one thing, and I'll tell you a couple more things after I tell you one thing. That there is no curvature that we can observe. We do observe the sun and moon moving in cyclical patterns across the sky, and the seasons are associated with it, right? So nobody on either side would deny that the pattern of the sun and the moon cause the seasons. Mostly the sun, cause the seasons, but the moon actually has a intricate part of the seasons and signs, where the sun and the moon is, depending on what the other stars are. And I mean, there's so much involved, but it's a cyclical, repeated pattern that happens for everyone. Every single person on Earth observes the same patterns. Now, nobody on Earth ever observes a rocket going into space, except for from these fake artists, from NASA. Nobody's gone to space. There's no such thing.
How can you push off something that isn't there?
You can't.
You can't.
Oh, I have a gift for.
It makes no sense. I mean, like, how do you push off something that isn't there, and then these rockets are going at these crazy speeds, right? And then these guys have to slow down in space, right, when they're getting to the moon, because they're going so fast to get out of Earth's gravity. Then they got to slow down to safely land on the moon. How do you slow down with nothing around you?
You know what, Vesmal's on that point. When they build these aircraft, say like the SR-71, right, the Blackbird, they can go up to 80,000 feet. But the aircraft almost comes apart when they reach a certain speed, and so they're traveling across Earth at a certain altitude, and then they have to design the engines and the aircraft to travel in an atmosphere that is not pressurized, because all of the, just like Drace was saying earlier, all of the pressurized atmosphere, all of the oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, everything comes from the surface of Earth. It doesn't come from outer space. That's why we have pressure differential. It all comes from Earth, not from outer space, whatever that is.
Where does nitrogen come from, do you think?
It comes from plants. And well, it comes from humans too. I mean, dude, we're made of nitrogen. We're made of the same thing that plants are. I mean, we're all organic beings here on Earth. That's where life is. That.
To speak to the previous subject, I posted a GIF and a picture, and in the GIF, it's basically what they explain the rocket is doing. It's expelling stuff at rapid pace out the back, and so should be moving forward. But we see what happens when there's no resistance at the back. It doesn't move forward.
Right, he has the vacuum. Yeah.
That's why they have to build the SR-71 in a certain way, and it almost falls apart when they hit like Mach 2.7. I mean, it almost falls apart, and they get scared as shit because they think that they're probably the whole thing's going to collapse. Now, what about these rockets? They're going 17,000 miles an hour to go to space. Doesn't happen.
That's why they need a parabolic arc, because they can only go so high before it doesn't work so good anymore. That's also why to get even higher, they need 2 stages of rockets. Because one doesn't work when they go high enough, and then they need to switch to a different one that works in that environment. And then, oops, it stops working. What then?
Challenger.
Yep. It's also a fear tactic.
Did those people survive or not on the Challenger?
From what I gather, they did, but Globers will claim they just had identical twins and doppelgangers who did the same thing they did and taught the same thing. It's all just a coincidence. It's all just a coincidence theory.
Trace, I don't even think they claim doppelgangers. They just, like, when we show them that all those people are still alive, they just ignore it.
Oh no, I
Call
mean
us conspirators.
I think 2 of them had a twin brother who.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Claimed they were their own twin brother, and other 2s claimed, "Oh no, that wasn't me. They're just identical looking to me," and just happened to have been educated in the same things as me. So I teach now. I'm not that guy. So
Yeah, but it's just like, look how gullible everybody is. It's like, oh yeah, these flat earthers are just, just conspirators, and we won't consider anything you say as anywhere near legitimate. Even though
he's just the same age, looks identical, and has all the same features in his teeth and everything. Like it's not him.
Anyway, hey, they cannot believe us all day long, and hey, half the time some of my conspiratordism goes like, is it? Is it that? I don't know. But at the same time, we can't necessarily prove it. But
yeah,
it doesn't hurt to point it out. Look at this guy. He looks just like the guy that was supposedly died on the Challenger.
We just so happen to find identical people for all of them who just happen to have jobs or either were connected to them originally and just like, oh, they just were friends of the family and just happened to be his doppelganger.
Have you seen
normal? It happens to everyone. Have you never
have you seen Russian Vid's video where
you died?
Where he analyzes the people from the Challenger, like they had this platform out there, like risers and shit, and all the families were just like, ooh,
yeah.
Ooh. You saw that video of Russian Vids? Yeah, it's just like, bro, the whole fucking thing was staged, man.
Well, I know what got me as far as the whole baller thing, though. Apart from what we were just talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know how they say that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For that to work, the air above me would have to be rotating faster than the air below, right? Because speed is different over time.
As you increase in altitude, right?
Right. But the problem is gravity is supposed to be getting weaker the further away you are from the center of mass. And on top of that, gases aren't, intermolecularly bonded like a solid or a liquid is. So how is it
gas doesn't work like that, right?
I love you said that because this is one of the things that I also back when I was like, how the hell does this work?
No, it can't.
Is there any way for me to prove that the globe is true? If the air must be rotated with the globe because Coriolis doesn't exist in real life, but I know it should exist. So air must be held in place by gravity and pulled along with the rotation. But damn it, that means that the air above must be rotated faster to compensate, because when something rises, you don't see it deviate because it's not compensating. So gravity must be speeding things up to compensate for the rotation. The higher
it would
you
have
go. But I could test that. I could just put an accelerometer and send it straight up into the air, and I would be able to see this added acceleration. Oh, there's none.
Exactly.
Absolutely none. I mean, that's proven by the weather balloon launches, whether you're a Glober or any type of balloon launch.
Yeah, Baumgartner, he should have gone. I remember Owen Benjamin talked about Baumgartner saying on his Red Bull jump, because Owen Benjamin got angry that these people were saying, he landed in a different spot, but he landed in the fucking wrong direction.
Yep, he did. That's true. That's true. Like 75 miles
Was
in
it?
the other direction from where the spin of the Earth would have predicted where he
Did he
should.
land to the west, and he should have landed? Yeah, he must have landed to the west, and he should have landed to the east, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the Earth is spinning. Well, it's spinning toward the west. That's why we see the sunrise. Right? Is that? Yeah. And so when he launched, he landed to the west.
So the only solution is to imagine that gravity is holding everything to the rotation, speeding it up, and then allowing for wind to have moved him in the other direction. It's so retarded, but that's what I tried to cling to.
Wow, man.
All right, guys,
Felix, I bet you Felix is a flat earther. He's just like, I ain't gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
He's like, holy shit, I landed 75 miles to the west when I should have been in fucking Florida or in the fucking Atlantic Ocean.
He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take my sponsorship and I'm gonna retire. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. I guess for that. I mean, props to him for freaking jumping from that high. Fuck yeah, man.
All right, I gotta go mow a lawn.
Really, you gonna make some money?
I am and I'm not technically, because no, I'm not making money. It's my neighbor's, and he gave me his car to use.
You're being awesome.
That's all good, man. You're helping somebody out, mow the lawn and they can't. That's cool. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Favor for a favor.
I mowed my whole lawn yesterday, and I'm wore out, man. I had to actually fix my lawnmower to actually get that shit to work, and I finally got it to work, and I was like all about it when I got out there. I was just like, boom, boom.
Yeah, it was really good seeing you, Vas Miles.
Yep.
Yeah, Vas, man. Yeah, keep coming back, man. I mean, you sound like you know what's up.
I've been also looking into the whole gas thing, and if that's actually something that was made from plankton like they say it was, because personally I haven't seen that reproduced.
Every single aspect of the quote unquote atmosphere is sourced from Earth. It doesn't come from no aspect of gas in our atmosphere comes from outer space. Nothing.
No, petroleum, dude. I was talking about petroleum.
I know what you mean when people are saying like, oh, I don't see any bubbles coming off of the plants underwater. However, oxygen and carbon dioxide and stuff like that is soluble in water under enough pressure.
Yeah, most of the oxygen actually comes from the ocean. Most of the oxygen in the atmosphere, and this is corroborated by every single scientist that studies the ocean and what's it called?
Guys, I was talking about petroleum though.
Yeah.
I was talking about oil.
Biology. Go ahead.
You know, I was talking about if oil is actually like the death of like lots of plankton built up and then eventually I don't even know.
No, that's not what
I don't
oil
believe
is.
that for a
It
second.
happens naturally in the earth.
Yeah, oil is abiotic. You should look that
Yep.
up if you haven't seen it. Yeah, it's abiotic.
How do you
Not
think
all of it necessarily, but for the most part, I mean, when you tap into an oil vein, it's abiotic. I mean, it's. I would, for some reason in my mind, after I've studied this for a long time, it's the blood of the earth.
and what do you think that is exactly?
I don't.
Well,
Well, I
don't
mean,
think
it is what it is.
I don't think it's the blood of the earth. I think lava is the blood of the earth. I think oil and water and other kinds of stuff is just different
It's just
components
air.
of the earth. I think the earth might be alive, personally.
Oh, me too, and that's why I was like, oil. That's why it's reproduces. It's like when your blood flows out, you just drink a shitload of water. You can reproduce blood if you drink water and get some nutrients. Then your body just reproduces blood, and I don't.
Because I've
know. I
heard
mean, I think about weird shit.
I've heard drillers talk about how they will apparently be drilling and they'll run out and then they'll go back and it's just there again.
Yeah.
Right.
The oil wells fill back up, because they found a source.
I don't know.
No,
That's something
well,
to figure out
dude,
recently.
we don't know, and even the experts don't know either. I mean, they call themselves experts. They don't know either. They can make some ideas about. Oh well, we tapped into this oil well, which is dinosaur fossils. No, that's not what
Yeah.
oil is.
Yeah, they want you looking up into the sky and imagining, oh, what could be out there? Meanwhile, we're standing on the most amazing place we could imagine, and we have no clue what's under our feet. There's a bunch of cavities that have been found through seismic detectors and stuff like that, and there's a bunch of underwater lakes, reservoirs, both saltwater and non. There's oil and lava and all sorts of weird stuff underground. Plus, there's this super saline thing underneath the ocean that we can't even penetrate with our submarines. So we don't even know what's down there. That's where we should be exploring, because God knows what more resources we could find that could
Hold on,
save humanity.
let me ask you this: since you're in Iceland, Dres, do people like scientists go up there and do these these drill down where they think they're going in the past and through the layers and shit right there in Iceland? You know what I'm talking
Not
about?
much. Yeah, no, not much.
Oh, it's more like in Greenland where they do
Most of the time,
farther north.
Most of the time, they do that with glaciers and the ice cores.
Oh, so you guys don't have that in Iceland.
We don't want to drill
you're-
down on top of a lava vein.
Oh, you guys have volcanoes in Iceland.
Yeah, we're sitting on top of just lava.
Oh, okay. So they do with this more in like Greenland, like northern Greenland shit. Where
it's funny. It's like the Earth has like these long veins of lava that then trail off into these other veins of lava, and my country is like there's this vein of lava that runs right through it.
But don't they call it magma if it's under the surface, and it's only lava when it reaches the surface?
Yeah,
something like that.
No, that's cool. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just only magma when it's under the surface, and lava when it reaches the surface.
Yeah, I just feel like the magma thing ties into the whole idea of the core and the crust and all that bullshit.
It doesn't come from the center of the earth. We've already proven that shit. It's like how many people have come in here and said, "Oh, well, what about the core of the earth? Oh, that's where all the magma comes from." Bro, you don't know shit about geology, apparently. Because every bit of magma comes from a very small portion of, the depth of Earth. It doesn't come from the center of Earth. No magma anywhere near the center of said ball Earth.
That's the funny bit, because when you hear about the drill hole, for instance, in Russia, you would have expected them, or at least from my Icelandic perspective, there seems to be lava underneath us everywhere. So my nightmares are like lava. Always. There's always lava in my nightmares.
Because you have fucking volcano. You're a volcanic.
Yes, I always have lava or some stupid shit, or aliens flooding some stupid
I guess
shit.
the Hawaiians might go through the same thing.
Yeah, when you think there's lava underneath your feet, that's something you gotta think about. But when they dug down, no lava, and they just kept on digging down and further until it just stopped being able.
Have you
to dig
looked
down.
at where the position was where they did that super deep? It was on an island, like off the coast, like near the Pacific, right? Like far northwest or northeast. I mean, in Russia.
Yeah, but aren't islands supposed to have been formed by lava and magma and all that shit?
And not all of them. I wouldn't necessarily say that, because man, you remember there's flood stories, so we have to consider that as well.
Well, originally, even if you add all the water to make it like on a tiny island, it would still be like a giant rock sticking out of the ground. Where did it come from?
Shit, it came from land above sea level is land. Land below sea level is land below sea level. Now,
yeah, that's
let me ask you this: was sea level the way it is now always the way it is now?
Do not know.
No, of course not. Some of it was several hundred feet below that. For you can find cities that are off of every single coast of every single continent. There are cities that are buried underwater.
The point is,
so sea level was never always sea level the way we
I don't
see
care.
it now. Okay,
that's not my point.
Okay, what was your point?
My point is that in my perception of the globe world, there was this lava underneath everyone, and somehow there's just lava under me, but not under everyone else. And like with this apparent mountain, in the globe conception, all that stuff formed with lava and shit. So there should be lava underneath all that shit.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. Mount Fiji, and that looks like a volcano.
Here's an explanation you two aren't privy to.
The only
Let me get this out. Yeah. But when it comes to lava, right? It's actually, so I'm gonna get biblical with you real quick. Before the flood and after the flood, after everything was the water abated, God removed all of the debris and put it in an area, right? And so all of it, yes, is covered up. Remember when trees are underground, what do they turn into? Remember what they turn into? They turn into oil and coal and ore, right? So all of that stuff is underneath the ground, heating up the rock, and that's what's causing all of that. That's why there's a core. There's no core. That's what's causing all of that. It's all that stuff from that time, that era.
All right, so coal under pressure can create oil. Is that what you're saying, Fraud?
Oil and gas. It can gas. It creates
Gas,
pressure.
yeah, that's where you get natural gas from.
It's gonna release eventually, right? So that's where you get these volcanoes. Eventually that stuff comes out. The pressure just builds up too much.
Yeah,
but
I'm not totally sold on that whole thing either.
Well, I mean that's too bad, buddy. I'm just telling you what's
no,
biblical.
I get that.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that actually makes a whole lot of sense. Because if you look at all of the distribution of these primary magma veins, or whatever, like the way I was imagining it before, if you look at all the distribution of that it's you could imagine if everything was flooded and everything got pushed, then you would end up with like streaks of things collecting together into the lowest depression. Would be basically
Well,
where,
let me ask you this though:
where the fault line is.
Is magma a carbon product? Is it a product of carbon, or is it something else? Like magma is essentially granite, melted granite. So it's not trees.
It's not just melted granite. It's what he was basically saying is you would get all of the life and plant matter and all that stuff scraped together into a bunch and then buried under a bunch of other sediment and stuff carried by the water. And then as that stuff basically over time starts turning into coal and oil through chemical reactions, it creates heat, and then that heat would start melting the rock or whatever's around it, creating that specific type of magma. And then as that magma sits there and the pressure builds with the different gases and stuff, the different gases creates earthquakes as it expands and maybe ignites. And so,
I mean, the only reason
the magma
it would have a volcano, explode is because it's under pressure, right?
So the magma would then start pushing up through the cracks and eventually get to the top, and you would have a volcano. The thing is, the different volcanoes have different compositions of what they spew out. For instance, the volcano really close to me is spewing out basalt.
So, what's the explanation for that? I mean, what you just said has nothing really like basalt. I know in the northern regions, like with was it northern Ireland, where they have the basalt pillars and shit on the coast of Ireland.
Yeah, we have those here as well.
Yeah, I mean, so
that would be the ground that's around, and then it's getting heated through the chemical reactions like he was talking about, and then melting and then pushing up through the cracks, and we get basalt. But
cliffs of Dover, that's what I meant.
In India, for instance, there's a bunch of phosphorus in the ground, and so they get a purple volcano with purple fire. So I think it's relative to the composition in the ground and has something to do with some sort of heating. Before he said that, I was considering maybe it's something to do with the charge in the ground. Perhaps there are points where it builds up and starts heating stuff. I don't know. We have that happen with magnetics. So there are multiple potentials. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it could have something to do with magnetics and also pressure underground. I mean, pressure can cause. Magma to form. Now, whether it's granite or basalt or whatever, I mean, we're not volcanologists or anything, but that would be really cool if we could get a volcanologist in here to actually talk about this.
Yeah, one problem is it's not like there is this increasing gravitational pressure that one might expect, or like it isn't all.
It's weight. I mean, we just say gravity just because that's just like been forced into our minds, but it's just weight. The weight pushing in different chemical reactions under Earth. Of course, it's going to there's going to be a reaction, a chemical reaction at some point, and that's what causes and volcanoes and shit like that. So. And it's not and like you were saying, I mean, it's different in Iceland. You're gonna have a different volcanic eruption than you might have in like say in Washington State in northwestern USA, because it's not basalt. It's I don't know what is it, granite or
Yeah, I can imagine a granite one being more violent, maybe because it's harder, and I think the composition of the ground where the magma is trying to break through changes a lot. What happens in the end?
Yeah, I mean that Mount St. Helens was pretty violent, man. It was freaking crazy. If
Yeah,
you
that's
look
the one I was
into it,
thinking about.
dude, it's freaking nuts, bro. I mean, it's over, and it probably won't happen for a long time again. But bro, when it did happen, I think it was like 1988. I think is when it happened. That was a pretty wild freaking volcano, and it was pretty wild. Yeah, look up some
1980.
80. Yeah, I was a little kid when that shit happened.
It happened right after I was born.
Yeah, bro, it was freaking crazy.
I had for the longest time. I had some of the ashes from it in a little jar. But I've been up there. I used to live out in Washington.
Yeah, just look up the aftermath. I mean, do some Wikipedia and any different articles. Man, look at what happened when Mount St. Helens freaking shit the bed. You'll find some craziness that happened afterwards, bro. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, there's that lake that's full of trees, logs.
Yeah.
Hello. You know,
They all haven't sunken yet. They're still waiting for all of them to sink. Some are still floating.
Yeah, there's still results of that happening now. It's freaking 30 years ago, man. Mount St. Helens, like half of the fucking mountain exploded.
Super hot ash, liquid ash. That shit was crazy.
there's a
Hey, fuck you, fraud.
there's a flat Earth guy. He's a professor, and he studies these seisms and other things. I think you can call it physician, and he says there's a problem because below the Earth crust, they say that it's not red, but it's green, and I have this link where he talks about it. Maybe
Miguel, can you be a little more detailed?
let's see.
Oh, is it that video you just posted?
Yeah, he says in that video, this below Earth, instead of there's a problem. Who studied the seismo, and in this video he talks a book in English book, and
He's speaking English in the video, or are we gonna?
he speaks Portuguese, but I think you can select CC, for captions, and he says there's a book he talks, and in this book, these guys they say that this red doesn't really exist; it's green. how about that?
Cool.
Yeah,
That's
so
cool. Is he in Portugal or in Brazil?
he's from Brazil.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let me see if I found that book.
Oh, man, I think that's what we were just talking about from the picture there. I mean, like the magma doesn't come from the bottom of the earth; it comes from.
Yeah, we don't know how far the magma is. It could be just on the surface. And we don't know that oil comes from fossil fuels. It could be just happening naturally. Matter of fact,
How far have you ever dug
oil
into the,
everywhere, literally everywhere.
how far have you ever dug into the earth?
I think 8 miles, right?
Yeah.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. How far have you actually dug into the earth?
About 5 feet.
Yeah. So you have quite a ways to go there to know for yourself. I mean, I wouldn't be doing that whole taking that word on other
You
people's
know, I
stuff.
mean, 5 feet, that's good. 6 feet, that would probably imply that you're burying a body, and we're not going
to. Don't tell nobody.
just
Thank you, Hilly. I almost gave it away, man.
I fucking love you guys. Holy shit. Bro, talking about volcanoes, man. Let's freaking roll on. I mean, you guys roll on. I got other shit to do right now. This is fun stuff. Actually, I had a problem with my microphone from like early yesterday, and I couldn't figure it out, and I finally got it to work. And now I'm like talking too much. You guys talk.
If you guys remember the BP pipeline, they went to the Mexican Gulf, and BP hit. They went so far down, and they hit oil vein, I
Dude,
suppose.
they went
And they're saying
5,000 feet in the water, and then
yeah,
then like
it's
another
very very far down.
yeah.
And I just don't think there's any fossils down there. That's just ridiculous to me. And they had so much oil, it filled the whole Gulf, killed all the fish.
That whole
and it was
in
still
my
going.
opinion,
They had to cap it off. They couldn't even
actually,
use it. It was so much they couldn't use it. They
it
capped it off and just left it
actually happened, but that was a false flag, man. The whole fucking thing, in my opinion, was a false flag. But who knows? I mean, you can't really.
Wait, that was a conspiracy, Helios? So tell us the conspiracy.
Are you talking about the oil rig out in the Gulf of Mexico where they accidentally blew up their fucking rig that hit the shore bottom at
No,
5,000?
I'm talking about the BP company that dug hit an oil vein in the Gulf of Mexico. Nothing to do with rigs. And
Oh, I was talking
they
about the
couldn't
one. It was
contain it. It
like
was so
10
much
years
oil they
ago.
couldn't contain it. They just had to top it off. They
No, I was
couldn't
talking
even
about the one where
use
it
it.
just like they just totally shit the bed, and the whole Gulf of Mexico was engulfed with
They hit.
freaking oil, and then they just spray this freaking weird shit that's supposed to absorb the oil, and
They hit an artery.
there's like
They hit an
millions
artery
of
in the earth.
birds and shit died, and people were. You remember
They
that
hit an
one?
artery in the earth.
Artery, maybe, but anyway, that's. I guess we're not supposed to talk about that shit. That's another conspiratard nonsense. It's not nonsense. It actually happened to everyone. What they did, with the BP incident and the freaking shit exploding. It's not good for anyone. Like, oh, it was just an accident. Okay. We're all subjects, man. Let's freaking kind of get over it, but at the same time, if we speak out too much on YouTube, they're gonna freaking fry us, so whatever. That whole fucking stupid incident said as much as I'm gonna say about it. Is there another thing in the Gulf? The fucking oil companies and just like, oh, we're just subject. We're trying to help you get oil so we can make it gas, and we're doing the best we can for you because you're our customers. But you're the ones pumping the gas into your car, and we're gonna do the best for you that we can. My name is CEO. My other name is NWO. And I promise you spending money on my gasoline, it's really helping you more than it's helping me. I promise. I promise. I promise. Most beneficial thing you can do is buy gas and put it in your car. It's going to help you more than it helps me. I'm doing this for you. Help me help you.
Anybody there?
Trace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication, it lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation, a parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No manner of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and merge experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Yeah, we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication, or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you, you're a victim of a psychological operation.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Did you discover any other things today?
Any other things? What do you mean?
I know you're always on the cutting edge of the globe or whatever.
Oh, got it. Nothing specific. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
It's cool. Yeah, I'm an earther, so it's all good.
NASA's releasing some James Webb Space Telescope images on Tuesday the 12th, they announced today.
Are they Photoshopped because they have to be?
They will be digital images processed digitally, but they will be based on real images.
Why can't they just post the real images?
I mean, they can. They do. It's just that to make it visible, you know, I mean, to make it look like something in the visible spectrum, they change it because it's an infrared camera.
I mean, what is the infrared? Like, is the infrared better at traveling through space? That's why they use it?
It travels through dust better, so they can see through some of the dust between here and whatever stars they're looking at.
So it enables them to see further.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. I mean, I'm wondering, is anybody using infrared technology on Earth?
Yes, but the atmosphere is too warm to look at some stuff. The really dim stuff, the atmosphere itself glows in the infrared, so kind of obscures stuff farther out.
That's cool. That's cool. Now, I think you're a refraction expert, right?
I have a like limited understanding how it works. I wouldn't call myself an expert, no.
Is the infrared supposed to cut through the refraction or whatever?
All different types of electromagnetic radiation, which, you know, visible light, infrared, or even radio waves, all those type of things are subject to refraction, but the difference in wavelength, or the different colors, so to speak, affect how much it's refracted.
So are we seeing less or more refraction on the infrared spectrum?
I don't know, actually.
Okay, I'll look into that. But
I
thank you
think
for the info. Thank you.
You can see more with the red infrared.
so. Less refraction, maybe.
Yeah. Practically are killing refraction.
Very valuable information.
But some of global saying, like you can say everything what you want, that with infrared, it's producing more refraction. That means that white color, it's always black.
Tommy, what are your thoughts on curving horizons?
You mean if you go to the beach and look at the horizon, it looks straight?
No, I'm saying like positioning the vantage point, and then like looking over a distance, and then basically seeing the horizon curve. You know what I'm saying?
So seeing farther than you ought to, like that? What do you mean the horizon curve? I'm not 100% sure what you mean.
All right, so say like you position a camera on the ground, and then in front of you is like a mountain or something, and obviously the horizon's where the Earth meets the sky, or the apparent place, right? It's not a physical place.
Right.
But if you position the vantage point and you look over a distance, you can basically make the horizon curve at that point.
I guess I'm not 100% sure what you mean by making it curve. Since things are hidden or not hidden, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, well, stuff's behind the mountain, right? Like we all know
Oh,
that
I
there's
see.
something behind the mountain, but it's like we can't see it. So like what we're left with is the top of the mountain or the earth, and then you've got the sky. So it's like if that's where that earth is meeting the sky is curving, right? Then we've got a curved horizon. Now, of course, this is always based on vantage point. You know what I mean? Like you can even do this in your backyard if you've got like a hilly yard or you've got a bunch of anthills.
Like the one I posted in the chat?
Yeah, let me see what we're working with. Yeah, I would say everywhere in the darker blue box, in the bottom image with the snow-covered mountain, yeah, you see some deviation from planarity there, right? Towards the top middle. You've got some more deviation from planarity on the right side as you're going down the mountain in the dark blue box. So yeah, you definitely got a curved horizon in this image, yes.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
I mean, that mountain's dry land, right?
Right.
Yeah, so yeah.
I would say the sunset is another example of that type of thing. If halfway through a sunset, the top of the sun is visible, but the bottom isn't.
Ah, okay.
But if the bottom of the sun should be closer to us, and the top of the sun should be farther, so it's not simply due to perspective.
Yeah, like obviously this image is completely based off of the vantage point. Whoever's taking this picture, that's what we're talking about. To that vantage point, this horizon is curved.
Right.
Hey, Matthew. I can go.
Because sorry, only to conclude, it's curved in flat way. I can see it. Yeah, it's very strange curve. Why it's curving in flat way?
So Matthew, why my city when I go wait, oops, let me pause here.
Go ahead.
When I go far away, like I'm like 20 kilometers, and my city shrinks, and I can
Right.
see my city because of perspective. It shrinks, and
Right.
when I see it, the size is not real. When I go close to the city, it's huge, big, so it's perspective, and this city is on the mountain. So I don't understand.
Perspective makes things appear larger or smaller based on the distance. So it just shrinks or enlarges your image. It doesn't hide something. It only makes it bigger or smaller.
But the bottom, I have some information. Let me see.
So the mountain that I posted is Mount Rainier in Washington, which is a state in the northeast of the United States. And Mount Rainier is you can only see the top of it, but we know that that's not due merely to perspective, because perspective makes things bigger or smaller. It doesn't cause things to be hidden.
Let me see.
Therefore, the bottom half of that mountain, between the camera and the bottom half of the mountain, there's water in between.
Yeah, but you see this. There's as far away you go, the bottom starts to disappear.
No, perspective doesn't make anything disappear. It just makes things get smaller.
Yeah,
So
but I can be watching to a faraway mountain and on a flat terrain, and as soon you go, even there are some videos and photos. People in America, straight ways, and the as when they get closer, you see the bottom of the mountain, but that doesn't mean there's a curve, because there isn't. It's a road and it's flat, so there's something there with the perspective.
Well, yeah, like Miguel posted, if the angle to the bottom of a building is smaller than the angle at the top of the building, then as the building appears smaller and smaller, then it eventually the angular resolution will be so small that you can't see the building.
Yeah.
But basically, perspective is just making it smaller. So it's not perspective that's hiding anything.
But all lines converge to a center point.
Right.
So even from bottom,
it depends.
even
It depends where it depends where the object is. It depends where the object is.
Yeah, perspective makes things get smaller. It doesn't make anything disappear.
It make disappear on the ball.
The only reason something would disappear is if something obscures it, if something gets in the way in front of it.
Yeah, like a curvature.
Or a tree or a mountain or whatever. It can be anything. Yeah. But yes, it has to be an object that obscures something.
No, it must be curvature, not object. Curvature will hide the object.
Yeah, curvature would be one way to hide an object, because the curved ocean could hide an object.
Yeah, but we have that curvature behind the object 10 times.
Well, I guess it'd be in front and behind. Ooh, I like that depth perception of all the people standing. That's
in front and behind. Are you saying that we have some curvature in front of oil rigs?
Sometimes you do.
We have sometimes curvature in front of oil rigs, then we don't have sometimes curvature in front of oil rigs.
Yeah, it depends on the atmospheric conditions, like the oil rigs in Santa Barbara.
That depending of atmospheric conditions, how the geometrical shape is changing.
Oh, the geometry doesn't change. Atmospheric conditions make the appearance change.
Okay. And which atmospheric condition changing horizon to be 10 times further?
I don't know what the specific temperatures are, but it's a change in temperature and density and humidity. And all
okay, let's say that it's 50 degrees. Its humidity also 50%, and let's say on everywhere it's 50 degrees on every mile, and then
I don't know specifics. I just know that it can be different.
Let's
based
say
on different-
specific that day, I don't know, but guy could say that that day was from the 20 to 30 degrees. I don't know what day it was. Maybe it was summer. It was winter. It was from, I don't know. What was the day of the Black Swan? What temperature was? Which temperature, Matthew, will move? Which temperature and density of whatever conditions, tell me the numbers, move the horizon 10 times? Then when you
I don't
say,
know.
oh, you don't know. And
No,
then,
but I know that it can appear different from the same spot. The same guy who took the black swan picture, the video, he shows that sometimes it looks like that and sometimes it doesn't. Here, I'll post a picture.
yeah, I know. Because of for sure waves or something, how it took it. And
Yeah,
now,
so
but
there's a picture of the
yeah,
two different things.
yeah, that mean the other day we can see more.
Some days we see more, some days we see less. That's correct.
Yeah, of course. And that what we see more, it's obvious that we see more. That means that cannot be curvature there where is less when we other day see more.
Well, so you and I would disagree about which one is more accurate to the geometrical truth, because one is more accurate and one is less accurate.
Yeah, but the water that what we see on the video, it's really above the how to say the legs of the oil rigs. It's there, and also it's behind there. You can see the water on the towers. You know, you can see down, up, down, and then you can see behind horizon also.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see the water. The physically, you can see the water. It's not nothing reflecting. It's nothing. Another day you don't see that.
Right. Some days you see it and sometimes you don't.
Yeah, but that day when you don't see, when it's in front of, that it's curvature, and then somehow evaporates water, and then we have 10 times further curvature than was before.
Well, I would say that the water isn't moving and that the oil rig is not moving. It's just an effect of the atmosphere that lets you see more or less. So obviously the oil rig is not moving.
Matthew, you cannot say like that, because you are saying now that there is some conditions, some phenomena, it's making the horizon 10 times further. And we discuss about that. And it's okay. Great. Let's find out how it's the name of that, who discovered that, which method was for discovering that, and everything. It's easy, that will be easy, because you will find, in every book, describe that kind of phenomena where we have the horizon moving with some conditions or whatever it is. But particularly for that thing, that means that every time it must be something, some kind of weather, because it must be something changing that. Is it weather? Is it temperature? Is it density? And if it is, that means that on that weather, 25 degrees with the humidity 50%, the horizon is 10 times further. And we can show that everywhere, every time. Then you have 30 degrees, and temperature, and let's say 20 degrees of humidity, and then you see even more, because and then you're understanding, because temperature is growing and humidity is going down. Because of that, we can see more, and we can see that every time when we make experiment, all that, and that phenomenon is happening. That's it. But to say that phenomena is happening because it's there is the horizon, that's stupid. Because that means that you cannot, in real life, you cannot, that what you see, that 10 miles, that's not real, The real thing, that is that phenomena what doesn't exist, what you are saying. But it's not real that you can really see 10 miles. That cannot be possible. To understand me?
Yeah, and I don't know which conditions cause which thing. I guess I was just saying something really basic, which is that sometimes it looks this way,
but
sometimes it
you
looks
will
the other.
invoke something, but you don't know, and we will say refraction. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. But where is that? Where is that? How to say publication about that? That 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 horizon is moving because of some conditions, whatever.
Oh, it's not any publication. It's just the raw data of the observations. Looking at those two images, we know that the oil rig is not moving. Therefore, it
Yeah, but
must
you
be
can.
some.
But listen, this Matthew. It cannot be that I see 10 miles. It must be phenomenon. You are telling me.
I'm saying it looks different on different days. That's the basic point.
Yeah, but when I see the 10 miles, what is happening then?
The light is bending around a curve is what I think is happening.
Oh, but how? Where? How?
Due to atmospheric
Do you know what I think, Matthew? I think that that light is going down to the bottom of the ocean, stick the ground on the ocean, spiraling, and then sharks, because of I don't know, of a way of swimming, reflecting that light, and then somehow, because that's your story now. Honestly, I'm only honest. This is coming from your mouth. This is not coming from publications.
Here's an illustration that demonstrates what we think is happening.
Matthew, for me, it's problem. I don't want that people think what is happening. I want to know that it's really happening.
Okay. You forget temperature.
Yeah, so at 22 past the hour, I posted a diagram that shows what could be happening and why the black swan doesn't.
But it doesn't talk. It doesn't talk about temperature.
Right. It doesn't talk about why it's happening. It just says it could be happening, and therefore it's not a defeater for Glober.
I did post above, the same camera, the 4 days apart, and you see because of in the right hot air, makes this. And even today,
you cannot make graphics and write words without any background, without any publication. I can make a story in graphics. This is like nothing.
Even I'm a watcher in a watchtower, and even 2 miles because of the hot in the air, I see mountains from Spain almost disappearing. So with hot temperature, it changes, and even 2 miles I see haze in in the air. This blue, white clouds, something like that, and yeah, so it changes a lot,
It will be easy, Miguel. You will have on radio, matter, and today they will say, today it's very warm and humidity it's blah blah blah, and today people you will see more.
Exactly.
You will not say how you will see less. Because you have now conditions. What are you giving you possibility that we can see more? Which are that conditions?
I don't know the conditions. I just know that there's two pictures, and there must be conditions that make them different. That's all I'm saying.
Like
they're different.
Like for example, one it's real one when you see what you can see and not more than this, even maybe more, because it depends of what we again depends of the day and conditions, and obviously every day less than that.
How do you know which one is the more accurate one? There's two images.
Do you know which one is more accurate? Everything behind the 1.3 miles. It's accurate. Everything behind 1.3 miles. and I added that 100 yards because of refraction.
You know, even those guys from Brazil, they went to Lake Titicaca, and they even at night, you know, because to avoid the refraction, you know, some temperatures on the day, even with a flashlight at the water level, they could see the other team. They could see that flashlight, you know, and they did this at night with cold air, so it changes, you know, temperature changes a lot what you see. So you see this GIF I just posted, you know, you can see that land is you know, rising, but in reality it's not even the water. So
Miguel, I'm hoping that somebody, I don't know if it's possible to travel there, where is the oil rigs with the ship, with the small boats, with some glycer, you know, some boat. If it's possible, it will be great that somebody take the boat and go in the direction of the oil rigs, you know, and to somebody record that and to finish the story forever.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been near there. I was in Santa Barbara just a couple days ago. So on Wednesday, I was near
Yeah,
there.
that mean, Matt, if somebody take the boat, that boat will disappear after 1.2 miles. If it's not disappear after 1.2 miles, after 3 miles, it must disappear for sure. You know, small boat height. I had a boat like my father for fishing boat. Like, it's a height like not even 1 meter above the water. But I'm sure that if you take the video of that boat, you will see boat till the oil rigs. Maybe that day when it's not possible to see oil, but today when you see the oil rigs, you will see the boat is going to the oil rig all the time. It will not start to project after 1.2 miles on the horizon. It will travel to the oil rig for sure. But you to tell you, I don't know, 1 year ago or maybe less, somebody said that he will stand on oil rig and that we can shoot from some weapon and then we will miss him. And he said that he will put his life, for example, to stand on that, and that we will miss him with a weapon. I will never do that in my life. I never say something like that.
Yeah, because weapons go in parabolas, and so they all bullets, all cannonballs go.
Really, Matthew? You was in military?
No, it's simple physics.
Oh, really? You will teach me now how I was shooting in military.
I'm saying things that are in free fall.
Oh, I was in military, Matthew. You will teach me now how I need to shoot in the tanks in military. You will teach me now that with my weapon. I can show you my weapon. You know, I can find a picture.
Okay, what path did the weapon take? Like the bullet, what path did it take?
It take straight path.
It didn't go in a parabola?
No, because distance was not so far. Let's say from 2-3 miles, something like that.
Okay, I would claim that even if you're shooting 100 meters, it goes in a parabola.
Sorry, but you know, I have a brother, and I asked him, you know, and this is a green brain, how you say it. You know, when do they teach to you the, you know, Coriolis tables, Magnus, and he said when he's you know 100 meters, it's they don't teach about this. You know, that's just for snipers, and even snipers. You know, they have recent technology. They don't have to use tables, but anyway, they use more Magnus effect. And to close combat, they don't teach anything about Coriolis and whatever because it is you know so close.
I never learned about that anything. Nothing about Coriolis, nothing about accounting on that, nothing. Only on speed, if his target moving or not moving, then you count on that, and speed of that, and of course the angular size, because you can. It depends. I didn't have optics. That mean I needed to, if I look to op how to say, angular size of the object in the distance, I need to, if it's moving, I need to account on that angular size and let's say speed.
Yeah.
On the, but also in the air, because it was anti-aircraft, but you could shoot also the targets on the ground, even better than on in the air. It was more powerful, yeah. More, how not more powerful, more. You could aim it better on the ground because it's not moving like airplane. Airplane is going like 1 or 2 Mach, and that's all. That's all. I'm only speaking about war, military experience. Nothing that, because I would remember that anybody told me that I need to account on whatever rotation or curvature or whatever.
And that's the way, because they are dealing with reality, and there are some Glovers, they prefer to stay on the Narnia world, talking about fairy tales.
Yeah, like a sniper is they're using even I don't know how they can shoot on maybe 1 mile, and that's it. And I was shooting more than 1 mile, maybe not, but that's the same. It will be the same thing. If they account, that means that I need to account also.
Sasha, your country was Yugoslavia?
Yeah.
Okay. Great country.
It was.
Here in Portugal, you say, how you say, a chef, cooking chef, and even he participate on Master Chef, has a jury, and he is from Yugoslavia.
Yeah. Okay.
And in that time, in the war, he said there was adult, other older guy there, and he preferred that older guy preferred to protect him. Just stay there. I shoot because you have more life to on front of you. So that was interesting. And he came here to Portugal, and now he's a top chef. And in that time of the war, he has a restaurant. It's translated from Portuguese is 100 ways, because his mother has to with the little resources, but they had a lot of potatoes, and she did like 100 ways to work with potatoes to cook. So, and now he has a restaurant. Same manner, it's 100 ways. So it's interesting. And he loves our country, so it's amazing. And he likes, when people are down, he likes to bring up, helping.
Yeah, in the time we were good, I could make I don't know. I'm connected somehow with that when I'm thinking about after, like, because I lived in that socialism, I can protect only that one because it was somehow strange. I didn't felt any kind of pressure. I felt really freedom and big freedom. Even I cannot compare to today. That freedom, I don't know if I will ever have in my life, and ever. Speaking about socialism, but people doesn't know, and somebody didn't. But I know that most people lived like that. Even that could somehow connect them, and it was not regime. It was really, I don't know. It was some kind of love. It was message for our ex-president, like a keep brightness and unity, like that part in your eyes, you know, the middle of your, how you call it. Yeah, but we fucked up everything.
There are some countries they are manipulated by America.
Yeah, of course, it's influence from the West, of course, to make it to that was obvious. We were like, how you say, needle in the eye or something like that.
Even North Korea, that guy was a CIA agent. That the main boss.
I don't know how to say. We were some kind of boss because we didn't want to go with East Bloc and we didn't have the capitalism, like West. We, how to say, we didn't want nothing. We wanted to have, and yeah, that was like because of that, Tito united all other small countries in Africa, Asia, and that was called like independent state at the time. You can read about that. People doesn't know that, and that was fucking Yugoslavia.
And we are beneath this this seal, we are living on the same house, home, earth.
Yeah, man, it's refracted.
Yeah. And I have, by the way, this document. NASA, let me see, NASA.
We're living on refracted earth.
And let me see. Flat rotation Earth. So let me see this CIA document, and actually, is from the Russians, and 1957, when NASA was born. I think 58, or so. And at that time, they talk about flat Earth and the firmament.
You are a conspiracy theorist.
The elites, they know it, but they prefer us to not know. they teach what they want, and they brainwash us with fairy tale fantasies.
Yeah, all that story, all that circumstances, like Nazi stuff in NASA lying from the beginning, Antarctica stuff. Everything is so connected, and so many holes and so many mistakes. In the time, maybe they could lie, but now it's over. I think for kids today, when they saw that moon landing, it's like a it's like a ridiculous. Like, what the fuck is this? It looks like you know that movies from 1995. You know when we watch it like that without sound. You know.
Yeah, they have to use cheap cameras to avoid, for people to watch, some details there.
Yeah, it looks that some ghosts are on the movie. You can see through that.
And they, at that time they went to Stanley Kubrick, and because he was the best, and when you see the movie Shining.
I know all movies. I watched all his movies. I'm his fan, man.
So in that, there's a scene in that movie Shining when Jack Nicholson, the actor, is arguing with his wife, and he says literally, he's signing a contract, and so on. And what he's saying is he did sign a contract when those guys from NASA went to him, and so he couldn't speak, but he did
I
change.
saw
He
him.
did change the script of that movie with a lot of
Miguel, I've watched
subliminal.
all of that, and I only forget
Yeah.
it. I cannot find anymore. He was drunk, also speaking so drunk, speaking many things. You know.
Yeah. And even where Werner Braun in his stone, he did put Psalms 19 verse 1, and
Oh man,
guess what?
Einstein.
It talks about the word firmament. Yeah.
Einstein itself, you know, and like a personality is like Einstein. Like we always have one very smart guy in the world, you know.
Yeah.
That's for me ridiculous, you know. Or from 7 or 4 billion people, only one was, you know. That's so ridiculous, you know. That's stupid.
A guy that was his job was to check patents, and there's some people that he did stole some ideas from other people there when he had
Miguel. Sorry.
When he had access to those documents, people that bring these patents to be patent. So go on, Larry.
Miguel, Werner von Braun was not the only one to leave us an Easter egg, right? Gus Grissom, he hung the limb on the lemon. He hung a lemon on the limb and said, if we can't communicate between buildings, how are we going to communicate on the moon, right?
Yeah.
Also, Neil Armstrong gave a very cryptic speech where he was talking about the generation now has many truths left undiscovered. And he talked about specifically, quote, truth's protective layers, unquote. So why would truth have protective layers? Well, what are protective layers? Who's protecting people from finding out the truth, right? So the whole NASA program altogether, I think they left us Easter eggs, right? Flat Earth here and the documents. It's just, are people going to look? And if they do look and they find, are they going to be curious enough to scratch their head and Now, what does this mean? Truth has protective layers?
Exactly. That was Armstrong, yes, or Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong. And
Armstrong.
then, not that long ago, Buzz said, "That's not that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question." And the
Exactly.
truth
Yes.
is, we never went, right? So they all left Easter eggs.
Yeah. They somehow they want us to know the truth.
Well, they don't want Matthew to know the truth, right? Because he has eyes to see, but he can't perceive.
He loves this CGI every day that NASA sent to us.
Yeah, Matthew has Peter Pan syndrome. He loves cartoons.
Cartoons for
Is that right, Matthew?
adults. Cartoons
Yeah.
for adults.
Right, Matthew?
I love the truth. I love finding out new things, and I'm always seeking to find more truth.
What did he mean when he said, "We're going to the moon and we're doing the other thing"? What was the other thing he was talking about?
The
Did you
rest
ever
of the
ask?
things, yeah, he was talking. Did you listen to his speech? He was talking about all kinds of scientific discoveries, and so he was listing a bunch of them. You got to read the sentences before and after it to understand what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
Context matters.
That's right. So what were the other things? Other scientific endeavor. So they were talking about going to the moon, and what else were they talking about?
I don't remember the speech, but I'll go find out.
And the man that said the word secrecy is repugnant, and a few weeks later, he was murdered.
Okay, Larry, I answered your question. Larry, do you see what he meant by the other things now?
No, I was away for a second making a phone call. Apologize.
Okay, so he said, why, but why some say the moon? Why choose this as their goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? Because he was at Rice. And he said, we choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. So the other things, it was just referencing 2 sentences before when he talked about climbing the highest mountain, flying across the Atlantic, playing a football game.
Okay, I'll give you that. That makes sense. Not because it's cheap, but because it's expensive. So, Matthew, we've talked over and over again, and the Bible says trust not men, but I guess you think that's a metaphor when the Bible says to trust God, not man. Like maybe that's like some symbolic thing, and it shouldn't be taken literally, obviously, because you do trust men. You trust your government. They wouldn't lie to you about taking all this NASA money to fund like a Nazi rocket program so that they could bomb like all the countries that don't have a Federal Reserve Bank. But you don't think that's actually happening. The Federal Reserve Bank, it's probably a conspiracy theory, right? Like, it doesn't actually exist. There's no banking cartel that's like taking over, the U.S. Treasury and anything like that. And it's not like they've said over and over again openly that the President of the United States has no authority to dictate what they do or do not do. All that's just metaphors. But or conspiracy theories. But yeah, you trust in men. It's obvious that you're probably the type to be like, yeah, if they say wear a mask, I should wear a mask. If they say that I should get some life-altering medical intervention, then you would probably get the life-altering medical intervention rather than trusting in your own, you know, um, ability to fight back. Let's just say any harmful things that come your way. So you trust in men. Do you trust cops? Like if someone broke into your house, right? And God forbid, this were to happen, and like your family was in immediate danger, would you like say, "Excuse me, criminal, 1 second, let me make a phone call," or would you like, trust in your own God-given abilities and defend your family? Serious question.
Yeah, the 15 different topics and things you listed, I think the general answer is to use common sense. So obviously, if someone's harm, an immediate threat of harm, I would do what I can to eliminate the harm. As far as like governments being corrupt and greedy, of course, governments are corrupt and greedy. That happens all the time. Has been happening through all of history. So sometimes you trust what people say, sometimes you don't, and you kind of have to look at each situation carefully and evaluate.
So would you call the cops, or would you stand ground and put your family in a safe place like a closet or a basement, and would you guard the stairwell and hallway, or would you call the cops?
I guess I try to do both. Do what I can in the moment, but then also.
I mean, if you're dialing the phone, right, you're obviously not armed and ready, right?
So I guess the generic answer is I'd use common sense in the moment to evaluate what I could do and do the best I can. Well, I don't understand the point of this question.
Well, when seconds count, cops are like 30 minutes away. So I'm trying to get the feel
so that
like
would be,
what you.
Yeah, that would be stupid to like waste time calling the cops if you have to do something immediately.
Right. So I'm wondering, like, would you trust yourself or would you trust the government? Because I trust myself.
Oh, deciding
for the most part.
Okay, so deciding whether to trust the cops versus taking care of business itself is a different type of situation than the generic question of trusting myself versus trusting the government. So, which one do you want to talk
about? Well, I kind of think both are like very carefully examined. They're related, right? Because the cops, they're not really there to protect you. The Supreme Court's ruled on this more than once. They have no duty to protect you. They're just there to draw the chalk line when you get killed and, try to find the bad guy who did it in between, marijuana arrests. This guy had a roach. Okay. What about that murderer? Well, we got this marijuana guy to deal with right now. So, and the more and more incidents that happen, like the one in Texas, where an hour went by and people were told to stand down, and those people were trying to protect themselves and their own children, and they were being arrested while they were trying to go, fend for themselves. So the more people like trust in government, I'm like, what are these people thinking? Because not all the government is corrupt. Okay, there's good people in the government, but the government has qualified immunity. So that means if they, violate your rights, then you just sue the taxpayer, right? So there's nothing you can really do about it when the government's corrupt because of qualified immunity, which was A Supreme Court ruling, by the way.
So you're saying we shouldn't trust the government ever? Is that the gist of your?
No, I'm just saying that there's corruption, and you shouldn't trust corrupt officials.
Sure. Yeah,
right?
that sounds reasonable. Don't trust untrustworthy people.
Like, let's say, for example, instead of Ghislaine Maxwell getting 20 years for something she probably should have got the death penalty for, let's say she got elected as, vice president. Not likely to happen, right? But I've heard something called the Clinton body count, and not to get too political, but like, she's still in office. Wasn't she still in office? Wasn't she still running for president after, a well-known body count? People that just happen to.
She's never been convicted of murder.
Right, I understand that. Just like she didn't know it was illegal to put highly sensitive information top secret on her private server. I didn't know that was illegal. Right? So if she has no guilty mind, then she can't be convicted, right?
Well, in this country, we have due process and the justice system. And until somebody's been convicted of a crime, we generally treat them as innocent until proven guilty.
Really? Who killed Kennedy?
No, not Ruby. I forget his name.
Not Jack Rubenstein. That's the guy who killed Lee Harvey Oswald.
Jack Rubin was his name.
Rubenstein. He changed his name. Cryptology 101.
Yeah, at the time, his name was Jack Ruby.
Yeah, no, he changed his name.
I think Matthew admitted that NASA could be lying, right? Correct, Matthew? 100%.
Human beings, whether they're in government or in space agencies or in private companies, are capable of lying. Yes.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I was getting at. And then we talked earlier, and you admitted that NASA could be lying about this whole thing, or you want to retract that? I'm not saying people lie. We know men lie. We know that. I'm talking about that NASA could be pulling a big hoax on us. Then you agree that could be possible, or no?
It's in the realm of possibility, yes.
Okay. I think that's a good step for you. Thank you.
I think it's unlikely.
Now, let me ask you, why would it be unlikely? Can you explain?
Say that again. Why what?
Why would you think it's unlikely?
Oh, because it fits with the narrative of the most likely story that I believe in, which is the globe heliocentric narrative. So it doesn't seem to contradict anything unusual.
Did you hear Buzz tell the little girl, we didn't go there and that's how it happened?
Yeah. What do you think he meant by that?
Exactly what he said. What do you think he meant by that?
Yeah, she asked, how come we haven't been back to the moon? How come we haven't done anything in the past few decades? And he said, well, because we haven't done anything in the past 2 decades. We should have. That's a good question.
But that's good, but that's not what he said. He said that's not a 8-year-old question. That's my question. We haven't gone there, and that's how it happens.
It's clear from the context and watching the video that he did not mean that we never went there in the 60s, that he was instead talking about returning to the moon after 1972. It's very clear that's what he meant. If you just watch the video, you'll see.
I will disagree with you, and I want you to watch the video again. Maybe you don't have to insert words. Maybe you can just take the words as they come and not insert what you would
Would it
say
be important?
context.
Would it be important for me to just watch the one sentence out of context, or do you think it would be okay for me to watch the
The whole
whole
thing
context?
is, if somebody asks you why haven't we gone back, and then they say we haven't went there, that doesn't mean we haven't gone back. That means we haven't went there. That's what I'm saying. Take the whole thing. Just don't insert your ideas about context. Just go with the words they say. Because I watched it a few times, and it's pretty clear to me. Do you have that handy? Could someone post that somewhere?
Yeah,
Just
it's
in case
posted.
people aren't
There's a 53-minute clip of the partial clip in the live stream now. If anybody wants to watch the whole 8 minutes, it's very clear that he claimed that he went to the moon in other answers to her questions.
So
So
is it 8 minutes? Is it 8 minutes I gotta watch?
Oh, I'm saying it would be instructive to see the whole video. In other places in that video, he says that he did go to the moon. So are you saying that he had a momentary accidental lapse of the truth?
No, I'm saying he answered the exact question with the exact words, and you don't have to interpret his context.
Sure,
That's
I'd
what
be happy. I'd be happy to answer. I'd be happy to take him at his word.
I'm gonna see if I can click on one of these and watch it again to see to confirm. Yeah, this is a 1 minute. Hang on, we don't want that, right? We want the 8 minutes. Is there 8 minutes somewhere?
That's a guess. I'd have to find it.
I have a 52-second one. I don't have an 8-minute one. You know, I'm not saying I'm always right, but I don't know if I've seen the 8-minute one. If you have more context to add, please do. Thank you.
So are they saying that the horizon is moving and that's why it's not a ball.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
We take the radius and we extrapolate from that there should be a curve, and at a certain amount, just say 8 inches the first mile and square it to the mile after that. At 10 miles, that's 66 feet physical curvature on the ground level. And if we're seeing observations with no curvature, then that obviously comes into question, and the Glober's insert refraction. That's why it's all works out perfectly. That's the argument. That's the discussion.
Yeah, but we Globers say that refraction only happens sometimes. That's why you see it sometimes and sometimes don't see it. It depends on atmospheric density, temperature, humidity, all that stuff.
I am blown away, and I don't even know what to do now.
The Globers say refraction is happening specifically when we see the base of the object with no curvature. The Globers will insert refraction. Correct, Matthew?
And flat earthers say that refraction is happening when we don't see the bottom. So it's a choice of when is refraction, and atmospheric conditions change what you see. You have a choice of which one to believe.
Yes, and that's where it gets, I don't want to say confusing, but there's different things happening. Like there's looming, there's refraction, there's what else is there? There's
and towering.
Stooping, towering, just so yeah, so it get pretty deep. So the problem is like there's no amount of missing curvature. Here's a big problem. There's no amount of missing curvature that can't be made up for with sciencey application of refraction or whatever they want to say, and that way it's unfalsifiable. So there's your science there.
Right. So in that case, I think we should probably not look at the horizon to like definitively prove one way or another. We can use it to explain some stuff one way or the other, but really we need to look at other evidence that is more definitive.
Wait, couldn't you just build a 2-mile long building with no foundation, so it's connected to the earth, and then like do an observation in a controlled environment and repeat the observation multiple times?
It's extraordinarily hard to build a building to that level of tolerance, 2 miles long with no deviation. That's hard to do.
I think he meant to say to just put it on the ground, so you're deviating only what the ground deviates, not on a platform that's flat, right? That would be very hard to do either way. You can take better than a 2-mile. You can take a 10-mile observation with P900, and we should be seeing 66 feet of curvature, and we should be seeing 19 feet of curvature at 5 feet observer height. We can all do that, most of us. I call it the globe killer, P900.
Okay, so there's the Prora Hotel in Germany, which is 2.65 miles long. So if anybody's in Germany, right, you get on the roof of this building, and you tell us that that roof curves. Anybody can do that experiment if you're in Germany. Prora Hotel. Because I mean that roof should curve, right, Matthew? That thing is 2 miles long. And it's literally right beside sea level. Like I'm looking at the images online.
At 2 miles, the curve is 32 inches.
32 inches, okay. So you put a flag at one end of that roof, and then you put a flag at the other end. And if you put your camera at the top of the first flag and you can see the top of the second flag, something's wrong. Because they're saying that the earth underneath that building is curving. That building is connected to that earth. So that building must be curving. I mean, if you believe what they tell you, that roof's got to be curving. And if it's not curving, it should be getting taller at the other end to account for the curvature.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there
You
a
see what I'm
chance that
saying?
the building
Exactly.
is 32 inches taller on one side? That accounts for the missing curvature.
Yeah, of course. That would account for it. But if one side is the same height as the other side, and you could see the top of the flags, then, like I said, that Earth's not curving underneath that building.
But refraction.
I mean, yeah. I mean, anybody can claim refraction, sure. But if you're going to claim refraction, then I would suggest that you be well educated on the subject and at least be willing to tell us the deviations at various conditions. Not at every condition, right? But you should be able to give us some deviations, under at least a few different conditions. If you can't do that, I mean, refraction holds no water. All you're
I
doing
can't.
is just blurting a
Yeah,
word.
I can't do that. I just use refraction to hand wave away all of these problems based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe. So because I know the Earth is a globe, then refraction must be happening to explain these observations. So it's not, I don't use the observations to try to prove the globe. I use other things to deduce that the Earth is a globe.
So is that considered circular reasoning, Matthew?
No, because I use other things, not refraction. If I used refraction to prove that the Earth is a globe, then said, oh, refraction is because, that would be circular reasoning. You're right. But if we use other arguments and other ideas to deduce that the Earth is a globe, then that's not circular.
What's another idea that says there's a globe?
Eyewitness testimony of people like Buzz Aldrin, pictures from space, the constant angular size of the sun and the moon, the fact that we do engineering that actually works based on the globe model, like GPS systems, satellite TVs since the 80s. So a lot of other things like that.
You said satellite TV. How does satellite TV prove a globe? Sorry, that's a new one. Actually, it's an old one.
Based on the engineering and technology of the globe, we put geosynchronous satellite TV broadcast satellites into orbit, and we see that they work based on satellite TV antennas. So that's an example of something that's using the globe idea, and it works out. Like you can watch satellite TV.
Did you read a book or see a paper on that? Because I'd like to see what you're looking at there.
Hey Matthew, how about this book? What's the people who did this book?
Hang on, I want him to tell me if he can give me a paper or a book on how what he's saying we can verify.
Okay, let me see if I can find a picture.
Thank you.
Based on the engineering, I mean, as best you can. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sure. Okay. These are satellite TV dishes, which we've all seen from the 80s and 90s. I mean, now they're smaller, but these are parabolic antennas, and so they're receiving signals from straight up. And so they receive signals from something that is being broadcast from straight above them. This is in Quito, Ecuador, along the equator. And so there must be something broadcasting the signal from straight above them, and that thing must stay there constantly. And it must have been there since the 80s and 90s.
Balloon tellets.
In the 80s and 90s, they didn't do that as much, and it seems like wind would move the balloon satellites around. So I'm talking about something that's geostationary, meaning it doesn't.
I mean, I
it's
have
in the
a
same
photo.
spot.
I have a photo from NASA. Let me see.
Yeah, of a balloon. Balloons move. These are pointing at something that doesn't move.
When you say pointing, do you mean exactly, or does it have to be like in a general direction?
No, exactly. That's what they're parabolic satellite dishes.
Exactly. So
they're directional antennas.
If the thing was 20 feet away, I can see you say exactly it's 20 feet away. You can see it. But if you're talking about how far are we talking about?
Geostationary satellites are about 25,000 miles away.
So it's 25 miles away. How is it going to be exactly pointing at anything?
It has to be within some range. Sure, maybe 1 or 2 degrees. I don't know what the tolerances are.
Better question for you: how wide is that? Is that signal? How wide or how thick a scope?
Those signals are omnidirectional, but they're very weak because they're so far away. And so these parabolic
Is it 5 miles
antennas,
wide? Is it 100 feet wide? How wide is that signal to capture that antenna on the Earth below? If it's 25,000 miles away,
the signal itself is very wide, but it's very weak, and so that's why you need parabolic antennas to capture and concentrate the signal. So that
I think you said it though. If it's very wide, then it can accept a wide range. You don't have to have it pointed directly.
Are you talking about the broadcast antenna or the receiver antenna? I was showing a picture of the receiver antenna.
I'm talking about the actual signal, which we don't see. We know what the antennas look like. What the signal that we don't see.
The signal is
How wide
broadcast
of
very
scope.
wide. These receiver antennas are directional antennas.
Right, direction, not exactly. So there's a wide the feed or the information is a wide scope. It would have to be being 25,000 miles away. It'd have to be a huge area. They would have to blanket a huge area on the Earth.
It does, yes.
Okay, so my point is, those antennas don't have to be exactly anything. They just have to be in a general direction. Let's say up.
So
you use the word exactly, and that's kind of makes no sense.
If there's a mountain near your town, then the view of the mountain is visible from all over, miles and miles around. Like the image of the mountain is in a sense broadcast a whole bunch of different places. However, if you're going to look at the mountain, you have to look in the right direction. If you're going to use a telescope, you have to sort of carefully aim it to see the top of the mountain. Even though the mountain is visible for miles and miles around, in order to do the reverse and actually look at it through a telescope, you have to aim it. Something like this is happening with
Matthew,
this
that's a
parabolic.
terrible analogy.
It's a perfectly good analogy.
We're talking about a signal being sent. Okay, a signal being sent. Okay, you assume it would bow as it goes out. It doesn't get more thin. It would bow out, right?
Yeah, especially since it's 25,000 miles away. It's very weak at that distance.
My point: the antennas don't have to point exactly at the target, because the target is blanketing an area with the signal from above. Yes.
Yeah, but it's directional.
I'll give you the same general direction, but nothing exactly. If it's 25,000 miles away.
Sure, there are some tolerances for satellite TV dishes from the 80s and 90s. I don't know how close they have to get, but if you get fairly close, I would think. My point is that they don't move. Once you aim it, you stick it there, and then it receives the signal constantly, 24 hours a day, from something that is broadcasting and is not moving.
What if they get like a helium or a hydrogen balloon that's fixed on the dome above? That would
do it. Yeah, there could be satellite TVs could be explained away by a broadcast antenna that they have affixed to the dome, a stationary antenna somehow affixed to the dome at the equator. That would be an alternative explanation. Sure.
Or you could have thousands of these helium weather satellites that are broadcasting these signals downwards, blanketing an area below, let's say a city, and these antennas picking up that signal, being above the weather, being above the wind, very high. They wouldn't move too much.
I see what you're saying. So if they're above the weather, you put a balloon up there and it just sort of stays in the same spot. So that's another alternative explanation that would work also.
Yeah, because I don't believe you can have a geosynchronous satellite. That actually makes no sense, because
obviously, if you don't think space exists, then you don't think that would be possible. But are you saying it's impossible within the globe model?
How would the speed match the spin of the Earth? How would that even be possible?
So in the globe model, it's possible because the speed depends on the altitude. So your speed of orbit depends on how high you are. And if you're closer, you have to go faster. Like the ISS spins so fast, or goes so fast, that it orbits the Earth about every 90 minutes. But as you get farther and farther out, it's less and less. And at some point, I think it's around 25,000 miles, then you only have to orbit once a day. And if you line it up just right, it orbits at the same exact speed as the Earth is turning. And so it has an inherent geostationary.
Right. You explain what you think happened. I want you to explain how you think that happens. Because, for example, I'll give you two examples. Let's say I have a natural rock that's flying up there. gets caught in the Earth's orbit, it's going to go the speed it's going. It's not going to slow down to go geosynchronous. Okay,
right. That's right.
Hang on. Example 2: they shoot a rocket up there, or a satellite up there. How is it that you're going to get it to move exactly the speed of the spinning Earth? And like you said, it would depend on the height. How would that even be possible? Does it have propellers? Does it have propellers on it? Slow down, speed up?
Propellants, yes. Propellers, no. So the general answer to your question is careful engineering and practice.
Okay, it has propellants. Okay, so some of these satellites, I think, have been up there 20 years, 10, 20, 30 years. So it has propellants to control for the speed. It has like a little rocket valve, turn on, turn off. Hit the thrusters. Hey, we're going a little bit too fast. Hit the thrusters. Hit the stop. Hit the brakes. Is that what's happening?
Yes, they try to aim it so they don't have to do, like, once it's parked in orbit, they don't have to change it that much, but they may have to do some minor corrections, and so they keep some propellant on board to be able to do that. But the satellites can last. I mean, they have a lifetime because they do use up some of that propellant, but they can last for decades sometimes.
Is there a way you can verify that? Like, can we check on them? Can we, without having to trust NASA or these space agencies that are sending these satellites up? I've only
Okay.
seen 2. I've seen the Hubble, and I've seen the ISS, and just silhouettes on the moon. I don't know that they're there, but all these other 10,000 satellites that are up there, do you have any kind of proof they're up there?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I do see that you're shifting the question. Before you were saying, hey, this could not be possible in principle, but I'm saying it is possible in principle. And now, second question, how can we personally verify that this is happening? And even though it's possible to understand why it is possible to put them up there, that's a separate and a higher level of scrutiny that you'd have to do to actually say that we were actually doing it. So the general answer would be you'd have to trust the agencies that are saying they're doing this, and you would have to look at the results, namely satellite TV works, and based on those things, that might be enough to convince you that it's actually happening.
Hey, Martin.
Okay, well, how about one live cam, one live stream from a satellite up there, hanging out with the other satellites? Maybe pointing down, pointing to the side.
Sure, that's what weather satellites are.
Seeing the other satellites pass by.
Other satellites would be too small, but weather satellites are generally taking pictures, maybe not live, but every few hours, enough to look at the weather patterns to make accurate predictions. As for why they don't have a live camera up there for somebody to as proof that they're up there, the reason that they don't do that is that they don't value that as a goal of what they're doing.
Okay, Matt, you said we have to trust these guys from NASA, okay? And why don't we trust at least these 2 guys, ex-engineers from NASA, that wrote this book? Satellites are hoax and the Earth is flat. I mean, Brett Salisbury, ex-USA intelligence aerospace engineer, Dr. Lawrence Cohen, ex-Mossad agent, US intelligence, Dr. John Mack, Department of Defense, aka ACE, NSA engineer, 3rd generation NASA. I mean, we have to trust these people, right? Because how they wrote this book? They know what they are talking, not us, but they know what they work there. They did work there. So when we say satellites are hoax, we say that they are not in space, orbiting in space, but there are some balloon tellits.
Yeah, so you bring up an interesting question that if people say contradictory things, then you need to evaluate which one of the things sounds more reasonable. And I guess I'm going with the thousands of NASA employees that say that it's real rather than 2 crackpots that say it's not.
Yeah, and I have 2 links, ex-employees from NASA. One was a lady that worked at next to the GPL laboratory, and one day the door was open. His words, his words, and she said, one day the door was open, and there are top guys from NASA talking about this flat, and they don't understand why people don't get it, that the moon landings are hoax. And that is interesting, someone that worked at NASA. And there's another one. He was a director, Matt Boylan. He did a lot of manipulation with pictures, and so he was contracted because he was good. And sometimes I post this information. Matt Boylan, let me see.
Yeah, those are interesting stories and deserve to be looked into. However, based on what you've described, I don't believe them.
So these people work for NASA, and they are flat earths, and they talk what is going on there.
What about the 5,000 people plus that work for NASA?
Those 5 people can believe in Santa Claus. That's normal, Everybody believes in Santa Claus. You don't need too much people to control, textbooks and anything, that we saw on TV. So this guy was ex-NASA artist director, Matt Boylan, photorealist, sci-fi artist, worked for years creating photorealistic computer graphics for NASA. And there was a video on YouTube. It's not more available, guess why? And he was talking that one of these days, 2 guys from NASA speak to him about flat Earth, and he didn't buy it at that time, but when he connect all the dots, what he was doing there, working for them, and so it's not so bizarre talking about flat Earth. But it's interesting, you trust NASA, but you don't trust these whistle blowers.
That's correct. I trust NASA and the 18,000 people who work there, and not the 2 people who are...
Because they are controlled, even NASA, inside NASA, they compartment, they divide work. They are
Hang on, he said the 18. Hang on. Matthew said the 18,000 people work in NASA. Listen, we're not saying the janitor who mops the floor is lying. We're not saying that. We're not saying the secretary who answers the phone is lying. We're not saying that. We're saying that the astronauts are lying, and the people who tell the astronauts what to do are lying, which is a very, very upper layer, maybe a handful of people, maybe, I don't know, 25 people. And the other people probably know, but they're not allowed to say. Some know, not all. So we don't think the 18,000 people at NASA are lying. Just a few that are saying they go up in space and they go for the ISS and shit like that. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, in the Second World War, there were people making bombs, and but they were separate, and they didn't even know what they were doing at that time. So,
well, I can think of 10 people who know for sure whether or not the Earth is flat. There are allegedly 10 people in space right now. 3 Americans, 3 Russians,
space,
3 Chinese, and one German. And either they are in space or they're not. And so those 10 people know for sure whether the Earth is flat.
When I was watching a live stream at NASA channel, at the YouTube NASA channel. 19 supplied to ISS, from SpaceX, and I watch a mouse, a rat, passing by on this rocket. I mean, how can that be possible on that space? I mean,
it's completely impossible for there to be a mouse on the rocket.
It's a joke. They are fooling us, and you believe it. You prefer, there are people that prefer to say this is plastic. Oh, this is debris. This is ice. I mean, let me get it.
Right, I think it's not
what what it is cognitive dissonance. They don't want their dreams to be destroyed, so they prefer to, holding this space because they believe all entire life on these space fantasies, Star Wars, so they don't want their dreams to be destroyed. And they prefer
By looking
to
at a few
ignore.
grainy pixels, that's not good enough to change their mind.
It's not pixels, you come here to present, new photos from NASA, from Earth, and I mean, and you don't accept this. I have the direct link for this. I mean, is this is this ice? Is this ice walking with 2 ears? I mean, and if people don't want to see a mouse, a rat passing by on this, I mean, I don't waste my time. If this is other thing than a mouse than a rat, I have the link. I was watching this. Even YouTube was recommend to me to watch. I didn't watch the beginning, but at that time, I was watching. Let me get the link. I was watching that, and man, suddenly I see this, and people start to talk on the chat.
So the glowing red,
if you click it, it goes to direct to that moment. So this is not invented by me. This is NASA YouTube channel. Check it out.
SpaceX, but yes. So, what do you think is causing the red hot, the metal to glow red hot?
The Curie point.
Yeah. So that metal is very hot, right?
And yeah.
How could a mouse be that close to glowing hot red metal?
Exactly. You know why? Because half of this is made on a studio, and the other half is CGI.
So it's a magical mouse that can withstand the heat. Somehow.
They can put tin foil oil.
Thing.
They can put tin foil oil. Tin foil sheet, and this all that heat on space. It's so poor CGI, but they do this, and you buy it. How can this mouse be on space? It's Mickey Mouse, yeah. And we have that song. We all live in America. They even talk about Mickey Mouse, and they showed to us, that group from Germany. They showed to us how to fake it, the moon landings, and you don't see it. And why they went to Stanley Kubrick? Because he was the best. He did Space Odyssey, and he was the best. So they went to the best on the movie maker. And then he changed a script, a movie script, Shining, The Shining, 1980, and he did change a lot of details, if you go check it out, I mean, that sweater Apollo 11 USA, who did produce that? And that carpet it was not the real carpet from that hotel. He did change it. And even on the that moment, that scene where Jack Nicholson, the actor, is arguing with his wife. He's saying subliminal things. You know what he's watching, signing a contract where a lot of things. Yeah. What do you want?
Oh, there he goes. Thank you, guys. Thank
You
you,
want to
Matthew.
prove? What you want to prove? You want to prove that he's not a rat, a mouse. You want to keep talking about cognitive dissonance? Infested studio with a mouse. I mean, if you want to believe in Mickey Mouse on space, you can keep believing. Maybe you have to watch some National Geographic documentaries. The behavior of the mouse or rat is to stay close to a wall, and that object is circular, so it stays in that shape. Interesting. Space rats. And they sometimes there are so much water coming to this astronaut suits, and I mean that swimming pool is awesome. Where this water come from? And there's this. Let me get it. Diver in space. Let me get it. Okay, let me see it. Not this one. Bubbles in space. We have a lot. Scuba divers in space. Look at. With a camera. A scuba diver in space with a camera filming. And then you don't see, no stars.
Yeah, stars are not visible generally in the daytime.
Yeah. Can you see it, scuba diver there? With the camera filming. Nice one. You can
How
change
come you can never get a clear shot? It doesn't look like a clear shot to me. It doesn't
Hey,
look like
ask to NASA. Why I'm going watch live streams from the ISS. Ask to them why they have these poor cameras.
Okay, so what is this that you said that room 237 is proof that Stanley Kubrick?
It's the movie is full of. It was changed. The script was changed, and that is it was the supposed distance from the Earth to the Moon.
No, the moon is an average of 238,855 miles. It varies from 252,000 to 225,000. So I don't know what room 237 has to do with any of those numbers.
Let me see it. Maybe kilometers.
I posted
anyway,
I posted those numbers at 54 past the hour if you're interested.
But there are some people that did search that on the past and they found that But anyway, there's in the what is interesting, the kid goes to the room and we never see what is inside this room. And the kid, lifts, rise up, from the carpet, and you see it Apollo 11, the rocket. You have to watch, and if you go watch the original script and what he did, why he did decide to do that. Even Portugal, they did leave censorship, and until 1974, and there are some musicians, singers. They did songs with subliminal messages. I mean, even those producers, movie makers do that. $238, and I have NASA. Let me get it. 238. I mean, Matthew, look to this. This is from NASA. Distance to the moon. But yeah. $237, 238,000 miles. I mean.
Yep, that's exactly what I posted at 54 past the hour.
The between 37 and 38, it's close. So. And even ESA, European Space Agency, they talk that the moon, the atmosphere, from Earth is circling the moon. I mean, that works on flat Earth.
No, they're saying there are atoms from Earth's atmosphere in a huge cloud around the Earth, even as far out as the moon. It's not saying the moon is in the atmosphere. It's just saying that there are atoms from our atmosphere that far out.
Oh, I have the link. They say moon and beyond, so let me see it. They can hide the truth, but sometimes they have to release it, little by little. Let me see if is available that link. Yeah, it's okay. Earth atmosphere stretch out to the moon and beyond. I mean, that makes more sense on a flat Earth than that globe model. So if they went to the moon, the lunar modular, there's a sum of, I don't know, maybe 50, or I don't know how many, but if they are there, maybe someone can, with a telescope, find one.
Oh, you mean these laser reflectors?
No, the lunar model. When let me get this in. Does gives not here. Okay, so where is it? If you search lunar model, let me get lunar model. Oh my god. Not here. Where is it? Edge. They talk about lunar model and TARS here on NASA.
And you're asking why nobody has taken pictures of these things on the moon? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if they went to the moon, they have to be there. So maybe someone can use a telescope to see if there's one there. We have a NASA claiming, but
Okay, I posted a picture at 07 past the hour. There's an image of the Apollo 17
yeah,
site.
it's the same that I have on the link I post.
Nice photo. Look at that.
And then also the Apollo 11 site, they have a photograph of that also.
Matthew, what is that different from the carpet, let's say?
Why is this different than a picture of a carpet? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if you put, let's say, near to some carpet or some surface, some dirty surface.
Yeah, if you take a picture of a dirty surface, it might look similar to that.
Oh, okay.
But on the Apollo 17 landing site, you can see the footprints and track marks
What I can
of
see?
the rover,
Footprints of what?
of the astronauts and the lunar rover.
No, there is not a lunar rover.
There's the problem there on that
So,
rover.
so what is this picture a picture of? Is it a fake picture? They made up this picture?
All pictures can be manipulated.
Yes, all pictures can
they
be
can put
manipulated.
they can put like a light spot in there, and they can say anything.
So you said, how come nobody's taken a picture?
And-
I provided a picture, and your answer is, oh, it must be fake because nobody's taken a picture.
Because the
Is that not
source.
circular reasoning?
Because this I did post the link above, and this from space.com, but NASA. But this is pictures from NASA, so they can fake it everything.
Yeah, great. Matthew, where is the footprint of the tires? I see.
I don't know. I
footprints.
don't see any track prints. I mean, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was more rocky and less dusty. I don't know.
Yeah, but I see footprints of the boot near to tire truck. Do you see? You can see two footprints there. Boot prints.
Yes, I see them.
Even three. How is
Yes, I
that
see
possible?
them.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
There was bringing in the hands the vehicle, and they put it on that place on the ground. I think that you need to watch that documentaries. I don't know if it's still on YouTube or that BBC made that documentary, like 3 hours in 2 parts about professional photographs explaining everything I don't know, in the 80s, something like that. Maybe even in 70s. We have letter. Do you know that we have letter C on the moon, on the ground? That letter C is specially used for the movies, making movies. I don't know if anybody has that what letter C on the moon.
I have seen that.
And Armstrong and that two other guys, when they come back, for what they was accused?
Wait, what are you asking about, Armstrong? For what are they accused?
Yeah, when they come back from the moon, for what they was accused?
They
No,
were not accused of anything.
And why they behave? They was accused.
I saw this a few months, and I'm gonna post the other two parts. But it's
That
experts analyzing expressions and how people lie. So this is interesting.
oh yeah, you have that guy who the professional who knows about But why they behave like they are accused? There was not happy. It was like worried. They didn't know how to answer the questions. Or maybe we don't know also how people looks when they are worried and they look strange when they are answering the questions.
And they use Masonic rings.
And Russian was advanced with the rocket technology, but they never went to the moon. And they never even tried to go to.
Why didn't the German, the German Germany went to the moon? I mean, because they know it's a waste of time and money. But they use it. It's a way to use that money on secret projects far away from us, on Antarctica and other places.
You know, in the time of the Cold War, when Russia was so afraid of Americans, but Americans could go to the moon to put all things on the moon and to attack from the moon Russia, and Russia didn't even try to do something to go to do something. It was, you know, Cold War, space war. Miguel, why is your government lying about space?
They
Yeah,
are not lying about space. They're telling the truth, is what I think.
I mean, a primary, they lie a lot, and
They are telling the truth.
they
Which
are
one?
corrupted people. Even there was a prime minister, and he did he was investigated, and he did the money. He did put money on the mother's account on the
Miguel,
housing.
better question. How many people from the Portuguese history was included in rocket science and space? Maybe 10?
There was just one like that, or less.
Well, I say 20.
Like 10, but less than 10.
But in whole history of not now.
Yes, in all history. There was one guy that was boss of a team that released a satellite, but I went to see photos from that satellite, and I don't have it. It's
why would they lie?
Yeah.
Do you understand how much information where you get information about space?
People lie every day. I mean, look, CNN, they lie about Gulf War. They did manipulate with CGI, what they did. Fake news.
Like when I watch the news, for example, and I open one Croatian television, or they have also links on internet, and then I read the news, and then I read the news about space, something, And do you know what is written down? It's written like CNN or the source, It's coming from one source, and that source is NASA. It's not coming from. It's not coming from Portuguese government, Croatian government, Zimbabwe government. It's coming from NASA.
You are fake news.
I mean, I prefer to believe in someone that did work at Antarctica. In Portuguese, we say Antarctica, but anyway, and it talks about the sky ice, amazing, and it talks about the firmament, and talks about the elites, because he was born inside a family from the elites, so he has access. And some questions he does, but they don't answer. And the others question, they respond. But yeah, it is interesting. They want to get out from this container.
So speaking of Antarctica, when people say that in December there's a 24-hour sun near the South Pole and that the sun goes from right to left in a in sort of a clockwise direction, do you think is that just all a lie? Like that they're making up stuff to try and
I saw
I
saw a video and someone did debunk that video.
So the video is fake?
You see the same clouds.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, Matthew. The video is fake. For example, that video of showing, I saw one of them like 4 or 5 years ago. It was like 3 or 4 or maybe more hours missing. That's one point. And second point, the next day starting the same clouds like on the first day, and everything is repeating. And in one it was snow, and in another day it was not snow on that much.
But that's what you would expect to see on a globe.
So what about all the people who live in Ushuaia, the Tierra del Fuego province of Argentina?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me, Matthew? 24 hours is passing.
Yes.
And now the same clouds, what was day before, it's coming again. The same clouds.
So you say it's fake?
No, that's what we would expect to see.
No, I'm saying the same clouds, it's coming the next day. Are you saying that?
Therefore the video is fake?
Of course.
So what about all the people who live in Ushuaia, the Tierra del Fuego province in South, like the southern tip of South America? Even though it's not a 24-hour sun, it's like a 17 or 18-hour sun in December. How does that work?
How is this work that we don't have 24-hour sun recorded?
Wait, can we make it clear whether there's a difference between sunlight and daylight,
Yeah.
or
Also,
what?
yeah.
On a clear day, they'd be seeing the sun in December.
Okay.
I did send to you a message, Mati, but let me see if I found it.
It was, I don't remember. It was some sticks or something showing, and that was missing like a 3-4 hours of. And I was saying, okay, this is 24 hours, but it's missing. And then it's starting again with the same video like the next day. And it's like a 24 hours. How it's 24 hours? The next day should be different. Why to show even that? Why to show that and say this is that?
So what about all the people who claim to have been to the South Pole and claim to have seen it with their own eyes? Are they all lying also?
Well, what about all
a
people,
little
Matthew?
ceremonial pole in the snow? What are we talking about?
Matthew, what about all people who are saying that we are living on the globe? There are even more than that people what seeing that.
What if there's a sun, a 24-hour sun in whatever place? What if we observed phenomena in the sky that's gonna determine the shape of the ground or something?
No, when you're doing cosmology and looking at the shape of the cosmos, then looking at the heavenly bodies is an appropriate source of evidence.
Shape of the cosmos.
Yeah, where the sun
Also-
is, where the moon is, where the stars are, the shape of the earth, all those kinds of things would fit in that category.
In terms
shape of the cosmos, that was funny.
Yeah.
In terms of the South Pole, I'm sure they have a really cute ceremonial pole in the snow somewhere that lots of people think is the South Pole. So I'm sure that's not very hard to do.
The reason why they have a ceremonial place is because the ice shifts, and so every season it's in a different spot.
But you are right. That should be somehow closed. That space, because to have reference 23 degrees tilt, you need to have reference to some kind of space behind that Earth. That means that somebody was on the end of and somebody knows the shape of the space, old shape, because like that you can know if his Earth tilted 23 degrees, referencing to that shape or container inside of that. Because if you don't reference to nothing, how you can have 23 degrees tilt?
Oh, it's based on the latitude of the solstices, how high the sun goes on Earth, the subsolar point of the sun, and that's directly observable on the Earth. You don't even have to look at the stars.
But you are passing through the vacuum. You are in space. You are in nothing. You need to you make a reference to other things to be to that space, to be that tilt, not to the sun.
No, I'm talking about just you can come up with the 23 degrees without even looking at space, just looking at the point, how high where the sun is directly above, like the latitude of that spot.
Yeah, but you are in space, Matthew, around you. You cannot make reference if you don't know what is around you.
Okay.
If I have a ball, let's say egg, it will be better with egg, and I put it in a box. If I move that egg and tilt it, that egg will be tilted 20 degrees reference to that box.
Right.
But we don't have reference in space. We don't know how space looks like. How we can then how we can get tilt of.
Okay, another way to do that would be to look at the subsolar point of where the sun is, because it's possible to see if the sun is directly above you or not. And it turns out the subsolar point of the sun goes as high as 23.43 degrees north and 23.43 degrees south. So without reference to anything out in space, you can still figure out the tilt of the Earth based on the subsolar point of the sunlight.
I did send to you this information, but I don't have more data. I don't know if this is, horizontal, the degrees, because these guys went to a lot of countries and put cameras filming the path of the sun. But what they say this doesn't match with the globe. So I don't have more data. But anyway, they you know they said 2 years ago that they will release a documentary talking the anomaly of stars, but I'm waiting to. But what they saw, they put a lot of cameras on other different countries, and the path of the sun does not match with the globe model. So it is interesting. I just have this, but
I don't believe that data. I think that the observations always match with the timeanddate.com data that's derived from the globe model.
I don't have the more information, but they say this degrees. I don't know if they I don't know more.
This is question. That mean that we on equator we need to have 12 hours daylight and 12 hour dark night every time. Every
Almost. It's 12 hours of the sun being above the horizon and 12 hours of it being below the horizon. Now, even if the sun has just set, it's still dusk for a little while and right before sunrise. So it's a little bit longer than 12 hours of daylight.
And we have that.
On the equinoxes for sure, and it varies a little bit.
No, every day. Why?
Because the sun goes at a slight angle on the equator if it's not the equinox. So it's almost every day.
Yeah, every day should be.
I just looked it up in Quito, Ecuador. The sun rose at 6:15 this morning, and it set at 6:21 this evening. So it's a 12 hours plus 6 minutes, so a little bit off from exactly 12 hours.
Well, why is this changing in England?
Oh, in England, it's because of the latitude. You're way up high, and so based on the tilt of the Earth, the sun is going to be up for a lot longer during the summer and a lot shorter during the winter.
Yeah, but we have one orbital, one axial rotation.
Right.
Yeah, but during the winter, it's the same rotation.
Same rotation during the winter as the summer, 24 hours to come back to the sun being in the same spot in the sky.
And plus, we are missing one day during the year in rotation. But we will add that. But rotation will go on.
Right.
That's strange also.
But the Earth is spinning, moving, the sun is spinning and moving, the galaxy is spinning and moving, the whole universe is spinning and moving. How can the luminaries be repeating cycles precisely and the sun repeat the cycles every single year? There's so many movements. How can it be so precise?
The stars are very far away, and so they don't move very much. They move a tiny little bit, but not very much.
Yeah, but the sun, how can there is structures that every single once a year there is a structure that the light of the sun will illuminate through that hole precisely at the same day, same every single year. Like there's places aligned to the sun to determine the equinoxes and the solstice and all that kind of stuff, and everything is aligned to that timing.
Yeah, the orbits
How can
are
it
very
be
steady.
so precise?
The orbits are very steady, so and we can calculate them.
amazing. That's why structures in the ground are aligned with the luminaries and the sun.
Yeah, because of the steadiness of the orbit. The stars do move a little bit, but it's not very much.
Amazing.
I mean, even Polaris, we call it the North Star, but it's not precisely in the very north of the celestial, map.
The first time I hear about flat Earth, it was on school. Like I don't know, maybe six years. I don't know. And the 500 years ago, the navigators they talk about flat Earth, and they use the sextant and the astrolabes, and they knew that the distance between the stars, each them, are the same all day and night. So, and how can that be possible even today? If we are traveling on that supposed space.
So the builders of these structures that they aligned the structures with the luminaries, they just made the structures to and align them just temporarily, right, Matthew? It's gonna eventually not they're not gonna be aligned anymore. Because they
Those
just
structures and the alignment you're talking about depends on the orbit of the Earth, and the orbit of the Earth is fairly steady.
but eventually, the sun is gonna explode as a supernova and the air is gonna just, flow away or something and nothing is gonna be aligned anymore, right?
I mean, possibly, but not anytime soon. So the structures will be good enough for now.
They just wasted their time making the structures align to the luminaries.
No, they didn't waste their time because the orbit is so steady that those structures will be accurate for a long time.
It's amazing.
The same constellations are there for a long time. The same. And when you watch a time lapse, you see the distance between these stars doesn't change.
Well, it doesn't change much. It does change a tiny little bit, but the structures are mostly the same. I mean, even Polaris moves, right?
But this stays it can move. It depends. We don't really know the shape of these firmaments. one of the reasons, those NASA doesn't show us the stars, it's because there are some astronomers they could debunk because of the position of the stars. So most of the time we don't see no stars. Earth. You see photos from Earth, but we don't see stars around. Never.
You can use a telescope to look at stars. NASA cannot hide the stars from you. You can see them with
Yeah,
your own
but
eyes.
we know what is interesting. This guy that did work at Antarctica, he did talk to an engineer from NASA, and he asked him, why NASA doesn't turn the Hubble telescope to Earth to take a picture, and he couldn't answer. you know, and this guy has access to the elites, so this guy knows what he's talking. He did work. They when you burn inside the family, you have to work to do some work, and then you can decide when you retire to keep working or do your own life. But they have to work. What is more important to them is people to not know who is behind, but there was a general at Antarctica. He did said to him about the other things. He can talk, but no one will believe you. So anyway, but the first one of the first questions when he went to work to Antarctica was, what is the shape of the Earth? I mean, why the hell they ask this to people that go work to there? Maybe to avoid some flat earthers to go there, yeah, to release some information, and they cannot cannot take anything, even clothes. It stays there, photos and everything.
Yeah, they gotta start with that basis. They gotta ask you first, hey, what is the shape of the Earth? And if you're not retarded enough to say it's not a globe, you gotta say it's a globe, right? And then they can continue the conversation. Because if you don't say that, they just cut
Yeah.
it down right there.
Yeah.
Okay, the interview is done. Thank you. You're not a glober, all right? Interview is done.
And at that time he didn't understand, but it's interesting. Last year he does a live stream on YouTube with three flat earth guys. It is in Spanish, but it's interesting.
What is the shape of the Earth? What did he say? Did they ask him that question?
He just say, it's a globe, because at that time he was a glober. But he didn't understand why they asked that, but now he understands, because he knows a lot now, and what he saw at that and that. Even some people talk about the sky ice, and this guy talks about the same thing. He did a friendship, I think, inside McMurdo station, and he had nothing to do. He said there was only one door, and it is controlled to go outside. So except when you are to go to work, and they had nothing to do, and he made a friendship with some scientists there, and this guy showed him and if you even he says, if you bring this to a normal weather here, it will evaporate. It disappears because it only stays on that solid form with the low temperatures. So yeah, and it's blue. I saw some other guy that he did post a message. It says even you can. Was another guy, and if you have to use gloves because if you touch with your skin, it will frozen automatically. So and with the gloves you can manipulate, and you can bend. So yeah, you can bend a little. So yeah, it is interesting.
Are they so? Are they reproducing the ice in a lab or?
No, they take samples and they keep on there at Antarctica, with that low temperatures to study it.
Mm.
Because as soon the environment is more cold, it just evaporates.
But they're operating around this area that is super cold and checking
Yeah.
the ice. Yeah, it's possible. I think that there might be something to that because whatever gases that race that go up above the layers above from down here, and it gets so cold up there that it might have an effect on some of the gases and probably turn it into ice and terrible. Yeah, probably. I think I heard someone is saying that it was frozen oxygen or something like that. Frozen oxygen. It could be something to that, but
Yeah. I mean, the guy that did create this home that we are living was a genius. And the way that the sun and the moon works, I mean, they even don't have the answer today.
I think they just lie about it, and then there might be more answers that we're not privy, or that there might be extra knowledge that you're just not supposed to know. I mean, you might supposed to know it, but it's being hidden because if they push the lie so hard, the lies and the propaganda, the entertainment, push it everywhere so heavily, then there has to be information that is not being presented. It's just being hidden, and it's possible that the mechanisms are actually known, but who knows? You said the guy that designed this place is a genius. You said.
Yeah. And maybe with some workers.
Possible. I was speaking to it's a watch this type of person, he works with watches and devices like that. He fixes them and does work with watches. And we were talking about the sun and the moon and the kind of like the relationship between the timing of the sun and the moon and what that translates into making a watch. There's a connection, right, of the timing. And he told me that the watch that is above, right, the luminary, the sun and the moon, are more precise than the watch that people can make. Swiss watch.
Interesting.
The watch above that clock, the clock that we observe as the luminaries is more precise than the regular clocks that man makes.
They found a mechanism, and they tried to make a model, and it has the precision, about the stars and the planets, circling above us. I don't remember the name of this.
He told me the man-made watches are off by 1 second, or something like that.
Yeah, I did study. How you say it, electronics, and my teacher said, inside of this, you see these clocks, it says quartz, not yeah, I'm talking about more the the digital watches, and you see quartz there, and there's there's a little cylinder, and they have a stone there, a quartz stone, and when a current is applied to this stone, it delays 1 second to get out. So that's why they count the seconds, the size of the seconds, with this, charging an electric charge to this stone, and then it comes out past 1 second. But nowadays, I think they are using other thing. But yeah, some little watches, the digital, you can see like something there. If you open, you see some cylinder there, aluminum cylinder, and my teacher says that's where the stone is, the quartz stone.
It's very interesting. Next time I speak to him, I'm gonna ask him about the quartz inside the clock.
Yeah, the digital watches. The other ones, the old ones, I don't know how they work. Maybe some string. I don't know, but there's that's an interesting world. These guys that do this work with old watches.
He was referring a little bit that during this time he's having like supply issues about, he has a lot of demand and people want him to work on the watches, but the supply of pieces and tools needed to, get the watches in shape or working. These days, the supply chain is difficult for that kind of job. I wonder why.
You there, Matthew?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, you don't lie, dude. I just look at the text chat. You don't lie. You're like straight up with what you think and where you're coming
Guys,
from.
Yeah,
I'm
but
storming and
liar,
toxic.
deceiver, and the thing that Jim says is so catchy and rhyming that he likes to say it. So I don't begrudge him like trying to make some rhymes.
Do you have that southern 17-hour sun in the sky?
That's here in North Dakota. We have.
Yeah, in the north
Yeah,
it's easy because there's lots of cities in the northern latitudes. In the
no,
south,
in the
it's
southern.
not so many.
Yeah, you claimed people in the south. I forget what position you said they were in. You said their city. I don't remember. Do you have that? Or you just heard
Yeah,
that somewhere?
let me look it up. I'll look it up.
Yeah, sure. Here. Thanks.
Ya está libre el baño. Sí. ¿Comió? Coma mucho hielo, come poquito. Sí, pero sí. ¿Cómo juega con eso? Claro.
Okay, I
Okay.
posted a link to the timeanddate.com that gives the sunrise and sunset in the
No.
southern end.
No. I'm talking about videos of time lapse of 17-hour sun in the sky in the southern region. Even 17 hours.
No, this is timeanddate.com, which is accurate.
Come on. Yeah, okay. So you don't have a video. That's what when I
15
asked for a
hours.
video in this you said
Are you
earlier.
saying that time and date is incorrect?
Dude, I don't play your game. You're just a mainstream repeater. I can go look up time and date myself. Your claim was that people in this particular city in the southern region had 17-hour sun in the sky on a clear day. Now, when you mentioned clear day, I assumed you had video proof of this. Now you're pointing me towards time and date. So no thanks.
Oh, no,
Thanks anyway.
you assumed. I did say 17, but I see from this city it's only 15 and change. It is light a little bit longer than that, but the sun is up in the sky for 15 hours on December 21st in this city. I don't have video of it, but I do have time and date a reference, and nobody's ever seen time and date to be incorrect. So I assume that it's okay to use time and date as an accurate reference of observations.
When you said clear day, you wasn't talking about a particular day. You were just talking about time and date.
I was talking about I was talking about as opposed to a cloudy day. So if the clouds are in the sky, then obviously you can't see the sun in the sky. I was just trying to say that the sun is in the sky and visible in the sky when there's no clouds. If there's clouds, obviously you can't.
Okay, let's just be clear. You've never seen it, and you don't have any video evidence of there being 17 hours or 15 hours. Now it's down to 15 and some change, which is fair. But you don't have video evidence of that either, just to be clear.
To be clear, I was guessing without looking it up. My guess was off, so I do mean 15 hours and 15 minutes,
I'm more
and I don't have video evidence.
Okay, thanks.
But I believe it to be true, and I think it's accurate, unless I've been given some other compelling counter-arguments, which I haven't.
Yeah, I get that you're trustworthy in the mainstream narrative because that's all you've repeated. Like, I don't even know why people are asking you questions because to get the answers to the question. Yeah, you cut me off. You're cutting me off. No, all you're doing is reading.
Right, I'm
There's
reading
no
from
original thought.
trustworthy sources.
Okay, yes. Your trustworthy source is the mainstream narrative, right? We get that. My point was no need to ask you questions of what your truth of the mainstream narrative is, because all you're doing is repeating what we can go look up.
Right, but I'm explaining it in an easy to understand way that sometimes you don't understand.
Yeah, right. All right. That was a good one. Yeah, much good. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand that you're reading the mainstream narrative when I'm telling you that's what you're doing. Somehow I don't understand that. I'm clear enough to say that I don't fully, like, when I look at both models, I have questions on both.
That's good.
But yeah, do you? Like, can you give another explanation of why, um, let's say sunsets? In your model, the mainstream model, the sun basically sets due to refraction in one way, but because of a physical um, piece of earth, whether it be water or land, hiding the sun, correct? Blocking the sun from bottom up as you turn away from it or rotate away from the sun.
Right.
Do you have any other explanation? Let's say, just like me, for example, I think the earth is the center and the sun rotates above us. Do you have an explanation of how that would set?
Yeah,
Because I fully
because I
understand.
understand the flat Earth. I understand the flat Earth explanation, which is that it's due to perspective, and that as the sun moves away from us, it goes towards the horizon, and perspective makes it get farther and farther away, and as things go farther in the distance, they disappear from the bottom up until it gets far enough that it's not visible at all, and therefore it becomes dark. So that's the flat Earth explanations, roughly.
So you would say both of those sunsets, like the same exact sunset, although the distances would be a little different and the size maybe of the light, but both explanations are plausible. Because I agree that
I,
both are plausible.
yeah, I would say that they are both explanations. I think they have different levels of plausibility and different levels of problems in the specifics. Specifically, I would say that perspective makes things get smaller. It doesn't hide something, so that I
Well,
don't see how perspective makes the sun disappear.
perspective, yeah, you said that. I never said perspective does that. Perspective would be if the sun is getting further away from you, but if it's always already seven, let's say, just pick a number arbitrarily. We can even use your number. If it's 93 million miles above you, and then it's going away from you, but it's staying 93 million miles above you at that angle, then it wouldn't get smaller now, would it?
Right. In the globe Earth model, the sun does not get smaller as it sets.
Right, but what I'm saying is, in a different model, due to perspective, the sun wouldn't need to get smaller if it's not getting further away from you. Just changing its angle, but staying the same distance away from you.
Right. I think
Okay,
that's what's
I just
happening.
wanted to make sure you were clear on that when you said sets due to perspective, because most people say, well, the sun's not getting smaller, so it can't be perspective, and I think you and I agree that that's a bogus way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. You are honest. So, what's your number one globe proof? Like, if you were gonna, if I was like new to the country or new to the debate, and I said I've always been taught it was flat. Like my teachers, my parents, you know, my grandfather, everybody I've always known taught me that the Earth is flat. What would be your number one? Look, just do this, and you'll know it's not flat.
Yeah, turn on your satellite TV. So the success of engineering based on the globe model is a pretty big evidence in favor of the globe model.
So
Geostationary satellites.
frequency from the sky is your evidence that I live on a globe. I hope that's not where you would really. I mean, you're joking, right?
No, I'm serious. The fact that you can turn on your satellite TV that is pointed to a spot in the sky, and You don't have to adjust your antenna. There's always something there, even though you can't see anything there. I think that's good evidence that geostationary satellites exist.
So what would you say if I had a satellite on my boat, and when I get far enough away from shore, it doesn't work anymore? What would you say to that?
I would say you need to adjust it. Like GPS works in the middle of the
Wait,
ocean,
wait.
hundreds of
No,
miles away.
I didn't say GPS. I said my satellite TV, because
Okay,
that was your number one proof.
yeah,
If I came to you,
satellite TV works in the middle of the ocean, hundreds of miles away from any.
okay, mine doesn't. So it has a dome.
You need to readjust it.
I know it's working fine to a certain distance, and then I have other boats that have satellite systems that are stronger than mine, and they work at a greater distance away from the shore. Would you still say that signal's coming from a satellite?
Yes, it's. I mean, I don't know what system you're using. You're using
Track. It's called Track Vision. I own it.
Okay, I'm
I
not
operate
familiar
it.
with that.
Yeah, it's a satellite system. It's in a dome. You can put them on top of RVs, boats, and whatever. We have one on our boat, and it picks up what they say is a satellite, right? Which I agree with, because satellites can be many different things. Like surveyors say satellites are the dishes on top of buildings, right? So they call those satellites. So Track Vision says that I'm picking up a satellite signal, which, okay, I agree with. But in my case, and many other cases that have the same system as mine, about 120 miles offshore, you will lose signal. Other track visions, which are larger and more powerful in frequency, can pick up to 250 to 500 miles and also receive like email and, you know, all of that. Mine is a smaller, less powerful system that can't do email and goes out at around 120 miles, loses signal. Now, doesn't that seem like it's based on how far away you are from a landmass, not a satellite above you at an angle which you could pick up from anywhere? Because keep in mind, this is a dome. It has a device in it that's spinning around constantly tracking that signal. While you're moving in my boat, I've been going on rough seas, smooth seas. I can be going fast or slow. That TV works. Make sense?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
I
that?
see that there's coverage maps for the DirecTV, the Track Vision system, and I don't know why there's coverage maps if it needs some land-based thing also. So my guess would be there's some land-based requirement. I don't know much about Track Vision.
So not receiving signal from satellite. So when you told me that all I have to do is turn on my satellite TV, maybe you need to rethink that number one proof again, right? Let's go to your number two. No, I just told you it doesn't work.
You gave me an example of a specific Track Vision satellite, which may have
some
requirements, which is satellite TV, but may also require to be proximity to some land-based thing for two-way email.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the satellite that's stationary on the side of my house?
Yeah, the dish network.
Oh, okay. I don't have that anymore. What I have is an antenna in my attic, so I don't have to put anything external on my house anymore. We did away with that. Now it's just an antenna receiving frequency, and I get the same exact channels from the same exact satellite, like HD. You don't need a dish. So what now?
Yeah, I'm talking about the dishes that were like the 70s and 80s, like
They're obsolete. Yeah, so you gave me a number one proof that's actually obsolete now. You can just use an antenna to get the same HD channels from the same satellites.
So it doesn't matter if it's obsolete. If space existed in the 80s and 90s, it still exists today. So those satellite dishes are pointed straight up at something.
Straight up? No, this antenna is just receiving signals from all around.
I'm talking about the image I posted at 9 past the hour of satellite dishes in Quito, Ecuador, pointed straight up.
Yeah, you're talking about a very specific satellite now. not me.
You remember those huge satellite dishes that people had in the 80s and 90s?
Yeah,
right?
I have one. My dad took one that we used to have and turned it upside down, put it over our dining room table as a dome. I got a massage this morning at Beau Rivage. It's a really nice resort in the Gulf Coast. I got a massage there this morning. Where the hot tubs are, they have a dome, a dish just like that makes a dome, and they have clouds painted in there and have a light in there. It's amazing. I took a picture of it a couple weeks ago. I'll probably show you. Yeah, those things are obsolete.
Okay, fine. We could go to number 2. My number 2 is that I live near the ocean and I can watch the sunset over the ocean. And halfway through the sunset, I can see the top of the sun, but not the bottom.
We already talked about sunsets. You agreed that it could happen on both models. You even told me how.
I think the globe Earth explanation is better than the flat Earth explanation.
By how much? You know, the globe Earth explanation says that the sun sets and is refracted up, right?
Half a degree about, yes.
Which is how much of the sun?
The whole sun, about 4 minutes worth.
So out of 15 degrees, it's a half a degree. That's a lot, right?
Half a degree is the entire angular width of the sun.
Right, that's a lot, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad we agree. That's a lot of the sun that's already set that's being refracted up in your model.
Right.
But you've also already agreed without refraction, no mention of refraction on a flat plane, how something that's going away from you could appear to get lower in the sky and be obstructed bottom up due to the angle.
Oh no, I was parroting the incoherent flat Earth explanation of.
You said you agreed with it.
No, I didn't say I agreed with it. I just was.
So you don't agree with it? You don't agree that's how?
I don't think it's an adequate explanation at all.
You don't think a light in the sky above you, as it moves away from you, would get lower and get obstructed bottom up?
No, I do not. Perspective makes things smaller. It does not obscure anything.
We've already talked about perspective not being the only.
Give me one example of where something getting farther away makes part of it.
Don't get excited, because you've already given me the reasons, and perspective wasn't the only reason even you gave.
I gave the reasons that you give, so to demonstrate that I understand.
I haven't given any reasons.
I didn't agree with them. I meant you as a flat earthers.
Guys, can I ask Matthew something about something he said a second ago?
Sure.
So, Matthew, a moment ago, you said that there's 2 explanations. Well, one's technically an observation, but just for the sake of argument, let's refer to them both as explanations, even though one of them's technically not. So you said that there's a flat Earth one and there's a globe Earth one of reasons why the sun sets, and so we say the sun's just moving further away. That's what we observe. And you say the Earth is turning, and that's why the sun is setting. So why would you think that is more reasonable than just the sun moving away?
Because the explanation that perspective is hiding things doesn't make sense to me. Perspective makes things smaller, but it does not obscure parts of things. It only makes things smaller. So I don't buy that explanation.
But can you reiterate that? Like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around what you just said. Like,
sure,
trying to find any real substance in it.
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out where anybody at any time said that perspective was hiding anything. I surely didn't say that.
Okay, well, good. I mean, I don't think it does hide anything.
But you do agree that it makes things appear lower in the sky, and due to that angle, I mean, you gave the reasons yourself. Seem to be reneging.
So it's conversations like this, Matthew, that make some people, not me, but some people question whether or not you're really a glober.
Like the part where you're being honest again.
Yeah.
Like
that's why
it's not so much. Not so much that you're lying. You're just not really being honest with what you're saying here.
When he changes his
there you are. I'm back. Sorry, I was gone for a second.
When he changed his wording and went to saying things about perspective doing things that we never even talked about, That's why I said, well, I'm done with this conversation. It's not being honest.
Okay, so what would you describe as the reason for the bottom of the sun disappearing? I thought it was perspective, but I don't want to mischaracterize what you say.
Well, I can explain it very easily, and this is something that you can do. If you're a 6-foot man, just put a 10-foot obstruction in front of you, put a light 12 foot above you, straight up above you, and have someone move that light beyond that wall infinitely far. You think you're going to see that light? Or you think
No,
that 10-foot
the
wall is
wall.
going to...
Yeah, the wall will block it. That's yeah.
Okay, well, that's one way. Would it obstruct that light bottom up?
It would obstruct the light bottom up.
Well, that was easy.
Because the wall is higher than you.
Well, that was easy. I can go on. I mean, but
So
if you already agree to that, then how can you say that it's not due to perspective or couldn't be
now
due
we
to
are all dumber for having heard what you have to say. Okay.
So what happens if the wall is lower than you? It can't ever do that if the wall is lower than you, right?
But this is all lovely conversation and all that, but I'm just kind of curious. Matthew, do you believe it's possible for us to construct a rail, like, for a train, but one that's reliably straight, like say up to 5 miles? Is that possible?
That's a long distance. So it depends on what the tolerances are. Like how straight do you mean? Within 1 foot, 1 inch, 1 centimeter? I don't think it's that easy to make something that's perfectly straight. No.
But I mean, we have it within our means, right?
Probably. It would be expensive to do, though.
Well, what I'm asking you is what would be the method that you think would be greatest to make sure that a railway is straight?
I'm not a surveyor.
Or wait, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
They have
here.
lasers that can do that kind of thing.
So, I'm sorry. I was just getting you confused with someone else. I was thinking that you were one of those people that denies it's even possible to make an arc segment measurement of the Earth. But no, you're just saying no one's ever done it, but it would be possible. That's what you think, right?
I guess it would be possible. I think it'd be really difficult. I don't know why anybody would do it.
But you don't know why anyone would want to do that?
Yeah.
But take, for instance, me. You don't know why I would want to do that? By now? Come on. Really?
Oh, I know why you'd want to do it, but why would anybody who already believes the Earth is a globe want to do it?
Well, because they want to know that the Earth's a globe. They wouldn't want to believe the Earth's a globe. That's why they'd want to do it.
I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the world that believes the Earth is a globe and thinks that it needs this strong kind of proof that,
Are you serious? You're talking for 6 billion people now? Who the hell you think you are? You don't think there's anyone in the world that? Now that is a strong statement.
Yeah, I'm talking sort of common sense for what I think most people say.
No, you're talking nonsense, not common.
Well, come on, Matthew, you got to at least admit most people don't even think about it that much. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah,
most men and women around you and I, they grew up with this in the back of their head, but they didn't even think about it so much, really.
Right.
Humans are inquisitive and they want to prove people wrong. So if I tell you the Earth is flat, they want to do everything in their power, including creating a straight line segment over a curved surface, to show that Earth surface is curved. Wouldn't you agree with that? That's how humans are.
I would say most humans look at a picture and say, "Oh, there's a picture. That's good enough for me."
Oh my God! I don't know why we're talking.
But you have a double standard then, Matthew, because you've seen pictures of Bigfoot, but Bigfoot's not real to you, right?
Bigfoot's not real, no.
So do you see the double standard there?
What, that some pictures are believable and some pictures aren't?
So you're saying you haven't seen the pictures
that pictures are evidence. Are you saying that pictures from space are evidence of space, the vacuum of space?
Pictures of the Earth are good evidence that the Earth is curved, yes.
Oh, okay. So
taking
pictures of Bigfoot, evidence of Bigfoot.
Society. Yeah, you're taking.
So is pictures of Bigfoot evidence of Bigfoot's existence?
Yeah.
So I deny that because some pictures are not believable, that doesn't rule out all pictures. That's all.
Yeah, but you're taking pictures from NASA, which in this case would be the Bigfoot Society, and saying pictures of Earth given to me by NASA are believable.
Yes.
But pictures from Bigfoot Society given to me of Bigfoot are not believable.
That's right.
That's a double standard, sir.
Right. There's a double standard. There's different
Right.
standards for different levels of evidence, different kinds of
double standard of evidence. Let's make sure we're pointing this out. It's a standard of evidence. So your standard of evidence for the Earth being a ball is just to have a picture of it being a ball, right?
Not merely that, but it's a part of a huge constellation of other evidence, logic, and reason. So yeah.
So what if I showed you a picture of it being flat?
Then I would consider that as part of evidence and take it into consideration and see how it affects my overall view.
Black
Just
swan.
like any picture, right? I mean, any picture, any evidence, any experiment, you take that and put it into your collection of evidence and sort of evaluate and see what is most reasonable and understandable.
Yeah, but do you look at that, all the evidence? Like, do you look at where the photo came from, who presented the photo,
right?
Why?
All those
why
things.
they did it?
The reason, their motives, the believability of the photo, all those things would come into play. You're right.
So why would you think that anything from NASA is believable?
Because I don't see any evidence that they are telling things that aren't believable. They seem like a reasonable organization, and it fits with the rest of what I already believe, so I don't see why they would lie.
You can't think of one reason why the government would lie to you?
That's a different question. Government's lying is one thing. Like
NASA is the government.
Is a separate question. It's part of the government.
No, it is the government.
Right.
Okay, there's no separation.
Government.
Yeah, there is no. There's no demarcation line between NASA and government. They are exactly.
Yeah, your foot is part of you.
Yeah, the question still stands. Do you think there's any reason why NASA, which is part of the government, which you agreed with, would ever lie to you?
Yes, to obtain huge amounts of money.
What about national security? You think, if they deem that if flat Earth came out, that people would freak out so much, the economies would crash, and people would fight.
Wait, hold on. Economies would crash? What? What are you talking
about? I don't think they'd be afraid of that. No.
Given examples of why they would lie, national security, which is one of the reasons they give why they do propaganda in the first place.
National security? That's a cold word for cover-up.
Well, whatever you want to call it, that's the reasons they give why they lie to the. What I'm pointing out is that they don't even deny that they lie to you. Why would you say they don't lie, which he didn't? He says they do lie, and he sees why they would lie. One would be the money. I was just pointing out other reasons why they lie. What's the big deal?
He's saying they could lie.
I'm saying they do lie. They admit that they lie. It's called propaganda. It's legal lying to the public for reasons of, one is national security.
So if somebody tells a lie, that does not mean automatically that everything they say is a lie.
Never said it was.
So then if you can't rely on eyewitness testimony, then what are you left to do? Search for other forms of evidence, maybe harder forms of evidence, more solid, tangible forms of evidence, like direct measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, have you ever measured water, sir? Because your number one satellite's pointing out in the sky, which is ridiculous. You even posted a picture of a satellite pointing directly up. My goodness.
That was a satellite receiver, a parabolic directional antenna pointing straight up that receives signals from the same point in sky for decades on end. So it couldn't be a balloon because balloons move, and so something
what exactly
must be
does
up
that
there.
prove? What does that prove?
Could be frequencies
it proves that
bouncing off of another
something is up
satellite. Yeah, they could have another satellite in the sky, and then just Signals from the ground
It's
bouncing off of
proof
that side.
communication systems
Well, we
work.
all know
That's what
something's
it's
up
proof
there.
of.
I think
Yeah.
we're all in accord when it comes to there's something up there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something up there, but whatever's up there,
But let's not compare apples
it's
to
still
oranges.
flat down here. Regardless of whatever is up there, it's still flat down here and stationary down here.
Right. No matter how many satellites are on balloons or in some type of superfluid or however they have a propulsion system that we don't know about, whatever. However, the satellites are up there doing what they're doing, which is communicating, doesn't make water curve. Ever.
It also doesn't make a straight line become curved either. Never has, never will. But that seems to be the only logical argument they have.
I'll give Matthew at least the credit of, saying at least he thinks it's possible to make an arc segment measurement of the globe Earth. Because I would tell you, man, there's a lot of globers out there. They won't even go that far. They'll just be like, oh, no, this is impossible. We can't reliably make a straight line. No, we just can't do it. We can't reliably make a straight line. Like, what?
They throw all the engineers and surveyors under the bus by doing that, by saying that. We can measure the centimeter movement of the moon.
Well, and deny every freeway and every building and every concrete pour.
Yeah.
The one thing, if I go back about the trusting NASA, so if they said they took this photo, this 1972 photo, right after they went to the moon for world peace, does that not work into your thinking at all?
What? World peace? No way. That's awesome. That's a good reason.
Yeah, it seems like a good reason, isn't it?
World peace. When did that happen?
Yeah.
Hollywood fakes space better than NASA fakes it.
Yeah, did they keep the receipt on that one?
Yeah, see, what I was looking at here is like you don't.
Can we get our money back from that company?
Carl Sagan said that it was quite ironic that Nixon said that he went to the moon for peace, but then carpet bombed Cambodia. What do you think about that, Matthew? Is that ironic, you think, or what? Where are you going with that?
Yeah.
That's it? Just ironic?
It's like when a president takes over and pulls a bunch of troops out and leaves a bunch of equipment behind. Isn't that ironic?
Like, what a coincidence.
Ideas. That's called a coincidence.
Or it's strategic, depending on whose side you're on.
What about if you were to say that the overview effect, that people who've been to space somehow have this change of consciousness? They become more peaceful. They start to see all of humanity as connected. But then they go psychopathic and just start sucker punching reporters when asked about if they went to the moon or not. Would that be a coincidence too, or?
Yeah, that's questions of psychology, like trying to figure out what he was thinking, what was going on. That's an interesting question, though.
I wonder what got the little girl to say it, to call him a liar and a thief.
Yeah, would he have punched the little girl?
I wonder if he would have punched the little girl. It would have been hilarious. Not, of course, for the little girl, mind you, but it would have been hilarious.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the sucker punch was the worst one because some of the other guys, they pushed, they questioned if he had a real Bible.
Yeah, kicked him, cussed him, said he was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Threatened to send some hitman at him.
One of them
that
said,
was pretty funny, dude.
we were just passengers. We were just passengers.
Yeah,
like,
why you want to get on us, man? We're just doing our jobs, man. Why you want to get on? Like, want to be mad at us? We're not mad at you. We just want you to admit that you're lying. Just tell the truth. It's that simple. But of course he can't because that would go against
fear, Matthew, wasn't it? That guy was in a fight. He's cornered. He knows he's not supposed to spill the beans. You've got somebody in your face.
Matthew has one of those contracts.
Yeah, you've got somebody in your face. Oh, go ahead.
We were excited before we left and scared when we got back. What's the big deal?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, can you guys tell? He was only scared because he was afraid the aliens were going to come back from the moon and get him.
Yeah, or if he spills the beans,
There's a base back there, you know.
He went into
That's why they
fight or
really went there.
flight because he knows he's got to keep his mouth shut. But he's got some dude in there in his face saying, "Dude, show me the proof. Just swear in the Bible. The only proof I need that you went to the moon is you to swear on this Bible, and I'll believe everything you say." It shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a big deal because he took communion on the moon. So why swearing in the Bible wouldn't be a big deal?
What would be the big deal? Right, you would think, right?
He was a high-grade military officer. He swore in the Bible a few times to do that job. So why now? Why won't he do it now?
I don't know, but maybe he was frustrated with being asked the same question all the time, and instead of fear,
He got
it was
his feelings
frustration.
hurt. That explains
Wait,
everything.
was he asked it all the time?
No,
Wait,
just the one time.
Oh yeah,
Can
it
you
was
prove that he wasn't?
It wasn't fair.
I have sincere doubts, but no, I can't
You
prove
got hired
that.
to be an astronaut.
So
That's your
we are
job.
speculating about his
Take
state
the
of mind.
bullshit.
Neither of us know what his state of mind is because we don't have to talk to him. So yes, I agree that it's speculation. Maybe it was fear.
Get him
maybe
on.
it
We'll talk to him.
was frustration. So there we are. We
I'll
don't
talk
know.
to him.
Okay, how about this one then, right? So if Buzz is maybe his state of mind is out there, he's an alcoholic, he isn't thinking right, he was kind of frustrated. Well, how about the first guy in the moon, Armstrong? You get back from the moon, you're a world explorer, the first person ever to do something. Do you A, go into seclusion for the rest of your life and give some coded speech right before you pass away? Or do you spend your whole life like running for political office and being a pillar of a community, talking about exploration, being a spokesperson for NASA? Which one makes more sense?
It depends on his state of mind and personality. I don't know.
What would you do?
I think I would parlay it into a successful career, like and become the president of Eastern Airlines, like one of them did. But if I were like a geeky kind of engineering guy, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe all the fame and the knowledge that the biggest thing I will ever accomplish in my entire life is in the past. That'd be kind of sucky. Like you're never going to do something bigger than what you just did. So I don't know what that would do psychologically to a person. I'm not even a psychologist, so I couldn't speculate.
Or maybe you're thinking like the whole world was going to change and it just didn't. Like there's just still endless warfare. Like all this stuff that you thought was going to be like this big one giant leap for humanity, and nothing changed. Nothing. Actually, nothing changed.
I think
People
he was
are like,
more
what
of a
time's the
military.
honeymooners on?
I think he was more of a scientist, military engineering type guy, not sort of a humanities guy. So I don't know how much he thought about those deep things.
Well, that was his comment.
Well,
that was his first
technically,
comment,
we can't
right?
really say much about it, right?
Right.
His first
Well,
comment.
something changed. Something changed. We're just a little bit closer to building a base on the moon, right?
His first comment wasn't like,
happened to
"Hey,
that?
look at this feat of engineering." His first comment was, "That was a very small step for me, but a huge step for all of mankind." Was it just empty words? Was it just a platitude, like a catchphrase? He didn't think about it. It was a blurt.
I think
Anybody remember
he
when Mao
said that he
Zedong
thought
directed?
about it ahead of time.
Remember, like afterwards, they were giving away the ashes at like KFC and all these restaurants. You could go and they give you your little free ash from Mount St. Helens. You remember that? Anybody?
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what the hell?
Well, you know, I'm just a weird person and I like to tell weird tales. But
Yeah, well, the Mount St. Helens
yeah,
things are totally different.
No, I'm saying like you remember, right? You remember? Well, maybe you don't, but when I was a kid, I went to KFC one time and they were giving out little plastic, so you know, like the things they put the damn coleslaw in. They give you one full of ashes, and if you bought like a bucket meal or something, chicken, you got the free ashes. And I remember like being all excited about that. I was like, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 7 years old, maybe. And I remember being all excited to go and get a bucket of chicken so we could get those ashes so I could see what was it. And it was just ashes, of course. But the reason why I'm saying it is it's just like this thing with the moon. Something happened in 1969, supposedly. And since then, we've been trying to find any evidence that it ever actually happened. But nobody wants to really talk about that. We want to talk about all this crazy stuff that might be interesting, might look a certain way, but it really doesn't prove nothing. I don't know where it comes from. It's just like that ash that they were giving away. They just got you to buy a bucket of chicken. It was probably just ash out of the damn barbecue from the back. Who knows? You know,
No,
it
no,
probably wasn't
it was
even
an
from Mount
assortment
St.
of
Helens, bro.
petrified wood.
It's literally a gimmick. It's a cycle. It's a device, and a lot of people need devices. You know, like remember FU T-shirts. Remember the happy face with the bullet hole in the middle of his head. Remember all those stupid things that we had. You know, Save the Whales, Harpoon a Fat Chick. Remember all those stupid little things that everybody thought was horrible and gross and disgusting, but we all laugh when we think about. You know, now that we're grown. I'm sure everybody has one, right? Everybody has one of those things that they used to say or they used to do, like, dude, you
I'm
know,
laughing about half
everybody
of the
said,
ones you just
dude.
said right now.
There you go, right? Like, it's like,
No,
start thinking about that. Like,
yeah,
what
I
were those
totally.
made for? Where did they come from? We made them what they are, but if it wasn't for the fact that somebody came up with that idea in the first place, we would have never picked up on it and said it all the time. And they sold us T-shirts and they made us buy all kinds of crap with just that in mind. Oh, look, you get this free thing. How many times did they dupe you on that? You know what I mean? Think about that. This is what that is. It's the same thing, only now they're selling more than just products. They're selling a lifestyle. They're selling a personality. They're selling whatever you want to become.
They're selling a creation story. Don't forget the Big Bang.
Well, that too,
Theory.
yeah. But I mean, like the whole package. It's a whole package. Think about it. That's what they're going to sell it to our kids. You really want to think about it. That's what we should be concerned about, right? Our children, the future, if there is one.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
see where
I gotta go. I'm gonna go watch the fireworks.
All right, take care, dude.
Okay, Matthew. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that now. It's that sort of marketing scheme. It was like all about something other than it really was.
And you know what? For a while, it felt good. Like it was like cool to like suggestive sell, right? Remember when you used to work at a restaurant or something, and if you didn't suggestive sell and you got caught, you'd get like banned or you get a demerit or some stupid thing. Remember that stupid stuff? I didn't work at a lot of restaurants, but the few that I did work at, I wouldn't have ate at probably. But does anybody ever work at a restaurant that they would eat, like actually go and just eat and not have to go back there and make sure? Like I don't think I've been to a
I
restaurant
did.
where I'm
One.
completely confident in the people that work there.
Chuck E. Cheese, believe it or not.
No. Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
rebaked pizza. Yeah, I know all about that.
15. I was 15 up to 16 in high school, and their pizza was awesome. And I worked in the kitchen, and we kept it clean and kept it right. Loved their pizza. Now I wouldn't eat there.
I'm not saying that there doesn't exist restaurants. I just meant like,
Yeah, I get it.
if it wasn't me and a group of people like what you're saying, like, you know, like, yeah, me and a bunch of people did, you know, like,
yeah, you can make your own food.
The people who trained us, they just taught us right how to do it. They showed us the fastest way to do it. And they taught us how to just keep at it until you get good at it, right? It's like remembering what goes on a hamburger. It's not difficult. It's just you got to have that pattern in your head. It's like memorizing anything, right?
How come you wouldn't eat there now? Do you not trust the people that work there now? Do they not seem trustworthy enough to you?
No, I think I'd probably trust the guy who lives in the hole over here down the street from my house on the side of the road there. Lives in a hole in the ground. I'd probably trust him to cook me dinner than I would most of the people that work at restaurants nowadays.
I had a vending
I mean, I'm not
business.
saying if you work there, I apologize. I'm not trying to like point any type of category out or nothing. I'm just saying in general, I've worked in restaurants, and everyone I've ever been to, I've literally watched people make food that was bad,
nasty.
and I've watched them literally sell food that literally wasn't unfit. I wouldn't have fed it to my dog or cat, much less my family. You know what I'm saying? And that thank God pizza toppings were all pre-cooked and everything, so we were pretty much safe to an extent. But I mean, if it wasn't for that, I don't know. Like the pizza place I worked at, even though we worked our asses off, there were times where people would just do that, and the manager would do that. He would teach them that, and I'd be like, "Why do you do that, man? Like, you don't teach the dumbest guy; you teach the smarter guys to do that kind of stuff." It's like if you're gonna break the rules, at least make sure everybody's on the same page, bro. Like, it's like they teach you one way, they say you can't do it any other way, and then the day you start, you're like trying to do it that way, and then everybody's like, "Why are you doing it that way? That's stupid. That takes forever. Don't do it that way. Just do it this way. Everybody just does it this way." I'm like, "Well, that's not the way I was trained to do it." "Oh, well, you're a fuddy duddy then." I'm like, "Well, I mean, they are paying me to do the job. I mean, the least I can do is do it the way they ask, right? Like, it doesn't look like it's that difficult to do it this way than your way, so why not just do it the way they designed it? They're the ones that started the business, put the money into it, and like, I mean, all set aside, I mean, You got to give the people who came up with the idea for the business and the one who sold it to the dummy who bought the damn, you know, what do they call it? Franchise or whatever. It's like, it's all sales pitch. Everything in the world is just about somebody trying to sell something they've got and they can get more for it. That's all it about. That's all it is. It's about taking advantage of somebody in order to make a buck. And I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea, but the problem is that if it's not regulated, and you can't regulate something like that, really. I mean, you can get people to follow business licenses and all this crap, but there are people that just won't ever, and it just won't make a difference. Right? Kind of like rules. You can't have five
Business
people that break
license.
rules all the
Business
time.
license. Wait, what's the purpose of that? That sounds like a barrier to entry, and nothing more. What's the purpose of a
Well, yeah.
business license?
Well, I won't argue with that. I'm saying most people think that that's what they're supposed to do, so they go out and they do it the way that, oh, this is how you're supposed
Yeah,
to do
no,
this,
no.
right?
I'm saying I see that's how the rules are, and what I'm saying is the rules are stupid. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they are, and people, and yeah, most people won't even admit they're stupid when they get involved in it. They're like, well, at least you just make sure you realize that when you're going to sign this contract, you're going to say that you're changing, you're doing all this, you're doing all these legal things to your name and all this other stuff in order to start this business. You might want to know what the hell you're doing before you actually sign that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it is fascinating. The people that do have rights that are still left, like the people in my country, like luckily, I guess, I guess we're allowed to carry guns and things like that. I mean, yeah, you got to get a license. If you want to carry anything more than just like a hunting rifle, you're going to need, if you want a handgun or
Not
whatever, you're going to have to get a special
not here.
license
You
for it.
don't.
Well, you can get them, but I'm saying
Well, it's a state by state.
I could go down. I could go down
it
to
at
the
that.
nearest Big Five, and I could buy a shotgun right now. Probably walk out the door with it today, or maybe I have to wait till tomorrow or the next day at the most. But I could get a weapon if I really needed one. If you're legal and you're not a criminal or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You're not in the, that's not hard to do. But the point is why should you have to do that? Why do they need to know that you have it and it's a law? No matter what kind of gun it is, you know what I mean? Regardless of all the rules and the crap, you don't have a right to ask me if I've got a gun or whether I carry guns or whether I use them. The only time you need to be worried about that is when you're on my property and you're not doing what I ask you to do, right? Because that's what they'll tell you when you're on their property, right? Or you do what you do whatever I tell you when you're on my property, right? Public property is all different. Anyway, let's not talk about that. That's just a dumb idea. But I don't really know much about all it. I know a lot of shit. I know a lot of things, but I don't know the legal process of it. I just know it. So don't let me pretend like I do. I guess I shouldn't be watering the garden still because they're starting this fireworks a day early.
The flowers are drowning. Stop watering so much.
If I don't, realize that I was gone just to visit my mom and help her clean up the place and stuff for a week. And the week I was gone, even though my wife was watering the garden, and she's the one who, we learned together how to plant tomatoes and all that. She didn't water them enough. So by the time I got back from camping, they were there's big, 2-inch gaps in the ground. So I'm just trying to replace what was missing and keep the ground dry so that if there's a fire nearby, like there was last night, dummies setting up fireworks in an empty field, then I don't have to worry about my backyard burning down and catching my house on fire. I'll be able to protect it. You know what I mean? But I got lots of tomatoes, but since they weren't being watered right, they're not as big as they should be yet. But another couple weeks and I get the ground back moist the way it's supposed to be, and I'll show you guys more pictures. I know I showed you some stuff before I started the garden when I first planted them. No, I don't know why I'm still talking. My 2 minutes was up a long time ago. I like to argue. Anybody in here wants to argue about something silly? I'm good at that. Anything with just silence and cricket.
Was I late to like a topic? Did a topic just finish?
What? The topic is always the same.
No. Usually when I join, it's usually like, a discussion, but I guess I joined a bit late.
Can you cut down the background noise? It's really kind of echoing.
That's my fan. I can really turn it off. Maybe I'm gonna fix it my sound settings. Maybe I could turn it off then.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I guess it's finally gone.
Now I can barely hear you, but at least it's clear.
I see.
Are you whispering because you're afraid to talk loud in your house, or are you whispering because you're close to the mic?
Because I just like to whisper more. My throat hurts at the moment. I've been, teaching my younger siblings on some things, and now my throat hurts, so I'm constantly talking.
Okay, so what can we do for you? What's up? What brings you in?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just here. If I just dropped by, maybe I could listen to some discussions.
Yeah, that's usually
It's
what we do here.
Yeah, it's basically what I'm doing. Oh, no, I'm just here, like sitting in silence, I guess.
Oh, I know this.
Same.
I hear hammering in the background.
It might have been my younger cousins. They're watching a movie. It's a bit loud.
Okay, maybe where you're from, hammering is different or something, or when I say hammering, you're thinking of I'm saying something different. But I'm talking about having a hammer or a metal steel hammer in your hand that you knock nails in the wall with, and you're just hammering on the side of a wall, and it goes bam, and it echoes, and you hear it going down through the echoing through the hallway. That's what it sounds like. It's a very distinctive sound. It sounds like an old building or a hospital building or a rehab home or something. It's very distinct.
Oh, you're hearing hammering. I don't think it's possible since there's not much. There's not enough. There's no construction around where I am. I don't know
And
how
you
you
don't
heard
happen to be rubbing some kind of a vibrating device against the microphone, or there's not one on the table, or your phone isn't going off or something.
No, it's just my room being quiet. My room's really quiet. The only thing you could hear, maybe you could just hear
What's
the
that wah
movie.
wah 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 sound? What's that?
Oh, that's my ceiling fan.
Ah, I was gonna guess that, but I actually wasn't sure if that's what I was hearing or not.
Yeah, I
All right.
can't really turn it off because it's just a
I know
ceiling
if you
fan.
do,
It's
then the
only on
fan
and
stops
off.
moving. Then yeah, I know you die from a heat stroke. I get it.
Yeah,
But
where I'm from,
maybe
it's
if you
very
adjusted
very
your
hot.
try that adjustment knob on your background filter, your noise reduction thing. Try adjusting it a little
It's
bit and
already
see if it stops it like us from hearing
on.
it.
It's already on. I don't know how it's.
Well, maybe you should mute when you're not going to talk. That way we won't just hear it constantly. We'd appreciate that because it's really kind of like loud when it comes through. Thank you very much.
I want to know what that guy with the whoa, 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 whoa sound, where is he from? Because he
IPAX,
sounds
man.
familiar.
What is that?
He left. Oh.
All right, let's throw a question out there since nobody wants to talk. It's getting boring. I got a good question. What scares you the most? Like, what would make you like so scared you like lose it? For me, it's like being trapped underwater. I don't know why. Like, there's nothing to be afraid of. I know that once you like breathe the water in, you don't feel anything. You just goes black. But for some reason, it's like it's a terrifying feeling being stuck underwater. Like just that weird look that everything looks at, and you're like you feel like almost weightless, but yet everything when you open your eyes underwater and it's clear. How creepy that is. And it's like you see the light at a distance, and it's like you don't see really anything in between. It's like a void. I've always thought that was like a terrifying thing. Like somebody ever trapped me inside of a giant tank or something. I'm terrified. Why am I telling people this?
Hey, Rookie, this is the voice of the serial killer that's been stalking you. I'm writing down what you're saying on a notepad right now.
Yes. Come on over. I'll give you my address. We can go over the logic of what we're going to do. Serial. What is a serial killer? Like, do they kill people that work at cereal factories or what? He's serial. Well, why does he call him that? I don't know, because he did it twice. Well, don't criminals do that too? Yeah, well, why don't they call them serial killers? Or serial whatevers? I don't know. I still don't know why we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway. I'm still confused. If we could figure that one out, that'd be a good start.
Maybe it's just because it sounds better. It just sounds better to say, go drive on the parkway and go park on the driveway. Maybe we just say it that way because it just sounds better.
Okay, and explain reckless.
What do you mean explain reckless?
Yeah, okay. So if you wreck all the time, you wouldn't be reckless, you'd be wreckful. So why the hell did they call it reckless? Doesn't make any sense. Nothing does. But yet we say these words every day and they make sense to us. Even though it doesn't really make sense, we just say it more than once. You just keep saying it. About the fourth or fifth time you say a word, you start to realize how dumb the word really sounds. You're like, why that choice of mouth movements and wisps of the tongue? You know? What does it really mean? Nothing.
Well, actually, I'd say the same thing. The same answer still applies. So you just asked me why reckless instead of wreckful, because it sounds better. It sounds stupid when you say wreckful.
But who decided?
I mean,
that
it makes no sense.
Like,
I agree with you. It makes no sense to say
yeah,
reckless
we say it
as
makes
opposed to
sense
wreckful,
because
but
we've
I'm
heard
saying
it so
it
many
sounds
times. But
better.
is that really the better way that it sounds? I don't know.
It sounds better to me.
Well, yeah, because that's what everybody's always said, and so it brings in your head like, yeah,
No, I don't think that's why though. I don't. No.
Like
I
when you
mean
ring a
that
doorbell, you know
sounds
that
better
on
to
the other end
me
somebody hears it and they're going
from
to come
the
to the
most
door, right? Like,
subjective mindset I can come from. That sounds better to me. That's what I mean. From the most non-biased mindset I can think of. Sounds better to me.
I like that. Okay, that's a good way of putting it. You always think of really like interesting and unique ways to say things. I like that about you. Talk more. Show me up.
I mean, imagine how ridiculous it would sound, like if our mothers when we were younger were like, how wreckful you've been, Charles. Like that doesn't sound right. How reckless I've been, not how wreckful I've been.
Honestly, I don't think my mom's ever called me reckless in her entire life. Not once.
No, she never even called me that. Like my mother never called me that. But I'm just saying it as an example. Like that just doesn't make sense.
Well, I get it. No, I get it. I get it. At some point, some people went, "Well, that just sounds dumb," or,
Well, I mean, actually, what I mean to say is it does make sense, but it just doesn't sound right. Saying wreckful instead of reckless.
or you're just a wreck. I mean, like I got a friend of mine. I love him to death, but he's wrecked every car he's ever owned. He's not had one yet that he didn't wreck, like completely, totally, until it was, or he ended up having to sell it or something. So bad for him. But he still won't drive a car like just drive it. He wants to drive it like it's stolen and like there's people chasing him and there's 3 helicopters 3 miles out looking for him. He doesn't learn. So when you were a kid and you were high on sugar or whatever the hell we get high off of when we're kids, hormones or whatever it is, it makes us go nuts. The cramps in our legs, who knows what it is, right? So it makes kids just want to crawl the walls, right? We want to get out and run around. Our muscles want to move. There's a reason for it, of course. When you're a 20-something and you have kids, you just don't want to deal with the kids' bullshit, right? So you just go outside and play, right? But does that mean that your kid's hyper? No. Does that mean your kid needs drugs? No. I mean, I don't think kids need drugs at all. I think they should stay away from every kind of thing, including probably caffeine and maybe, minor or whatever those cheap sugars are that just go straight to their head. I don't think it's good for them. I don't think it hurts them necessarily, but I wouldn't suggest that it's a productive thing to do. Just drink soda and stuff. What am I talking about? Anything besides nothing.
Yes, that is the topic of the hour. Anything besides nothing on a flat and stationary Earth.
Yeah, like I keep talking to the same people, and for some reason they sound like there's like there's still something left in there, right? Kind of like when you go and you like do a job, like say you're painting the whole house, right? And you got to paint every room. So you always pick up an area to start with, right? And you work your way from there, and you lay out the plan. But if you don't get one room done, that house isn't done, right? So you got to keep going back until it's finished. You get where I'm going with that?
It's the Anything But Nothing show, folks.
Mm-hmm. What about it? Anything else? No. Okay. What about it? All right. Well, if you understand cat talk too, tell me what did you just say?
Hey, I might have heard a cat a second ago. Rookie, that reminds me. If you still have that picture of that cat you had as your profile picture like months ago, you should make that your profile picture again. Because for some reason, I liked it the way your voice went with that picture of that cat. Is that your cat, by the way? I'm just curious. I always assumed it was.
You messing with me? Where am I? And I'm always very. What can Dr. Ryan do for you?
Do you still have that picture of that black and white cat that you used to have as your profile picture?
Yeah, I thought Hold on, my buddy just showed up and he's telling me a story. Give me a second. I'll catch up.
All right.
Well, if the Earth were a planet, if the Earth were a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, I'd want to know.
Most definitely. I think by now some things would have lined up with what we have been told at this point. We'd confirm more of the lie rather than find lack of the proof for what we've been told.
Yeah, it's so funny how this planet seems so flat and stationary, and it seems to measure flat and stationary. This planet.
Looks that way, feels that way, measures that way. There'd be imagine the cost of installing the telephone on the moon just to use it once. Oh my lord.
Hey, that was the best use of our tax dollars. You show some goddamn respect.
Today I had a little tete-a-tete with my neighbor, and on his way out I go, "What date was it that we landed on the moon?" He goes, "September something." I go, "September something? What the hell kind of answer is that?" I'm like, "We know when Canada Day is. We know when the 4th of July is. We know when Christmas is. What do you mean September something?"
You see, they had to fake it before 1970 because otherwise it just would have been an embarrassment with Kennedy's speech and all that. In this decade, as he said.
Okay, I'm just going to say something here. If you were going to speak in front of the whole nation, and you were going to say this long ass speech, and you had to look down at it, but you get to look down at it, but you got to know it well enough to just be able to peek at it and not make it look stupid like you don't know what you're doing. And you made one little mistake. Would you want someone giving you a hard time about it the rest of your life, even after you're dead?
Kind of miss the days before teleprompters. I think we should make teleprompters illegal. I think that would be hilarious. Can you imagine what the evening news would look like? They'd just be staring at a camera, be like, oh.
We should have like Mad TV, like remember Mad TV they used to have on TV? Do something like that, only it would be like crazy people, real crazy people. Hold on.
Oh my, what would the president do?
Holy crap, dude, that was a big one. I just heard like peeling out and the car taking off, and then I heard boom. It's dusk, so everybody's trying to set fireworks. I'm gonna check it out.
I loved it when they would go to the witness on the scene to get the scoop. And it was like the most cracked out person on the block.
And now with the good news, it's Gary Gnu. Fine. I'm an old man. I can deal with that. How come I never heard any old people when I was a kid complaining about how fun it was to be an old person and know things that other people don't remember because they weren't born yet, and be able to laugh about it and go, ha ha, I knew about that and you didn't, ha, even though it's really nothing. But it is kind of like an interesting feeling to like be caught in that part of the conversation. I do find it quite appealing. I don't know why. It's like, wow, I'm finally like up there where people consider me as like a grown up. Wow, I never thought that was gonna happen.
Or think of
What are
me
you
as
people thinking?
responsible. Whoa.
All right. Well, dinner with Ducky. He's starving to death over here. Maybe I should live stream. Maybe there'll be a good show tonight. Usually it's the day before and the day after fireworks. The day of fireworks is when the best fireworks are set off. I don't know why that is.
Okay. Where the hell is that picture of that cat?
I'll take a new picture.
No, it doesn't work. It was the expression on his face that fit your voice so well. You got to get that expression just right. Like, I mean, it might work.
All right, all right. Hang on.
Are we doing a live check-in in the live stream? Northern Rebellion?
Oh.
No, you got to do the check-in and the VC check-in. I was just trying to prompt them.
Stop corralling me, guys. You guys are corralling me in here. Were any of you here for that earlier?
Was that Matthew or somebody else?
I believe his name was Band Member.
Yeah, I missed that. but I know the name, but some people have a difficult time answering easy questions. Some of the questions aren't easy, but
it might have been him. I know somebody definitely claimed they had some proof of something for to prove the globe or heliocentric model, and we asked when we asked them to present it, they said, "Oh well, it was part of my grade 9 science project, and I don't have it with me." Like, okay.
yeah, I guess hopefully he goes and digs it up, and we'll we'll get his presentation tomorrow or shortly.
And now the globe presentation.
You have any questions, Echo Dome or Fallen?
Yeah, maybe it's not related, but I was wondering which voice chat do I join if I want to like debate people and stuff?
This would be the main chat for debate or conversation.
This one that I'm in?
Yeah.
All right. Well, damn, there's a lot of people in here. So
So I
yeah.
guess you're a globe proponent.
Yes.
So if I walk up to you on the street and I say, "What's your best globe proof?" without pointing at the sky or NASA?
Without pointing at the sky. What do you mean without pointing at the sky?
Like
Without
when you're
saying that's a round object, so I must be standing on a round object.
yeah, like when you buy a car, you look at the car and inspect the car. You don't look up at the sky and you don't look at the clouds or point up. You look at the thing that you're trying to verify.
Well, I do have something that you might find interesting and convincing that is related to the sky. So, the question I would pose is if we go to the North Pole and we take a look up at the stars and we take a time lapse, the stars seem to rotate clockwise. And when we go to the South Pole and look up at the stars, they seem to rotate counterclockwise, which just happens to fall in line with a round Earth model. But on a flat Earth model, I tried to think of how that would work, but I couldn't think of a way.
Yeah, clockwise, counterclockwise are not directions. So,
what do you mean by that?
well, like if you're standing on a road and you look at the cars going one way and then you turn around, they're going the other way. So, like,
but if you look up at a ceiling fan for, oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
I was just saying, rotation is a change in direction. It doesn't matter if your perspective is stationary and things are rotating around you or vice versa.
yeah, but when you change your direction by turning your back, their cars are doing the exact same thing. It's just you went counterclockwise, but the stars are always going east to west.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. So here's the thing. I think it's important to sort of visualize this using like real life objects. So let's say I'm in my room and I have a ceiling fan, which I actually do. It just happens to be the case. And I look up at that ceiling fan. No matter where I look at it from, it's always going to rotate clockwise. The only way for it not to appear to rotate clockwise is if I were to be able to get above the fan and look down at it. And that's exactly what happens with a globe that's spinning. If you're on the North Pole and it's rotating, you would see a clockwise rotation. Whereas on the South Pole, you would see a counterclockwise rotation. I don't see how you could replicate that if you're standing on a flat plane looking up towards something that's rotating, unless you've got something I haven't thought of.
Fallen, I got something better than that with the star trails. When you're at the equator, the star trails are divergent, meaning you'll see circular paths that go to the left, circular paths that go to the right, and right on the equator, you'll see circular paths that go straight over on you. That's impossible on a flat Earth model. It's also mathematically impossible. It violates all geometry. So how would you explain that?
And you've seen it, and you have your own video of this?
Oh, you can go out and get it, won't you?
I actually do have a family member who recorded the stars in the North Pole, and he did indeed make a time lapse, and it does indeed go clockwise.
Yeah, stars always go east to west, and then if you turn around and they're going the anti-clockwise or counterclockwise, they're still going east to west. You changed your direction.
But wait, the direction of clockwise is always the same no matter what, because like I said with the ceiling fan example, if you have a ceiling fan on your ceiling, there's no direction you can look at it from or any position that will make it appear to go counterclockwise. It'll always be clockwise unless you look at it from above, which you'd have to like climb up to the top of your ceiling and all. But I think you get what I'm saying. Any position in which you are below the ceiling fan, no matter what orientation you're in, it will always move clockwise. That is impossible to change.
Yeah, wherever you are on the flat Earth, the stars rotate east to west.
But specifically, clockwise is what we're talking about here. We're talking about at the North Pole, which on the flat Earth model would be standing in the very center. So imagine looking up, you see it going clockwise. And if the South Pole is all the edges of the Earth, and then you look towards that center, you should still be seeing everything go clockwise, but rather you see a center point in which everything's going counterclockwise.
Yeah, the stars rotate east to west. You just changed your vantage point.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Where is this
resolve the
video
issue
of the
of
stars rotating counterclockwise at the South Pole? Is there a link to this video?
You want videos of like the different star rotations?
You said that at the South Pole, stars rotate counterclockwise. I would like to see this.
Yeah. Let me just look up some things real quick. Let's see.
What kind of evidence would you accept on the divergent star trails at the equator?
Well, I know you've never seen it, and I know you don't have the video.
You don't know that. You know I don't have a video, but how do you know I've never seen it?
Because the stars rotate east to west, so
you're saying that all those are photoshopped or something?
Yeah, if you type in how to Photoshop star trails, there's 20 videos that'll pop up of how to edit star trails with star stacks, multiple programs.
Easy.
I know the equatorial
So
star.
if I presented a video to you in which the stars are rotating clockwise and counterclockwise, what would be the threshold required for that evidence to be accepted?
It's not a direction. The stars always rotate east to west. If you turn your back to another way and it's clockwise and counterclockwise, the stars are still rotating east to west.
All right. Frame of reference aside, okay?
Yeah, I'm asking you, like, if you have a ceiling fan in your room, to look up and tell me how can you get that ceiling fan to rotate counterclockwise from your point of view? Like, just imagine, like, any way possible. If you could, like, record a video of yourself doing that and showing me how on video it's going counterclockwise, that'll solve
Wouldn't
the
even
problem.
matter
I don't think you could do it.
if you changed to yourself hanging upside down above the fan and it did go counterclockwise. The fan is still going in the same direction. You changed your vantage
It
point.
is going in the same direction, but
Yeah.
you're above it now. In the same way that when you go to the South Pole, you are now, if we're considering north to be up and south to be down, just for the sake of this, you are now above the stars looking down. The direction has inverted. When you flip a 3D cube, 4 sides of it invert, and 2 sides remain the same.
So yeah. Like I said, stars always rotate east to west. You can change and go counterclockwise. They're still rotating east to west.
How do I send this? Let me see. Sorry, I'm a bit new to Discord.
So yeah, but this is all meaningless anyways, and hearsay and my fake video against whatever. So like, that's why I
Wait.
said,
So I want to know,
without
like, if
pointing
I
at the
sent this.
sky and without NASA, you have no other glow proof.
Oh, I have tons, but this is all I need because it's very simple. And I have yet to see how you could possibly, from your point of view, make the ceiling fan appear to be rotating counterclockwise,
So
other than flipping and putting it below you.
How well do you know the globe model?
I know it pretty decently.
Okay, out of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how well do you know the globe model?
I'd say about a 6. 10 being extremely advanced, understanding like everything down to the most geothermal subtleties. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a high level expert, but I'd say I know more than enough to know that there is undoubtable proof.
Yeah, I got a 1-minute quiz. It's 10 questions, quick fire. Give me your answer in 2 seconds. They're easy questions, easy globe questions.
Hold on, I'm trying to find where I send this.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's right here.
Yeah, we don't have image permissions.
You can.
Well, what about a
go
video,
ahead.
like a YouTube link to
So
the thing?
you know the circumference of the globe Earth?
Just DM
no.
me the pictures. I can upload them.
So you don't know the.
That depends on what you mean by circumference. Are you talking about at the equator, or are you talking about from north to south pole?
What is the circumference when you type it into Google? The mainstream answer.
It's about 40,075 kilometers.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty close. It's either 24,000 miles, 24.9.
Yeah. If you're gonna do miles.
So do you want to take? So like, you want to do the quick fire 1-minute quiz, or is it the other guy?
Oh, it's the other guy. I don't mind. Are you DMing it or what?
No, I have my list and I have my questions. Like I said, they're easy globe questions that you should know off by heart. Like, if you're defending this globe model, you should know these basic numbers.
So the video got sent to VC check-in voice text.
Yeah, or whatever. You don't even have to do the quiz. You can show me where you measured curvature.
How do you measure curvature?
There is no curvature to measure.
That didn't make sense. Say that again. There is no curvature. It's a measure.
There is
There is
no
no proof of
curvature. We don't see it. It's not there.
You do realize the Earth is
the 8 inches per
extremely
mile
large.
squared. The 8 inches per mile squared, which is what the globe model proposes, is not there when we go to find it.
Yeah, but you're using the wrong calculation if you're doing that.
I have a question. Have you ever?
Okay. Correct.
Have you ever taken a laser, flashed it over 8 miles, and made sure to keep it very parallel to gravity using precise equipment, and then measure the drop over distance?
Parallel to gravity, no, but we have used them to go across large bodies of water to prove that they do not bend, and the water does not bend.
Does not bend. The light doesn't bend.
That's
the light
right.
stays straight, but the
water
drops
does
will
not
be...
bend. The 8 inches per mile squared bend.
curve of the Earth that you claim is there is not there. Over 20 miles.
Can you send me
laser
this
sight.
test? I'd like to see it.
Is that how you guys are determining the drop below the horizon? I got an image posted there.
Yo, Fallen. Yo, Fallen.
What's up?
This observation of the stars at the South Pole kind of proves that we're not on all these random trajectories and paths of orbits and rotating. Kind of proves there's only one motion happening, one circular motion above us. That's what this proves.
Okay. Well,
okay, so how come if there are stagnant stars above us like Polaris, which are not being pulled into orbits, which is supposed to be stagnant in one place in the sky like most constellations, why are we watching them rotate?
Because we're rotating.
No, we're rotating, orbiting we're like on many different trajectories. Why is there only one?
Why are you saying many different trajectories?
Are you saying like on a globe model there's many different trajectories?
I'm saying on a heliocentric model, we should not be watching stars spin in just one circular motion.
This is at the North and South Pole. Meaning
You
like,
not hear what
so
I'm
if you
saying?
get a ball
The Earth
and you
is
rotate
spinning.
it,
The
that's
Earth
the
is
point
on an
in which
axis spinning around the sun, and we're moving through a galaxy, and the stars are supposed to be moving. Why are we not witnessing that in this time?
Yeah, so stars are incredibly far, number one. So that tiny amount of rotation around our sun is insignificant. However,
but you don't think that
our
this is
rotation of
observable?
vision
All
does
these
show the
motions
stars
aren't
turning
observable.
around.
Only one is. I just don't believe that. Sorry.
Wait. Only one of what is observable?
This video kind of proves that we're not in a heliocentric model, in my opinion.
Are you sure about that? So I want you to
I'm not even
get a
arguing
ball.
this. Honestly, I just don't even feel the need to. If you really want to
Okay, well,
sit
I'm
here
just
and
keeping it
believe that
simple.
this
So
video proves that stars move in more than one direction, that's crazy to me. Like you're in denial.
So I'm just going to keep it simple. Take a ball and put a needle in it, and imagine that needle is you. Rotate that ball on an axis.
I don't need
and
to do that
imagine
because this
looking up.
time-lapse video just proves that stars move in one direction, not like 1,000 like they say in astronomy. This video proves that the stars are not moving in all these crazy directions.
Well, I don't understand what you're talking about crazy directions. He's just talking about from a frame of reference, you're going to get stars rotating in one direction.
Because now you want to dismiss all these crazy trajectories that they say we're on. Now you're acting like we're not able to perceive them.
I'm not even
He's
sure
talking
what
about
you're
spin,
actually,
right?
bro.
with
You
precise
guys,
enough.
you guys, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can
I don't know
now.
why he dropped off. He just dropped off. But what he was saying is that we got a rotation of the Earth, right? That's one direction, and we're going around the sun, orbiting the sun. That's another direction. Then the sun is going in 500,000 miles per hour in another direction, right? We're being pulled along with it. So that's three vectors right there. And then you got the fourth vector, at least with whirling of the solar system, right? So
why are you taking a frame of reference like that? That's ridiculous.
Well, no, it's not ridiculous. What his question was, it's
actually.
not ridiculous to ask a question. I mean, we're here to figure this out, right?
Yeah, I get it, but you're taking.
But do you understand? I just want to know if you understand the point that if you want to use vector math to get it all down to one smooth vector to make it seem like we wouldn't feel that, that's one argument. But his point is, when you take a time elapse of the stars, you can see that they're uniform and that the stars in relation to the Earth are only moving, if it's flat, of course, or if it's a stationary plane, they're moving in one direction. There's not. If we're on a ball, his point is that you wouldn't get that because you're moving in all these different directions. Vector math's not going to help you there.
So here's the point: the stars are incredibly far away. Your movement is not what's going to matter, but your change in direction will matter, because no matter how fast or slow you're moving, a change in direction. Well, yeah, but I mean, a globe model can change direction. You believe that, right?
Well, no, of course, yeah, but the infinite stars is an answer you can give for lack of parallax, but you can't give that answer as far as the time of the time elapse photography showing just one motion, apparently,
of the stars. If we were going in all these different directions, regardless of the vector math, you wouldn't see that.
So I'm just going to come back to the original question, which is, how is it that on a flat Earth model, when standing at the North Pole, you do indeed see the clockwise rotation of stars, which works on both the flat and globe Earth model. But what doesn't work on both is the counterclockwise rotation you see at the South Pole.
Well, that's something I have an answer for. I have an answer for that. But hold up. I just want to make sure you understood his point about the different directions and how it wouldn't be working actually with the globe that's going in all these different directions. The vector math doesn't help you. Do you understand that at least?
I don't, because
no, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
If we're rotating, right? If you got your camera in one spot on Earth, right? That's one stationary spot on Earth, and you're filming that time elapse, right? Then you gotta take into account the fact that it's the idea that it's rotating on its axis, that it's orbiting in another direction, and that the sun's pulling it in another direction. That's three. Just those three vectors. Let's just work with that. How is it that you're getting the
difference is those other two movements aren't changing the direction.
Doesn't matter how far away they are. Huh?
The difference is those other two movements are not significantly changing the direction. They're just moving us. Like, so for example, imagine you're sitting in your car and the car is moving forward and back. You're not changing direction. But when the car turns or flips, if you get into an accident, then you're changing direction. The only thing that's going to affect your perception of the stars is when your direction changes, not how much distance you cross or move. That's just going to get you closer or further to certain things. You have to imagine it like with a set of lines. So let's take the sun, for example. If I drive towards the sun incredibly fast, even at 100 miles an hour in my Corvette, I'm not going to see a change in that sun's position because the sun is so far away, at least on the globe Earth model. And stars are exponentially further away in our model. It's actually so incredibly vast, it's unexplainable just how far away they actually are. So a change in movement would be impossible to perceive unless you have really precise equipment, which we actually do, that can record these small changes. But with your bare eyes, the only thing you'll actually notice is change of direction, which is what the rotation of the Earth does. That's why the movement of the Earth around the sun doesn't matter.
How can you have change in movement without that movement having a direction?
How can you have change in movement without that movement having a direction?
Yeah, so you said there's no direction
when the
change,
Earth is rotating and we're changing direction, it's not the slight movement that matters. It's the fact that the Earth changed position. If it was the case that so imagine you have a basketball in your hand right now and you have your finger at a fixed point and you're rolling that basketball around your finger, your position has not changed, yet your direction can be changing. Did you get what I said there, or?
I get what you're saying there, but that's not equivalent to what the question is about all the different vectors that the globe.
Well, what I'm saying is that you'll still get that change in direction.
It sounds to me that where is your reference frame defined? Because you keep saying direction, and you're like, here's the Earth, and here's the solar system, and here's the galaxy, and is that what you're going on about?
Yeah, you I've gone over it a couple times now.
I get it fully, but why?
No, it doesn't sound like you get it.
Dude, I've got more mathematical experience than you ever will.
Well, great, you'd be perfect person to help out with this. Okay, so if we're rotating on the axis, right, and we're talking over a time elapse photography period, right? So you take a time elapse photography over a 12-hour period, let's say. Within that 12-hour period, you got to account for the spin of the Earth, right? The rotation on the axis, and then it's going to be moving in another direction, movement in another direction, which is the orbit around the sun, and then the sun is pulling it in another direction.
And you do realize that is negligible.
These are all different directions that are happening over a 12-hour period. And his point was that you wouldn't get the consistency or the appearance of one star rotation, no matter how far away they are, no matter how all the relative
actually you would
concepts you want to throw into this.
But hold on now, you're choosing frame of reference. That's not
No,
even
that's what the globe would be
necessary.
doing. That's what any person on a fixed position on the globe would be. Your frame of reference would be changing all the time.
Relative to what?
Relative to the stars that are supposedly infinitely far away.
Most of the stars you can see are actually in our galaxy. Unless you got like Andromeda, you can see
Okay,
it's a little
but that's
blurry.
not. That
But
doesn't address the point.
no,
What we
but you're
see. Can you
taking a
agree to
frame of
this? What
reference and
we
you keep
see with
changing
the
it.
time elapse. What we see with the time elapse photography is the appearance of the stars moving in one uniform motion in relation to each other and in relation to us.
Well,
Yes
I
or no?
posted an image for you. It was taken around Kenya at the equator, and you can see the divergent star trails. Those are impossible on a flat Earth model, and don't go with all this
Divergent star
changing
trails.
references.
Why would divergent
Listen,
star trails? Actually, that's actually good proof, and it gets to
no, it's
my
not.
next thing.
It has.
No, it does. When you could just say no, it's not before I even continue finishing my point, but that doesn't make you right.
Okay, I'm
Okay, so
sorry.
what I'm
I
talking about
talked over
the
you.
divergent star trails. In fact, we see converging and diverging star trails right at the celestial equator, which could indicate that we have two sets of stars that are funneling in on each other. And yes,
No,
one
no, no,
actually
no,
goes
no.
in clockwise
That
motion,
doesn't
and the other
make
one, no,
sense.
don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. One goes in clockwise motion and one goes in counterclockwise motion. On a globe, you have to believe that that's not actually happening. They're all going in the same direction. It just depends on if you're upside down compared to right side up on the globe, right?
You'll have
But the
to
idea
offer
of having
proof of
two
the
sets,
converging
don't interrupt me.
patterns.
The idea is that we have two sets of stars that are adjacent to us in the sky, and they are over our stationary plane, which is everything we experience. And that actually works. And I have something to link for you as well as
Yeah,
other
link it
references
because
that
that
talk about
doesn't.
this idea. It works just like thermodynamics, where they funnel in. And that would also account for the diverging and converging star trails that you can also find on stellarium, which
I don't believe
has
your
no reason
converging
to have
trails. Show me
diverging
those.
the stars being the divert. You just said you had a picture of
No,
diverging star
I
trails.
posted in here. That's divergent trails. There are no
Okay,
converging trails.
Well, what divergent trails there are none? What'd you say?
You were saying there's both divergent and convergent trails. What I'm telling you is you're going to have to show me evidence for the convergent trails because there are none.
Oh, well, you're going to say there are none before you even see the evidence. How would you know? Before
Because
you
I
see the
know the
evidence,
globe, man. Come on, post
you
some
know the globe,
evidence.
but
Post
obviously,
the
if the
evidence.
globe, so if the globe, why would the globe have diverging star trails? Let's deal with that first.
Okay, at the equator, do you understand how the rotation would produce divergent star trails on a globe model?
Why?
Why?
Yeah. How
Because
does the
when you're
rotation?
at the top of the globe or the bottom, they're circular. As you approach the equator, they begin to take on a divergent path because of that.
Okay, from which way? I mean, if depending on how you look at it,
Well, I posted an
depending on
image.
which side,
Go
depending
up
on
to
which side of the celestial equator you're on, you can see them as converging or diverging. That's they do
what
both.
do you mean
Look on
by
stellarium.
converging? I don't see any converging ever.
Okay, I'll post some pictures for you right now.
Please
But
do.
why would they diverge and not converge? That makes no sense. Why would
Do you
there not be the
understand
illusion on both
geometry,
sides?
right?
Well, maybe you
So
can
we
explain
take a
it to
few
me
steps back.
in
Like
your
what you're
globe model
proposing,
how they would only
yo,
diverge.
you don't gotta hold on. Don't waste your breath with this guy. You're proposing with this globe model that the Earth is wobbling, spinning on an axis,
Right, exactly.
rotating around the sun. Also, that rotation around the sun is like oblongated or whatever they say. And then we're like at the event horizon of a supermassive black hole in our galaxy. And then all these other stars are expanding as superclusters, like all the things that they claim, all these different movements, motions. And we don't see none of that in these time lapse videos.
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
motion that you're
you
speaking
left for a
of
bit, and I was
is
picking up your point while you
negligent.
were gone. I don't know if
I
you
just
heard,
want to jump
but
in
I was
real
going
quick
over
and
that
say
same exact
that
point
we
over and
actually
What's
over
the
can
again.
see
excuse?
those
I'm sorry,
movements.
what's your excuse?
Um, so I wanted to just jump in and say we actually can observe all those movements.
You don't. It's in a
Um,
circle. You see one motion, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no,
I
I'm
see
talking
this
about like
nonsense. I'm
in
sorry.
relation to all the different movements in proportion to what we have. we actually can observe those, but those are comparably minor. So what you need is precise equipment. And indeed, when you get a 6-point tensor, you can actually measure these things. And I've seen some on-the-ground experiments.
The point, Colin, his point that I picked up on when he left, I don't know if you heard, Electric, but I was going on about your point to them, so they could at least admit that that doesn't seem right, that there's only one motion apparently of these stars, and if it was us moving instead of them, it would seem there'd be just one motion to account for, rather than the rotation, dragging along, and it wouldn't take much. You say it's minor, it would take a smidge of a movement. If you bump that camera, your whole time elapse is fucked up. If you just nudge the camera, your time elapse can show a whole fucked up little glitch in it. So any movement,
a good analogy to
we're
help you
doing
understand
in all
why.
these different directions,
being
you're
shown
going to see,
is
I've got a good
all kinds of
analogy.
craziness.
to believe the model that they propose after watching that. You would have to be a fucking jackass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or just indoctrinated.
So I've got a good analogy to help you understand. It has to do with the distance of objects.
You need to understand.
So
I
imagine.
understand everything just fine.
Okay, wait, don't interrupt me, bro. Hey, I let you guys have a turn, man.
Hey, they're
I let you
burying
have a
themselves.
turn, man. What the fuck?
Don't cut them off. Let them continue. They're burying themselves anyway. Go ahead, Fowler.
All right. So the analogy I wanted to give is: imagine you're standing on a beach, and there is a boat that's like 20 miles away, even 1 mile away. It doesn't matter. Once it like reaches a certain distance, it will start to have this effect. Now imagine you have your camera, and you're looking at this boat, and you start strafing to the right. You know what strafing is, right?
Sure.
Right. So you start strafing to the left and right. Now, what are the chances that this boat ends up out of the camera lens?
Good chance.
Yo, you ignored everything I said to jump to this new fucking example. You're changing
No, because this is related. You'll see. This
Let
is
him
related.
bury himself with it because it
This is
doesn't work.
related.
Go ahead. We'll entertain
So
it. Go ahead.
anyway, let's say your camera is aiming towards something far away, a boat, an island, whatever it is. If you strafe left and right,
you're probably not going to have it go out of frame. Is what your point is. Okay. So.
Yeah, especially if you have a wide enough sight of it. And the reason why is because the further away it gets, the more insignificant its size is in comparison to your view. And the same thing occurs with stars. However, if you were to stand there and rotate yourself, even if your movement is comparably small, it has an infinitely larger effect. And that's the point that I'm making with the Earth rotation. All these movements of the Earth are irrelevant, but the rotation, the direction change is what's actually going to get you to notice the difference in the stars. That's the analogy I wanted to give.
There's 3 of them. We're just working with the orbit, the rotation, and the pulling of the sun, pulling it in another direction. Those
Okay, well, here's the thing about the other two direction changes, though.
You're not accounting for. You
realize the Earth moves less than half a degree in its orbit around the sun.
I'm not saying that. You can talk about all those little things that do appear to be the case, but that doesn't answer the question. He's talking about the stars are making uniform circles in relation to each other, in relation to us. And that's all. It appears, and if it was the stars moving and we're on a stationary Earth, just like it seems 24/7, that would be just the stars moving.
But wait, I just described how if something is far away enough, movement in and of itself becomes less and less significant, whereas change in direction keeps its significance completely. If you turn 90 degrees to the left, it doesn't matter how far away the boat is. It'll always end up out of frame. But if you step left and right, it's going to depend how far away the boat is.
Change in direction does matter. You admitted that, and we're also changing direction when we go around the sun.
All right, now I can address the other stuff. So the Earth.
You didn't address anything. You didn't even answer the first part. Go ahead.
I'm getting to that. So yes, there are other ways that the Earth will change direction. So for example, we will get one additional rotation as it makes its way around the sun. The thing is that takes a whole year. And in fact, that's actually accounted for. Every year we have a leap year. And if you count the rotations in the stars, occasionally they'd actually happen 365.2 times. So it actually can be accounted for.
All right. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's put a cork in this. Let's put a cork in this for just a second. Like Fallen. So do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth that you speak of?
To that. Don't let him
The
finish.
axial rotation of the Earth itself or of things outside the Earth?
Just a minute. Let
The
me
Earth.
get back to
The
that
Earth.
real quick. Orion, real quick. I want to just finish that last point with him and retort, because he was talking about that over a year we go around the sun. Do you know how fast it is that we're supposedly speeding around the sun? What's the speed? Just give me the speed. You know what it is?
It's very, very fast. It's thousands of kilometers an hour.
Okay,
yeah, what is it?
We travel around 66,000 miles per hour.
Do you think it's a little strange, Fallen, that we know that, but you don't know that?
What?
You said you didn't give a specific number, but regardless, the speed of it is ridiculous, right?
I gave a specific number.
It doesn't matter about the specific number. The idea that you're going to try to reduce that by saying it's only 1 year for a full orbit, that doesn't make it any slower. And you're going in a different direction than the rest of it. And you're talking about...
Hold on. We're talking about things that are extremely large. You do realize that...
Yeah, we're talking about things that are extremely large. Okay, guys, back to the question. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Back to the fucking question, please. Fallen, do you know of any time in the past when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the axial rotation of the Earth that you speak of?
I believe the ancient Greeks actually did it.
Okay, what is the method?
So what they essentially did is they used shadows. And the way this works is they actually first used it to calculate the distance of the sun.
Hold on, buddy, hold on. I said rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm telling you how we're going to get to that. The Greeks were quite smart, actually. But anyway, the first thing they did is they measured the distance of the sun by measuring the respective difference in angle between shadows. Once they got that, they did something a little more complicated. They measured over the course of a day by using artificial light in the form of flames at the time, what the difference in change of the shadows was from a very great height as the Earth rotated with two respective points over the course of about, I don't know what it was, a week. You could actually look it up in detail. And they essentially...
So you're talking about some guys a long time ago that were staring in the sky and they got some ideas while they were staring in the sky. That's not what I asked you for.
The first time it happened.
That's what you just said. That's what you just said. Is that. That's not what I asked you for. So what I asked you for was, do you know of any time that anyone's made a direct measurement, directly measured and directly detected?
We do it all the time today. We do it all the time today.
How?
I know you're not going to like the answer, but one of the big answers is satellites.
Oh, you already know? You can read minds now, huh?
No, we just know that you guys reject anything that's space related.
No, all right, fine. How can I prove to myself right now that the ground beneath me is spinning? How can I prove to myself?
If you purchase a 6-point force tensor, you can measure the change because the fact that the Earth has a curvature means that there's an accelerative difference in the curve over the change of time.
You're ahead of yourself. Right, so maybe I should not ask you for that. Maybe I should just ask you, do you know of any time in the past that anyone's made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Let's just start there.
I already explained that the ancient Greeks did it by measuring the difference in distance of shadows from one point to another.
But do you understand that those are two different questions, Fallen? I'm asking about two different things. The curvature of the Earth.
Explained. Open your ears and listen. I'm not trying to be rude, but I literally just explained it to you. So imagine you have two very tall wooden posts, right?
No, not imagine. Not imagine. No, not imagine. Tell me how anyone else did it already. Someone must have already done it, right? Someone must have already measured the curvature of the Earth. Tell us how somebody did it already directly to find the radius value.
You could do that test specifically right now. What are you talking about?
That's not a test. That'd be a measurement.
What?
So, how did anyone come up with the radius value? Do you know what the radius value is of the globe Earth you were taught in school? Do you remember that, Fallen?
Yes, you could get the radius value. You take two wooden posts and you have to spread them out very far because, the distances are quite vast. You measure the difference in length of the shadows and you compare the ratio in difference between those two shadows, and that will give you the curvature.
Okay, so why would that give me the curvature?
Because
those are just shadows. You're just measuring shadows. You're not measuring the curvature of the Earth. You're just measuring shadows.
Yeah, but the shadows are going to be a different length, and there's a reason why. If we have a light source from a
There's a
distance,
reason
and it's
why. Oh, you
creating
got a
parallel
story to go
beams of
along with
light.
it too, huh? So you're gonna tell me that the sun is 93
Dude,
million
are you
miles away?
honestly interested or not? Because you just keep cutting me off
No,
as I'm
it's
trying
not a
to explain.
measurement, dude.
Like,
So here,
even your friends here are
let me
probably
just tell you,
looking
no,
at you like
Fallen,
you're jumping
let
in
me
nonstop
let me
while I'm
tell you where
trying
my
to
standard of
explain.
evidence is. You hear me, man? So
Yeah, I
let me
could hear
tell
you.
you where my standard of evidence is, so that you don't have to waste any more of your breath, presenting things to me that won't fit my standard of evidence. Because I got a reasonable standard of evidence, but it's a high standard of evidence. So
Okay.
I'm looking for a direct measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth. Do you understand what I mean
And
when I ask for
that's
that?
exactly what this test will give you. You will measure the amount of sun from one point
I
to
don't know how
another.
new you are to this discussion, but you know that works on a flat Earth as well as a globe Earth, right? The sticks
No, it
shadows.
doesn't.
Well,
It
it's admitted
doesn't.
to on your side, so you should just look into it.
Yeah. Even I think Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh no, Dr. Michio Kaku. One of the two of them
I
even
don't
said that
care what
himself.
Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of them say. They're not my butt buddies. I'm just going to tell you right now. I don't accept any of that.
Okay, so you
It's not
think
about what
sticks
you
and
accept.
shadows
It's
prove
about,
the
it's
Earth to be
about
a
what your
ball? You
side
think that
is actually
sticks and
accepting.
shadows? Let's make sure we get them on the record here. Fallen, you believe that sticks and shadows, the Eratosthenes methodology, you believe that proves the Earth to be a ball? Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, put me on record. I don't care.
All right, whatever then, man.
Don't you think that's pretty
Sticks and
sad? You're still
shadows.
going back to the
But
sticks and
here's the
shadows.
thing.
Like
I'll
that.
tell you
You don't
why.
think
I already know what the
we
report
have
is.
better evidence by now? You don't think that if we were actually if it was a curvature to the Earth, that we would have
You
very
don't need
clear
anything
evidence of
more
that?
sophisticated than that. I'm using something simple
Well,
that
that's
you could try
maybe
at
you
home.
don't.
If
Yeah,
you
this
got
is
a
Maybe
lot
this
you
of
is
don't.
Stone Age technology.
Maybe
This is
you don't
cutting
need it
edge
because
Stone Age
your
technology.
simple
Everybody's
acceptance of the
talking over each
simple.
other. I can't hear anyone. What's
Okay, maybe you don't need it, but some other people are.
So you're telling me that let's say we created a small version of this model. You got a parallel light source, meaning a beam of light that creates light in straight streams. You got yourself a ball, and you tested this with needles on a ball, for example, and you measured the differences in those shadows, and then you weren't able to replicate this on a flat surface. That wouldn't be indicative to you?
You can replicate it on a flat surface that's actually is admitted to by many people on your side. It's not
Have
at
you
all
tested it
definitive.
yourself?
Prove it. Show us that it has been. Because right now you're demanding evidence from us, but you're not showing anything to us.
Yeah, of course,
Hey,
of course.
hey, I'll
We're
tell you right
demanding
now.
evidence
I'll
of
do the
you. You guys are
experiments in
making
like
claims. We're not making any claims.
Those are 2015 arguments.
So wait, what if I myself actually got a flat surface and a round surface, a parallel light source, which I can access if I have studio lighting, which I do, and I put needles in both, measure the shadows, and demonstrate that the difference in shadow is not different on the flat surface, but it is on the round surface. Would you then be willing to accept this idea?
Yeah. So Fallen, are you watching the live stream voice text? Is that something you are following?
A live stream voice text?
Yeah. So
Oh, you mean
above,
like chat?
yeah, above this live voice call, there is a chat going on.
Yeah. I see it. I see
Okay.
some pictures and stuff.
So when you look at the post from Donato, for instance, it's 50 minutes across the hour. You scroll a little bit up.
The post is invisible for some reason.
I see it. It's the one where you got. It looks like a part of a sphere on the left side, and you got a
50
flat
minutes
model on the
across the
right.
hour.
Oh, is
Yes.
it the GIF or the still image?
I believe it's
So
a
I'm going
still
to tag
image
you
because
again.
it looks like
So
what you're talking
Donato
about.
posted it again. Listen, Donato posted it again. It's now 54 minutes. Okay.
That's what I was
So
talking about.
yeah, this has already been done. So and admitted by globe earthers that it would work on a flat Earth. You are not the first.
Yeah, so this is being done falsely.
It's been done what? Sorry?
The test is faulty. That's not how you do it.
Faulty. So again, right? This is being admitted by globe earthers that it would work on a flat surface of the local sun.
No,
That is not.
Hold on. That's funny. Our test is faulty, but their test is correct to prove it's a globe. Okay.
I'm not. So
So
this
just by
is.
looking at this image, I could already tell by the difference in length and shadow that this is not a straight uniform light source.
No, and it's probably done from a
But
spotlight.
are you sure it's not your favorite color? Is that maybe the problem with it?
Again,
dude,
right?
are you engaging in the conversation honestly or not?
Yes,
So if you
yes,
think about
it is.
the center point that a light source is emanating from, if it's coming out in different directions, of course the shadow is going to come out differently. You need a straight light source. There's only two ways to achieve that. One, you need to use a very bright light from a very, very far distance, similar to what the sun is, or you need to use a laser.
Relax, Linda. Take a breath. Calm down. Stop spiraling.
Don't worry. The vacuum
did you hear
space
what I
isn't going to
said?
take up all the air around you.
Yeah, we do. Right, we do, because you are not the first one coming in
Yeah,
with
so
this
I just saw
argument.
this image of the sun shooting down light in different directions. That's not the case because the sun is like 93 million miles away.
You don't
so
have.
the light that's
It's
hitting
like 93 million miles away, man. Don't you know?
Yeah, so that is begging the question.
Sorry, what was that?
Right? Yeah, that is begging the question. You will never prove that the light rays are coming in parallel.
Actually, you can. Absolutely, easily.
You can't, really.
If the light ray wasn't coming in parallel, then as you go higher and higher into the air, your shadow would get larger, but it doesn't. It stays the same size. Notice how the shadows of clouds are the same size when they hit the ground as they are when you look up at them?
Did you ever notice that clouds are always hovering above a flat and stationary Earth?
No.
You ever notice that?
So, again, right? You are begging the question that the sun is 93 million miles away, shooting parallel sun rays.
But wait, so the only way for the flat Earth model to work is if the sun is really close to us, right?
Local, yeah, local.
Because if the sun was 93 million miles away, the Earth would not be flat, is essentially what you're saying.
Oh, hold on, buddy.
No.
There's no flat Earth model. So if you think there's a flat Earth model, there isn't one.
No, looking at the sun doesn't.
So then what do you think the Earth is?
Not a model. And I don't believe the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I'm just saying we don't have a model because models have inherent problems with them. So models are claims. So
I don't think
we
that
could,
falls in the
you know,
definition of
what I'm trying to say is we're just not trying to get ahead of ourselves making claims. You know, like these globers who got ahead of themselves making claims with no evidence to back up these claims.
I'm not big on globe Earth, flat Earth, or anything like that. I'm just some dude who's asking simple questions, and I still have yet to get an answer to the ceiling fan problem.
I think you need to just flip the switch or plug it in. Maybe try unplug it and then plug it back in again.
So that's going to be a not honest answer to the question. I'm looking at all these images and all of them just have huge issues. The ones that are animated, like that's not how the sun works. It would have to be incredibly close to have that much of a difference in light direction. Even my little brother can like tell just by looking at this, just sitting here. Like this is just
Tell us how the sun works. You seem to know, right? How does the sun work? Tell us.
Yeah. So have you ever flown a drone before? Like, you know, those little drones that have like 4 blades around. Have you ever flown it really high and looked at its shadow?
No, dude. Where are you going with this?
So if you fly the drone really high, no matter how high you fly it, the shadow stays the same size. I've actually done this before. I could get a ruler. It's still 12 inches across.
And
that's only possible with a light source that's 93 million miles away. If the light source is close, then the shadow will get larger.
Really?
Yeah. Get your phone light, put your hand close to the light, then put your hand far from the light.
That's your proof that the sun is 93 million miles away? Really?
Wait,
okay, let me ask you this again.
Just get your phone light right now. You got a wall. Test the difference in the size of your shadow as your hand gets closer and further to the light. I'll do it right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you that, you know, shadows do different things different times. I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
not
but there's a
evidence that
reason
the
for.
sun is 93 million miles away. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
That's not
why not
evidence
though?
of that.
But
It's
why not?
not. You have to go directly there and come back
That's a
here
circular
and bring a
definition. It's
measuring
not
tape
evidence
with you.
because it's
Fallen,
not.
Fallen, let me clear this up for you, Fallen, real quick. What you have to do
Okay, go
if you
ahead.
want to know if something's 93 million miles long is you have to measure for 93 million miles directly. Thank you.
Yeah,
No, you
otherwise
don't.
it's just
You can
speculation.
measure
It's just
exactly how
words.
far a light is from you by measuring the difference in your shadow. So here's an experiment we could do.
No, I
Like,
wasn't
please listen.
asking.
Please.
I just need you to
So
understand the
wait. This is
information.
important. Please
Oh,
listen.
it
Okay.
wasn't a
So let's
question.
say
Go
you
ahead
have
and
a light
see if you can
and you do
absorb the
measure the
information
distance to it.
first, and then we can talk later. Thank you.
Okay, so let's say you do the measuring thing. You actually measure 93 million miles. We could do the same thing. Let's say we measure, before even turning on the flashlight, we measure that it is 30 feet away beforehand, right? And what we then do is we sit the light down. We know it's 30 feet away. We turn the light on and compare different shadows on the wall. If you use this shadow expansion and contraction method, you can indeed calculate it. And what the answer is that you will come to, if you're doing the math right, is 30 feet. So if you can use shadows alone, and you know for a fact it does calculate distance, why wouldn't you do that?
Because you don't know how large is the luminary. You don't know how large the sun is.
It doesn't matter how large the light is itself. It doesn't make a difference.
It does matter.
Unless
you
the light
saying it
is a
doesn't matter
laser,
doesn't
which
make
is
it not matter. It matters.
then okay, why not just test it then? You could get a large flashlight and a small
No,
one
what I'm
and
saying,
measure
dude,
the
hold
difference.
on. What I'm saying is what you're saying is just a bunch of words that don't demonstrate anything. It's what I'm saying. Like these are just words. They don't actually prove anything to be anything. They're just words.
These are
the sun
experiments you
is
could do right now. Wait.
Just so you understand, Fallen. The sun, moon, and stars, and wandering stars, which we now call planets, all of those things in the sky, they all fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky until you have direct evidence to the contrary. They are unverified lights in the sky.
So basically,
that's
what
all
you're
they are
saying
to
is
you.
they
That's
may
all they
have
are to
other
us.
properties that we don't know about that can affect the results. Is that what you're saying?
What was the question again? Start over.
So basically, what you're saying is that these objects in the sky have unverified properties that would affect the results of this test.
Yes.
What are those properties?
Okay.
Unverified. What do you mean? What are they? That's unverified. Are you deaf?
You just said unverified. You didn't say non-existent.
Oh my God.
Yeah, unverified as in unverified. It's a light in the sky and it's unverified. I don't know exactly what the properties are. I'm not going to make any claims and get ahead of myself. I'm not a religious leader like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Bro, why are you guys so obsessed with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, him or anybody else, whatever the fuck asshole out there that's pushing this globe nonsense.
Well, anyways, whatever unverified properties you think these have, how is it that they're going to affect the results such that all these things just happen to fall in line?
Unverified properties, I think they have. They are unverified lights in the sky. It's not I think they have anything. They are unverified lights in the sky.
Okay, fine. Let's just assume they have unverified properties. Even regardless, even if I grant that, how does that change the fact that when you do the measurements, it just happens to be the case that they all come out to demonstrate exactly equal properties to what the round Earth model says?
Measurements? What are you talking about?
Like, for example, that people say the sun is 93 million.
Are you going to talk about dicking around with shadows and lights again?
I'm talking about everything. So just as an example,
mile squared, go prove it to us.
Yeah.
So,
let's get back to the curvature. So, Fallen, I asked you a little while ago for a direct measurement of curvature, and you gave us Eratosthenes. And at that point in time in the conversation, I was just like,
how about I send you some images?
This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Like, so come on, you got something other than Eratosthenes to give me an answer to that question, Fallen?
At home, would you like? Wait, what?
Yeah. So lasers. What do lasers do, Fallen?
Let's talk
They
about
shoot
lasers.
photons in a perfect direction.
Yeah.
Photons
So when
follow the path of the geodesic. Come on.
so when we shoot a laser over a large lake, right, 24 miles from point A to B, and the laser at point A hits the target at point B, 24 miles, showing no curvature, straight
You did the
line.
test wrong. I've seen the test done before properly. You have to make sure that you
Okay.
get it exactly right.
Yeah. So
Even the whole geodesic curve thing will not have enough of an effect
right.
for
So
the light to not be on the right path. And
okay.
actually,
Follow.
I saw a small flat Earth documentary in which this test was done,
Yeah.
and they found a
Yeah.
curvature.
Yeah, Fallen. That wasn't so. You don't know what you're talking about. That was from the mockumentary Behind the Curve. They didn't use a laser, so that's a great talking
What
point,
did they
right?
use?
It's funny how he's referring to flat earthers proving the Earth to be a ball. Why would it take flat earthers to do that?
No, well,
Because you're interested in the truth, right?
Yeah, Fallen.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
many. Well, 1 second. Many laser tests have been done, right? 10 miles, 15 miles, 24 miles, 30 miles, all showing no curvature. None. None. Militaries use lasers
Can you
to
show me
point.
one of these tests that's been done
Sure.
where you matched it
Sure.
to be parallel to gravity?
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Has it been peer reviewed? Has
Parallel
it
to
actually?
gravity.
Oh, okay. So I've posted you a document, Fallen.
I clicked on it.
Yeah. So measurement 7. Scroll all the way down. It's on a Dutch lake, 24 miles.
Hey, Fallen, when you say parallel to gravity, do you mean parallel to plumb line?
Plumb line?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay. Plumb just means.
So lasers, right? The militaries use lasers to.
Oh, are you
paint
talking about
targets.
parallel to the water's surface level?
I was just trying to confirm what you mean by parallel to gravity. Did you mean plumb?
So when I say parallel to gravity, I mean like if you got a ball, a half circle, and you mounted the laser on top of it, the ball will be perpendicular to the laser itself because it's following down to the Earth line. That's basically all it is.
Okay. Plumb is basically an old construction technique where you take a heavy ball on a string and you measure it because it's a 90 degrees from where it falls.
That's very similar. Yeah, something like that, basically.
Okay, just clearing that up.
But anyway, so measurement procedure. Once the beam was directly on target, we took the measurement readings. We used optical visualization with cameras and measurement board. Geode undulation, lake palation. This is not loading. I don't know if I have shit in it or what.
I think so.
Bro, look how bad 5G is. This is so like. Oh, there it goes. So it looks like they actually did find a curvature.
No, they didn't.
In the thing that you sent me.
They didn't. So have you any notion how much curvature there should be over 24 miles?
Over 24, it should be like 32 inches or something.
No, 100 meters.
64.
100 meters, bro.
24 kilometers?
24 miles. That's approximately 40 kilometers.
Oh, okay, that's good. I thought you said 24 kilometers, but anyway, laser location, measurement 6.
7.
On the 22nd of April, blue laser pointer. So these are 7 separate experiments, or?
Yeah.
Where'd you post it?
I've already posted it. Let me see, 6 minutes across the hour. Post it again. And you can go to the laser. Laser channel. We have a laser channel. Posted it at 10 minutes across the hour. If you click that, you can see many more laser tests done over flat bodies of water. all kinds of distances, used lasers, colors of lasers.
Even
all showing
frozen
no.
bodies of water. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, frozen water. Yeah, I've got one. 1 second. So this is one done over a frozen lake. He put. I posted it 11 minutes across the hour. You can look up the video. He had some traffic cones with lights on it, and he drove away. So he put those cones at different distances with different lights on it. He drove his truck away, and then he zoomed in on these lights. So we have the world distance Guinness Book of Record Guinness Book of Record longest distance photograph. This was done in France. It's posted at 12 minutes across the hour. Post you the original picture.
How high are they up in that picture?
With picture.
The one that says 273 miles away.
Oh, I can post to you. So this is the they are. It's all in the picture, right? So let me.
Yeah, but they're not showing altitude, and at least not what I'm seeing yet.
Yeah, 1 second. Viewer height in feet, 9,251.969.
When you say altitude, I think you mean elevation.
Yeah.
Altitude
they're
is
both they're the same thing. They're synonymous.
no,
altitude
they're
represents
not. Altitude
elevation
is the
above sea
distance
level.
above the surface.
Sea level.
No, they're not the same thing. Altitude is the distance above the surface of wherever you are. Elevation is the distance above sea level.
As a baseline, ground zero would be.
Okay, you're right. My bad.
The beauty of it is that you can do this yourself, guys. You can go to a large lake, do this yourself.
There's so many things that you have to consider, though. Like, what's the atmospheric pressures and differences? You got to calculate your refraction with it. I mean, there's a lot more variables than just.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. What variables are you thinking about? Tell me about it.
I just told you.
Globe,
Yeah.
Earth, night.
So what? You said a word, but tell me.
Your atmospheric pressures, your density.
Right.
Yes.
And what would that do? What would that do?
You know that it actually distorts the light, makes it bend differently because.
Bend differently.
And.
Okay, well, it's no different than a ham radio. Are you gonna let me talk, or are you gonna interrupt?
My bad.
Okay. We know ham radio operators from here in America can speak to people in Japan, which is supposedly, well, it's not on the other side of the earth, but it's close. It's beyond the horizon for sure.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
What?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens when the atmospheric conditions are good enough to where they refract the radio beam back down. There are times when you can't speak to Japan.
Wait, so now we're going to radio waves? I thought we were talking about light.
No. What do you think a radio wave is? It's all electromagnetic radiation. It's all different forms of light.
Talking about optics. We were talking about light.
Oh my God. I was trying to explain.
You were saying, oh, you can't trust this picture because of blah, 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 blah.
Atmospheric conditions do affect light waves.
Yeah.
Do you at least admit that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, there are times when we can see really far out, and there's times when we can't due to atmospheric refraction.
Okay, Valerian.
No, not due to atmospheric refraction. Not due to that. Due to other things, but not that.
Okay, what are the other things?
Okay, this team from Brazil, they went to Lake Titicaca. They choose this time of the year with low humidity, and they can see 110 kilometers. Where is the curvature on that lake? Like, prove it. And this was they contract engineers and surveyors. So your curvature doesn't exist. Water is level. Okay? This was 2011.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to bring up that lake, because when I was doing a lot of research on my own independently about this, when I was still thinking like, oh, come on, it's got to be a ball. It's got to be a ball. There's got to be some curvature detected somewhere. I was looking at Lake Titicaca. It's got a really strange name, but it's a high altitude lake. It's about 7,000 feet elevation, and it's in South America. And it's a very unusual lake because it's 10 miles across, but there's very little wind there. There's almost no wind in that desert that it exists in. So there's almost no waves on it throughout the entire lake. So it's a freshwater lake, and there's just very low humidity and almost no wind and no waves. So basically what I'm saying is there should be curvature to be observed on this lake easily. It being 10 miles across, there should be a hump of water at the center, 60 feet tall. Because over 10 miles, there's 60 feet of curvature on the globe Earth. But to the best of my knowledge, you can see from one side to the other, even when you're right there on the beach, right next to the water. You can see from one side all the way to the other. There's no 60-foot wall of water blocking you from being able to see to the other side.
Now, can you see all the way down to the water's edge?
Yes, there's no, to the best of my knowledge, there's no curvature to be detected on Lake Titicaca at all, to the best of my knowledge. If you have any evidence to the contrary, show it to me, please.
I've got my PDF that I wrote when I watched the. Hold on. Let me. Y'all go ahead real quick. I'm going to get this up.
See, that's just it, though. With the low humidity in that desert, that naturally high altitude lake, that natural occurring lake with the natural low humidity throughout the year, it would make it so easy to see, the curvature, the bulge of water that there would be from one shoreline to another. It'd be so easy to observe that.
Hey, how come I can't
but it's
send
not
images?
been observed. Or measured, better yet.
You can't
Damn,
send images
Metabug took down the article.
You can't send images because that is for trusted members who have earned that.
No, that's
level
fine.
of trust.
That's fine.
You can direct message us anything you want us to post. We might.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
So
I was looking for the, and I forgot the name of the show, but they had Stephen Hawking commenting. He was never there in the experiment.
Yeah, I know that one.
You know that one, good.
Yeah, with the helicopter, right?
Yes, the helicopter.
Yeah. Awesome. Did you know that they faked that?
Prove it.
Prove it.
Awesome. Yes. If you're going to make a claim that they faked it, you need to prove it.
Let me.
Because I watched the same video and the helicopter
I'm gonna helicopter fake, because you can see
helicopter.
You can see the birds, right? There are flying a bunch of birds through the screen.
I ain't worried about birds. I
Yeah.
was talking about the telescope and looking across the
Yeah,
water,
I know.
and the helicopter
No,
does
you were
dip
talking
below.
about evidence of it being fake. That's what you were talking about. You're talking about evidence of being fake. So apparently, this piece of evidence involves birds.
No, listen, Roger was saying it was fake. Well, I'm letting him prove it. I ain't going against him.
Yeah, let me pull it up, bro. Let me pull it up. Where was it? Yeah, I got it. So, I hope you can watch this. So, I'm trying to find the correct one. Hawking. Where was it? Oh yeah, this one would be it. No. So they're looking at the. Oh yeah, I've got it. PBS Genius. Okay, awesome stuff. So I just posted it. Look at the. So there are 3 birds flying across the screen when they show that helicopter moving down, and then when it's moving up, the same 3 birds are flying across the screen again. So they copy pasted the same frame and played it backwards. Why would they do that? They even, if I'm not mistaken, they even pulled that particular episode. So now you have to wonder, why would PBS do that, right? Why would they fake that? And we also have another one from Nat Geo where they had this boat with the stripes and the telescope, and they showed the bottom stripe disappearing. And then they said, well, that's because of curvature. And we see the boat on the water, and then we see the horizon behind the boat. Now they claim the horizon is the thing that is blocking boats and buildings, right? But when they show that boat with the blue and red stripes, we can obviously see the horizon being beyond the boat. So it's not the horizon blocking the stripes. So it's not curvature.
Can I ask him a very important question related to the topic?
Go ahead.
Is the horizon physical? Is the horizon physical Earth curvature?
The horizon is just a description of the Earth's curvature.
So yes or
Somebody
no?
asked.
Yes or
Yes or
no?
no?
Is the horizon physical Earth curvature?
What do you define physical? Like,
As
do you
in
mean is the
real is what he's
horizon like
saying.
some physical object or something?
No, he's saying, is the horizon real? As in caused
No.
by the curvature.
No. Is the horizon physical? Like you can go and touch it, grab it, or is it apparent?
It's apparent.
Exactly. So the horizon moves depending on the conditions in the atmo, which means it's not physical Earth curvature, which means it's not blocking boats and buildings. Like
Yeah, but see, here's the problem I have with the way we're arguing curvature is you're not taking atmospheric. As a matter of fact, you rejected all atmospheric. So between that, it's hard to do the debate here, because if you're not accepting that atmospherics affect light through refraction and that it does
Valerian,
cause a difference. Hold on, Roger.
I know. We know the argument, and then
I
we
know
ask.
you know it, but it's still reality.
No. Then we ask. So one step back. I've showed you the PBS footage, right?
Yes.
Do you concede that was faked?
Yeah, I can see the 3 birds.
Okay, awesome stuff. So that would be for you to think about, why would they do that? Why would they fake that shit? Then the next step about the refraction, right? We know the argument. Do you know, because you are claiming you are invoking refraction, what kind of refraction are you invoking?
What do you mean, what kind of refraction?
So there are different types of refraction, right? You have looming, steeping, towering, sinking. I forget one. Somebody will fill me. So there are different types of refraction causing all kinds of phenomena in relation to the horizon, right? There is no description or test or citation that will tell you something is going on with the horizon. It's all in relation to the horizon. Miraging was the last one, right? So you have all these kinds of types of refraction, all defined and.
Wait, are they though? Hold on. I mean, refraction, to the best of my knowledge, involves two media, not one medium.
Yes.
So refraction has nothing to
Atmospheric
do
densities.
with what we're talking about.
The atmosphere has different pressures and densities all over the place. It causes refraction.
Is that one medium? Is that one medium, or is
you
that
don't understand media? What's causing refraction, then, if that's what you're arguing.
That was a closed-ended question. Are we talking about one medium, or are we talking about two media?
We're talking about difference in pressures in the atmosphere that causes the refraction.
Oh my God, what the fuck? Really?
Yeah, really. You want to say that it's two different
mediums? Okay, sorry. We're talking about one medium, not two media. So there is no refraction here because refraction requires two media, like solid and gas, or solid and liquid, or liquid and gas. Two media, not just gas. We're just talking about air here. Light moving through the air. There is no refraction involved with light moving through the air.
I gotta go because I've got some food cooking, but I wanted to just repose the question I have before I go because I still haven't gotten an answer to it. How literally on Earth can you have a model other than a globe Earth or something that's three-dimensional that would allow for the fan to spin in the clockwise direction above and the counterclockwise direction and the South Pole? I still haven't had an answer to that.
I don't understand that question at all, man. Like, all I can say is it seems like you're confused about something.
Counterclockwise. I just want to know how on a flat Earth model can you get the stars to rotate counterclockwise? I'm actually trying to think of like some arguments for you, but I can't think of any.
You're asking me how the stars do what they do? I just told you they're unverified lights in the sky. Why would you ask me a silly question like that?
How can they rotate counterclockwise specifically?
Yeah, I know. You just asked me that. Do you understand how I just pointed out to you how that's a silly question to ask me? I just told you the stars are unverified lights in the sky. They do this, they do that. They might do all sorts of different shit. That's got nothing to do with the ground. I don't know what they're doing. I don't have any explanation for that. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? Should I write you a fairy tale for that? Like, I'm not your fucking father, dude.
So in other words, what you're basically saying is that you can't answer the question, and instead of
what he's saying is
I have no evidence. I have no evidence as far as any claims about it.
Okay,
I have no evidence
we don't know what the stars are, what they're doing, what they do,
and you don't have any evidence either.
Anything does or anything. Like, I mean, why don't we just appeal to solipsism and just say
that doesn't make any sense? That doesn't make any sense. You're equivocating things that you shouldn't equivocate.
So wait, if I put unspecified, unverified objects above you in a dark room, and then I made you turn, rotated you, like I physically grabbed you and rotated you clockwise.
No if. Done with if. No more if.
What do you mean done? What do you mean no if?
Like you can go on a million of these. Like if we do this or if we do that. No. We're looking for evidence here. We're looking for direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth, which you don't have, which you have presented none of.
All right, so you need to do a test to have evidence. So I gave you an example. When you're in a room, I rotate you counterclockwise and clockwise, and you have unspecified objects above you. And you notice a pattern in these objects, which is that they always, when I rotate you, rotate in that direction. Regardless of what the objects are capable of, when you notice that pattern, it is indicative of something, no?
No, it might be indicative of something, but it's irrelevant. It's completely and totally irrelevant. So what's your point?
It's completely and totally irrelevant.
Yep.
Like there's nothing you could get out of it. Not a thing.
What the hell am I supposed to get out of it?
Well, if you see a pattern and you notice it in relation to a phenomena like rotation, then you know that there is a relation between that rotation and the phenomena that's taking place.
I'm trying to follow you, dude. You're talking like a mad word salad there or something. I don't know.
I kept it very simple. I think actually anybody in this chat could have understood it.
Okay, so back to the proof, though. We're looking for direct evidence for this heliocentric model. All right, not what if this or what if that. No more what if. No more what if. No. So
and the only way that you cannot have a heliocentric model is if you could prove how on the flat Earth model that the stars rotate counterclockwise. I need to see how.
What model?
Otherwise,
have you been presented with a model?
I'm calling my own model. What's the problem?
Oh yeah, no. You said the words flat Earth model. We haven't presented to you any model.
They don't have a model, really.
Okay, then I'll just use non-globe model. How about that? Like any non-globe model.
That doesn't even make sense.
Non-globe model, because you're saying that the Earth is not a globe, right?
Why did you just say? Why are you saying model to begin with at that point? Like, just forget about models, dude. They're inherently flawed. They're just reification.
Okay, well, you said heliocentric model, like what?
I know, but what I'm saying is models don't necessarily reflect reality. What I'm saying is they might make a model about one thing, but that model doesn't necessarily reflect reality. Someone could make a model of the Earth, and it could reflect reality.
Is usually just a simplified version. The thing in
models don't always reflect reality, is what I'm saying.
Watch Stars Through a Glass Dome. Watch it.
Yeah.
Hold up, I didn't catch that. What was that?
Miguel is posting videos. Miguel is posting videos
in
the live stream. Fallen. So
I have a quick question for Fallen.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Fallen. Hey, can you have a Ferrari without a model of a Ferrari?
Supposedly.
No. Let me try again. Can the car Ferrari exist without the model of the Ferrari?
That's a yes or no, because
it's a yes or no question. Yeah. You don't have to think too hard about it, and if you can't grasp that, then maybe learn a few things.
Here's the deal. Can you have, you can have a Ferrari without the company modeling the Ferrari. However, that's a very dangerous business tactic. What they do is they literally model it so that they can see what the car will look like before they invest hundreds of thousands.
Are you saying like the model emblem of Ferrari or like a model version of the car?
Listen one more time. So like you have a little toy model, right? Like you guys like the little globe Earths that you find in classrooms. I'm talking about the same kind of thing, a little toy model of a Ferrari. If I don't have one of those, can I not have a full functioning life-size Ferrari, the real thing? Can I have a real Ferrari without the toy?
Yeah.
Yep. So why would I have to have a model of the flat Earth when it already exists?
Because you might not be able to purchase an actual Ferrari, but if you could get a working sized model that can replicate all its features, but for a lot cheaper, then you could use that.
No, you cannot make a miniature Ferrari.
The question. What the hell is that?
Are you fucking kidding me? Wow.
What? Dude, you're a pussy. But anyway,
I'm a pussy.
Like I said, not a single person here has been able. I just don't even know what you were going on about there. Like, I don't see what the point is.
Fallen, he was just trying to help you understand that you don't necessarily have to have a model of something.
It's troubling that you have to explain that to him, Ryan.
One thing and reality is another thing, is what he's saying.
Fallen, it's troubling that he had to explain that to you. Troubling.
Okay, truly. I don't care whether we use model, another word, it doesn't matter. I'm just using whatever it is to describe a similar or smaller, easier to work with version of something. That's all I mean by model.
So using this terminology, to our benefit to further the conversation. So you believe that this globe model of the world, you believe this reflects reality, right, Fallen?
Yes.
All right. So there would be curvature on this globe Earth, this heliocentric model, right? There'd be curvature on the Earth,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes.
So how did anyone ever find this curvature? How did anyone ever measure it? Did anyone ever measure it?
There are
directly?
lots of different ways we've measured it.
Well, I know, but you don't need to tell
Sometimes
me
you can
that.
actually see it with your bare eyes.
Then
Hold
why do
on.
you
You
ask
don't
it?
need to tell me that there's lots of different ways. All I need is one good, reliable way that anyone ever did measure it. I don't need
So
lots
you
of ways. I
want
just
the
need one good,
most
reliable way.
possible way, like the most reliable way.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
wait.
directly.
Hey, Ryan, when I left, you were trying to get this out of him. Actually, my phone died. But the point is, you can get out of the next thing. He's saying that there are ways to do it. So the point is that he believes there are ways. He hasn't done it himself. He hasn't actually measured the curvature. So we can go on to number 2, I think. He believes that it's been measured, but you don't have proof of that right now. So go on to
He
number
was
2.
leaving. He was leaving. Fallen, you were leaving, right?
I've got about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then what about the spin of Earth? When has that been measured? The
that could be
rotation of
measured
Earth.
easily. Actually,
Okay.
you could measure it yourself. So if you get a metal ball, a pendulum, if you get a very light piece of cloth, hang it from the ball, you coat that brush in ink, you pull the ball back very gently.
Foucault's pendulum, right?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
That's
so
exactly
that's something
it.
you believe. That's something you believe measures Earth. It doesn't prove anything. So then number 3, before you leave, how do you have air pressure? How do you have air pressure without a container?
Oh, that's easy.
That's very easy.
Can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate for it? Can you demonstrate that for us?
Yes, I can. Very simple.
Oh yeah, we can.
Perfect.
There's large magnets you can use to create the same thing as gravity.
Fallen, 1 second. Let me take over here.
Post something about that. Something that's not like, oh, the Earth.
I don't have to post it.
Of course we have air pressure without a container because the Earth isn't contained.
Now listen, please. Okay. Airplanes, helicopters, pretty much anything that flies, even paper airplanes, they all produce pressure differentials. One under the wing, one above it. Or in the case of a helicopter, it'd be a blade. So you've got, depending on, airplanes would normally have high pressure under the wing and lower pressure above it. There is no container. What causes that pressure is a force. So that leads us back to the question. You guys don't believe in gravity, correct?
You forgot that.
Believe in gravity? What is this, church? Believe in gravity?
No, do you?
We got to go back to your example. He really tried to just pass that off and move on to us not believing in gravity.
Straw man bullshit.
Gravity just means gravity just means weight. Okay, all it is. It's gravitas. Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Gravity is the force that pulls you downwards towards the ground.
You can't even call it a force. It's a pseudo force, and you know it. They call it a pseudo force.
Okay.
It does matter. It matters a lot, actually.
Yeah, because the curvature of space. But hold on.
Yeah, but you can't even call it mass attracting mass anymore. You have to call it the curvature of space time, and that's just a conceptual medium. It doesn't even mean anything.
You're going to try to invalidate.
Believing in this all relying on this. So gravity, the bending of space time is keeping our atmosphere in. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the apparent force of gravity is real. Do you agree with that?
Explain how the bending of space-time keeps our air pressure in.
All right, I have a question. Do you guys have
theory of temporal uniformity on you? And relativity? We can do it. I've got all the math.
Of the conceptual medium of space-time keeps our air pressure.
You're moving the goalpost on me. That's what you're doing.
Yes, you are. Gravity is the bending of space-time. Definitionally on your side. There is no mass.
Listen to me. You're applying a selected theory. I did not. I did not say, do you believe Newtonian?
Do you still believe in Newtonian gravity?
Stop.
You're a little out of date.
Stop. Okay, you gonna listen? You gonna listen?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm not talking about the theory of gravity that people subscribe to. There's many. You got MOND, you got Newtonian mechanics, you got general relativity. I'm not talking about how gravity works. I'm talking about, do you understand that we call gravity is an apparent force that pulls us to the ground? Do you recognize that?
I know what you think happens.
No, you
don't worry about that.
No, you
Whether
just,
I understand what you think you know is not the point
you're a
here.
strong man
You're
now.
asking for air pressure without a container.
I'm talking about simple,
You gave
observable
us an
fact.
example of an airplane.
Yeah, the airplane. What about it?
How does that explain how our air pressure is contained?
I gave you an example of air pressure can be contained just by a force alone.
It didn't say it couldn't. Well, it has to be a force. There has to be a container of some sort, right?
No,
the only way
it has to be a force. What do you think the container does? The sides of the container, the tops and
uniform force.
Apply force to the gases inside.
You're saying there's a uniform force that works as in a spherical way, all at a specific height beyond the moon, keeping our air pressure in. Is that what you're saying? And it's bending of space-time that does that? Because gravity is the bending of space-time, according to your paradigm right now.
How do you know what paradigm? I told you I'm not subscribing to any particular theory of gravity.
Which force is it? What force are you talking about then?
Okay, jump up and fall down. That's the force.
Hey, guys, hold on. Can we simplify this a little bit? So if I let go of a rock,
is a clown.
Yeah. Let's demonstrate that a little further. So if I let go of a rock falls down, and hits the ground. Are you claiming that the rock fell down because of gravity?
Because of an apparent force that pulled it down. We call that force gravity.
Force now.
Whatever it is, theoretically, does not matter at this point. We're talking about physical, factual observation. If you something,
okay, just watch that anvil. Why that anvil doesn't sink?
I'm sorry. Say what?
I did post in the live stream. I did post in the live stream. Are you blind?
Anvil is what I heard.
This anvil, if that gravity exists,
yeah, I see that image you posted. It's because the mercury is heavier than the anvil.
Oh, but
it's about density. Learn it.
I know exactly why density works.
So say bye-bye to your gravity. Where is your force? Where is your force on this observation? Where is your force?
It's simple. I'll see y'all later. Later, phone. It's simple. The mercury is pushing up on the anvil. The anvil's less dense. What happens when you remove the mercury?
Don't worry, I'll come back to destroy you.
Are you going to make the claim that the rock fell down because of gravity? Are you going to make that claim?
Of course, the force of gravity pulled it down.
Okay, all right. So now that we've established that, you're making the claim the rock fell down from my hand to the ground because of gravity in the medium of air. So if you're going to make that claim, do you have a scientific experiment to demonstrate that to be the cause?
Yes.
All right, what would that be?
Vacuum chambers.
Where did anyone ever do that? Because you'd have to manipulate gravity. You do realize...
No.
You'd have to manipulate the independent variable, which is gravity.
Stop.
So do you know of anyone...
You want to listen, or are you going to talk over me?
I haven't Ryan, real quick, he said vacuum chambers as if that was the experiment that proved it instead of Cavendish, which isn't an experiment either.
Vacuum chambers do prove that density is not the reason why things sink, float, or fall. Do you understand this? Are you going to let me explain it?
It's not about us understanding anything that you believe.
And you can give me an answer.
Let me talk and explain it, then I will just go on to something else.
Did you just come here to explain things that you think you already know? Because we understand what we understand what you think you know. That's not
density cause motion. Explain that.
Is this microphone kind of breaking up for other people too?
Your microphone's really bad, but yeah, we could talk about the acceleration. And you already admit relative density is a thing, right? So the acceleration is a different thing, right?
Yeah,
You're talking about the acceleration, right?
Why does buoyancy occur?
Because I didn't get a proper answer. We established he made a claim, so I asked a clarifying question, a reasonable clarifying question. So you're making the claim that the rock fell down in the medium of air because of gravity, due to gravity.
Yes.
So do you know of any scientific experiment where anyone can manipulate an independent variable, and this independent variable in this scenario would be gravity? Do you know of anyone manipulate gravity and remove it from the situation and allow us to observe the rock floating in the medium of air without gravity, and then put gravity back into the situation and observe the rock falling down to prove that the rock went down because of gravity. Do you know of anyone conducting a scientific experiment to prove that
you
the
can
rock
use a
fell down
simple
because of
vacuum
gravity?
chamber to disprove that density is what's causing stuff to fall or float.
That's not the cause. That's an observation of an effect. You're pointing out the
I
effect.
know what you're talking about with the experiment. You want to very
Valerian, in the vacuum chamber, did you change the medium?
In the vacuum chamber, there is no medium. You suck all the
There you
atmosphere
go.
out.
There you go. That's what you changed.
Okay, so
there's no medium for it to fall through, right?
Correct.
So how is that giving us any kind of example of the medium that we live in?
It's simple. You know, let's say balloons are bad examples, but we know a ball will float on water, right?
Do we live in a vacuum
like a
chamber?
basketball? No, quit it.
Yeah, buoyancy is a thing. Yeah,
let's have
buoyancy
an
is a
honest
thing.
discussion because that's what you're saying. Because
buoyancy
of
is a thing. Yes.
Yes. Do you know what causes buoyancy?
Air pressure.
No.
Or no, the density.
How does that cause buoyancy?
Well, if it's a very
stop. I'm asking a simple question.
Styrofoam has a different density than a rock, which will sink, but the styrofoam floats.
It's a state of equilibrium. It's just another word for a state of equilibrium.
The medium itself is exerting a force on whatever object it is. So if the object is less dense, the water pushes it up. If the object is more dense, it falls through because the water can't exert enough force on it to make it float. Do you agree?
I understand. Yeah, I understand the explanation that when things are falling through the air, it's not because
it doesn't matter if it's air, liquid,
it's
or
because
whatever.
the other things are moving up around it. Yeah, helium balloon. We've all been through this many times. Are you new to this conversation? Are you new to this conversation, by the way?
Apparently.
Seems like it.
But here's the deal. What happens when you remove the medium that's causing the force? So you're saying density causes everything to fall to the ground that's more dense than the air. That's more dense to the air, right?
Right. You already agree that density makes things find their equilibrium. You're already agreeing to that.
We're not talking about that right now.
You're talking about the acceleration, right? You moved on to the acceleration. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about density does not cause motion. The buoyancy force is what causes things to rise or sink in relation to the medium it's in. Now, when you go to a vacuum
interpreting
chamber,
the air like water, right? You're making the air water.
It's the same thing. Air, water, it's all
similar.
They're similar. They work off of a lot of the similar principles in mathematics.
Right, and you've reverse engineered it in your mind to think that, okay, that's why density has nothing to do with it? Is that what you're saying?
No, listen. When you're in a vacuum chamber and you release a ball and a feather, they both fall at the same rate, correct?
Right, so you're talking about the acceleration now, right?
Yes, now...
Right, that could be electrostatic, by the way.
Listen, you can do experiments to prevent electrostatic. Don't go there. You're just muddying.
You can just complete
the waters. You're muddying the water.
You can never eliminate electrostatics from, even in a vacuum chamber. Look it up. You can't. You can never eliminate electromagnetism ever.
Okay, so you're straw manning or moving the goalpost now, right?
No,
you're introducing a topic that we ain't even discussed. It has nothing to do with electromagnetics. No, it doesn't.
Electromagnetics, you can never. I'm saying there could be an electromagnetic effect that's going on. You can't eliminate that in a vacuum chamber.
Oh my
goodness. You can say it's gravity. You can say gravity is the acceleration, but you can't prove that.
That's how much denial you're going to have with this. You're going to move the goalpost.
Where's your independent variable? You can't. There's all you have is Cavendish, and that you can't.
No, listen.
You can't do any kind of isolation on gravity, bro. We've been through this with many people many times over. You're new to this conversation. You're not going to get
anywhere. How come the feather and the anvil or the hammer or whatever they have, why doesn't it just float inside a vacuum chamber? There's nothing to cause buoyancy. There's nothing to cause it.
Why they don't attract each other?
Say what? I'm sorry. It was hard to hear you. Your
But
mic was muted.
gravity, you know, mass attracts mass. Why don't in that experiment? Why they don't attract each other?
Okay, hold on.
Gravity is a
We're not
very
talking about.
weak force. If you're going to study
Yeah,
physics and
Hold on,
stuff,
before
gravity
you
is a
interrupt,
fairy tale.
did
Gravity is a
you
fairy
ask
tale.
why? Did you ask why wouldn't they float in a vacuum chamber?
yeah, because there
Why
would
would
be
you ask that?
no force acting upon them. If gravity
No, there's
doesn't
no
work the way.
medium. What, are they still denser than the medium inside?
No, you're confusing stuff because it's buoyancy, the force of
You want to make it
buoyancy.
buoyancy. Doesn't
No,
matter.
that's what it
Why
is.
would they float? Why would it float?
Why would they float? Because there's no force acting on them. If you believe that it's density and that buoyant force is what causes things to float, fall, or whatever, when you remove that buoyant force by removing the medium, then there should be no forces acting upon the hammer or the anvil or the feather. So why do they fall?
You are new. Did you remove the density from the hammer?
How does density cause something to fall?
Density from the hammer?
How does density cause something to fall?
The hammer's still dense inside the vacuum chamber, right?
But there's no buoyant force acting on it. There's no medium to make it like the feather. Feathers fall very slow because
it's still denser. It's still, regardless. You can't have a perfect vacuum to begin with, and
it doesn't matter.
It's denser than whatever medium's in there, so it still fell. What are you talking about?
That's ridiculous. That's completely
Can I say
illogical.
something, guys, really quickly?
You
Can I say something?
Back, you don't even realize it.
Really? So it fell because of density? I've got dense things all over the place. They're not moving around on their own. A force would have to be required.
Oh wait, are you under the
Valerian,
impression that without gravity we'd all float? Is that what you're saying? Everything would just float?
Without gravity? No gravity at all? Probably.
See, that's how dumb you are. You think that heavy things like a rock on the ground would just start floating because no gravity? Like it still doesn't have density?
They'd clump together,
it's
wouldn't they?
ridiculous.
Well, don't you know that's what happened before they invented gravity?
Is that your knowledge of physics is so twisted that you don't understand what density is. Density is mass per volume. That has nothing to do with it moving or falling or any of that. It's just how much matter is per volume. It's simple.
And you think matter doesn't exist because the little g goes away? Is that what you're saying? That matter has no weight?
You are doing. Why are you moving the goalposts and doing straw mans?
You're saying things would fall. So you think like a big anvil and a little tiny
feather
would both float, right? No, not a feather because that has. Regardless, doesn't matter what you think. Everything would float. Would they all float at the same height? Would they all float to the same distance? With their mass? Would the amount of matter not matter any longer?
What do you think would happen if no forces?
Guys, can I say something very quickly? Valerian, we are not making any claims as far as the cause of why the rock fell down. I mean, you and I have been told lots of different claims. I was taught it was gravity. You were taught it was gravity. You believe it's gravity. I don't believe.
I was demonstrating how you can verify that it's gravity. But you guys want to go on
You're claiming it.
Let me talk. You're claiming that, one, buoyancy and density is what cause stuff to fall and float. But when we remove that, the medium completely, you just act like density causes it to fall.
You're misusing the word cause. You gotta boil it down to the word cause.
Physics, it's simple.
Do you understand that we're not claiming a cause? Do you understand when I say that, Valerian?
And I'm trying to correct your understanding of density, buoyancy, and how you can determine it.
Your example.
So from here on out, I'm not going to hear you say the words. You guys claim this is a cause, or you guys say that's the cause of the rock falling down. I'm not going to hear that from you, right, Valerian?
Orion, I want to make sure you know that he's buried himself already with this. He's saying that we have completely removed the medium, and he's talking about a vacuum chamber, which he also admitted we can't have a perfect vacuum chamber. So we haven't completely removed the medium, whatever that medium in the vacuum chamber.
How about we put you in a vacuum chamber and see how vacuumous it is?
And regardless, the density hasn't been removed from what thing that's falling. So whatever the density is, it's still heavier than whatever medium's in there, and it still went down. So what have you proved? I don't know why you're using this as an example.
Okay, good. You said it yourself. We removed the medium Why did the object still go down? So
The object
explain
still had
why.
density. Because the object still had density, bro. You didn't remove the density.
Density is just mass per volume. It doesn't make
It almost
things
seems like a
move.
philosophical question. Why did the rock fall down? I mean, if you don't have any evidence for it, it's just philosophical.
Okay,
No,
one
there's
second.
plenty of evidence. I got a rock on my desk. It's not moving by itself. A force has to be applied to it to make it move. So in a vacuum, there's no more force of buoyancy. It's gone. So why does it still fall?
Because the hammer still had density. You didn't remove the density from the hammer.
That's idiotic. What you're saying is
not
completely
idiotic.
crazy.
You're new to this
His question
and
is
your
idiotic. No,
example
forget about his
your
answer.
example
His
is
question to
ridiculous.
begin with, why did it fall? That's an idiotic question. I mean, okay, why did it fall? How would you suggest we go about proving why did the hammer fall down in the medium of air?
We're
How
not
would you suggest we
proving
go about
the
proving the
gravity in
cause?
this situation. What we're doing is, you guys say that it's because of density. I gave you an argument where we remove the buoyant medium around it, regardless.
But not the density. But not the density, right?
You don't have to remove density.
You don't have to remove density to prove that what?
Density doesn't cause motion. Why do you not understand that?
The density of the hammer is still heavier than the density the density of the medium that's in the vacuum chamber. So it still went down. You proved nothing.
There is hardly any medium in a vacuum
It doesn't
chamber.
matter. It could be no medium. You can have a perfect vacuum. It's still denser than whatever the air is in there.
Okay.
Whatever's in there.
That doesn't make sense
You're
because
proving nothing. You have to remove the
buoyancy
density from the
works
hammer to
on
prove what you're talking about.
density. The force of buoyancy works on objects with varying densities, whatever they are, and they can cause things to float, like we talked about, like a basketball in the water. The water will push the ball up because the ball has less dense than the water. You guys understand that and you agree with it. However, listen.
You're new to this. You're very new to this.
Why do you claim that density is causing the motion? Because density doesn't apply a force. Just because something is hanging in a vacuum chamber doesn't mean a force is being applied to it.
Let me help you out here. Valerian. When people talk about the vacuum chamber, they're talking about proving the acceleration is a constant, okay? They're not talking about removing the buoyancy, and that's the reason that we can't say density is the cause and all that. You're just totally getting this wrong. You're new to this. Let me help you out. Talk about the acceleration. That's what the vacuum chamber is all about. Your side uses the Cavendish to try to prove gravity, and that doesn't have the independent variable, so you can't prove gravity. You can't.
It does have
Call
the
it gravity.
variable. We're changing the mass.
Could be something else. We do not know that this gravity force that you're
well, then
claiming,
I guess we're super lucky because everything matches experiment.
And it's bending in space-time. There is no mass attracting mass, admittedly, on your side any longer. So everything is about this conceptual space-time being bent. You guys are fucked on gravity. I'm sorry.
Well, I would say you guys are fucked on density, claiming that's what's causing things to fall down.
The hammer was more dense than whatever was in the vacuum chamber.
That doesn't matter.
I'm not saying it's the cause. I'm saying you can't.
Stop.
You can't. You haven't removed. You haven't removed anything if you don't remove the density from the hammer. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's ridiculous, man.
Hey, wait. New perspective. Can I talk with him for a second? So you just said we made a claim about as far as why things fall down. Valerian, did you just say that we made a claim as far as why rocks fall down in the medium of air?
Density, right?
Yeah. No, nobody claimed that. I did not claim that. Did anyone else here claim that?
I heard News Perspective claiming
No. So Valerian, let me help you with this. That's an observation. So what I'm saying is, Valerian, what we're talking about, it's important to distinguish the difference between an observation of a natural phenomena and a claim. So when I drop the rock in the medium of air and I observe it fall through the air and hit the ground, find its equilibrium on the ground, that's an observation. I am observing the rock falling down.
Sure.
That's not a claim. All right. So that's not a claim. That's just an observation.
In that case, the observation would be a claim. It depends on how you're using it. Yes. If you're saying I observed this to fall.
Observation is not a claim. That is retarded horseshit, Valerian. Are you really? Are you going to really say that right now? An observation is a claim. Are you really going to fucking say that?
Give me one second.
No, you're not going to fucking say that. An observation is not a claim. That's retarded. Anyway, now I just wanted to point out the difference so you can understand there are observations and there are claims. Be careful not to get them confused.
I'm reading up real quick. You're talking about claim as in a scientific claim then, correct?
A claim.
No, you're talking about a scientific
or otherwise.
claim.
Yeah, you don't need to put the caveat on it. You don't need to put the
Okay, let's move past this, and we'll just call them observations, if that's satisfactory to you.
Well, that's what they are.
Or go on, I'm listening.
Well, yeah, so I observed the rock falling down in the medium of air. I have made no claim as far as the cause of why the rock fell down in the medium of air. And the Earth is still flat and stationary, to the best of my knowledge. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I'm sorry, say that again, I was reading. I'm trying to figure out the difference of what you're talking about with observation and claim.
All right, now that you're answering my question, I don't have time to listen.
Well, I would.
Why would you need to look that up? Like, I don't understand why you'd even need to be looking that up. An observation is an observation. A claim is a claim. I mean, isn't English your first language?
No, I get it. I get it now. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, we observed the horizon being more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height. This observation falsifies the radius of the globe Earth that we were taught in school of 3,959 miles. On a globe Earth of that sort, on a ball with that radius, the horizon must be no further than 1.2 miles away at 1 foot observer height. But it's more than 10 miles away. So why would that be, Valerian?
There's a lot of different variables besides just straight curvature calculations. Come on, let's move past this. We know that that's a argument that's not ever going to get settled. It's pointless.
Well, if you want to be
I was talking about the apparent force that pulls us down to the ground.
And which force is that? Can you tell us?
Well, yeah, it's a curious thing, but it's not a claim that has been validated, or it's you know, it's not something that has been validated to be one claim or the other to be true. It's just an unverified.
We're not
claim.
talking
It's
about
an unverified thing. That's what it is.
We're not talking
like
about any theories of gravity, which would try to define the cause. We're talking about just the apparent force that pulls us to the ground.
Well, yeah, it's an apparent thing.
It's an observation, right? I'm not claiming some mathematical model that describes why that happens. I'm just saying I observe whenever something gets thrown in the air, it always falls back to the ground. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that is self-evident, except with the helium balloon.
Roger, don't worry about it, but we're talking about the apparent. Now, you said a helium balloon. Now, why would a helium balloon float?
Because it's less dense than the medium it's in.
But that doesn't explain why it floats. What would cause it to move up in the air? There has to be a force applied to it to make motion.
Yeah, now you're asking me a philosophical question, Valerian.
No, we're talking about simple English language. Force is defined.
Well, no, you are, though, because you're asking me a question. You're asking me, you're basically asking me, why does the rock fall down, right?
Yep.
I'm asking you, why does the helium balloon float? You said density.
I mean, I'm not saying there isn't any way to demonstrate what the cause is.
But we know there has to be a force, right? I don't know of any
demonstration so far.
All I said is that for a balloon to move.
Because alien is more dense than the air. The density of the air.
But what you're ignoring is that there has to be a force applied to it to make it do that.
Sorry, less dense. Okay.
How am I ignoring what? Who's ignoring what?
Okay, you guys correctly know that density will cause things to float, sink, or whatever.
No, wait, hold on. Valerian, you're using the word cause there incorrectly again. No. Don't misuse the word cause there. Be very clear. We're not claiming anything to be the cause of why the rock fell down.
I understand.
We were taught plenty of claims. We were taught, the claim of gravity. Yeah, we all grew up with
I'm
that.
not going about that. I'm using simple language to describe stuff.
Observe.
You observe. Okay, that's going to be the preferred choice of words. That's fine. I will adhere to that or try. If I say cause, just know that I meant observe unless it's something else. It gets tricky talking to you guys because you're not versed very well in the language of physics, so it's complicated for me to try to relay simple clauses.
Oh, listen to this guy, man. He's got a real wow.
Oh, really? So what causes? Oh, wait.
What causes water to stick to spinning balls?
Stop. I messed up again. We observe that helium balloons float, correct?
Yes, we observe helium balloons going up.
Yep.
In the medium of air.
Float up. Now, we also observe that in order for an object to move, a force must be applied to it. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because you could just change the medium around it. That'll move it.
But what's the force moving it?
There isn't one.
Density. Okay, now hold on. Hold on.
You took it out of its state of equilibrium. Hold on. You took it out of its state of equilibrium and it went and sought its equilibrium. That's it. I'm not going to stop just because you want to keep train wrecking with some bullshit here.
Yeah, Valerian.
Train wrecking this.
And Valerian, I really need to ask you an important question, Valerian. This is the most important question that's ever been asked in this entire live stream's history.
Okay.
Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value? How did anyone find that radius value, Valerian?
Give me 1 second.
Oh, good luck on that. Take all the time you need, partner. Take all the time you need.
There's lots of different sources. I'm trying to find one that you guys would accept.
Well, you should be focused more on the methodology more than the source. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, I do, because I can post you a PDF, but I don't think you would understand. It's all in math.
That's not direct physical measurement.
You might not get it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like
you need to listen. Here's what it is. You need to have personally taken a direct measurement of drop over distance and arc segment of the Earth's curvature, and not give us math. It needs to be data.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm looking for.
No. Yours. Your data from your measurement, or it's invalid. Thank you.
Well, then it'll be invalid because I never measured the curvature of the Earth directly.
You wouldn't, because nobody has, because that doesn't exist. So, yeah, you get a pass there.
Wait, who gets
Happy 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of redundant because it's been falsified, the radius. So it's redundant even me asking you that.
Do you guys realize how big the Earth actually is, though?
Yeah, well, I realize how big they said it was.
Apparently you don't.
Did we just misrepresent how big
No,
it was?
I realize how
we didn't
big.
think of that, guys, did we?
We're lost.
We just didn't think of that.
I realize how big they said it was. So, I mean, if you're now going to claim that it's too big to measure any curve, then how would you have measured any curve? You kind of just shot yourself there.
Hold on. Mathematically, we can actually determine what the apparent curvature is.
We don't need
you
to
guys
do
know okay, we don't need to go there.
No, we
so
could
you
just
see how we did a moving the goalpost. We were talking about density.
No, there's no goalpost.
Yeah, there is, because you guys said objects should move without forces interacting with them.
This guy's psychotic, isn't he?
Yeah, so you just change the medium, and then something will seek its equilibrium in the medium, right, which has been changed.
How does it do that?
Can we go back to how big the Earth is, please?
Because I wanted to stay with what we were discussing, because you guys finally hit on the point where you're flawed. And you're saying,
let's go back to the question, that very important question.
Stop.
I do want to ask really quick. I'm so sorry. Who's the guy talking again? I'm so sorry. Who is he?
The Valerian route. His name is
Valerian Root. So he's a calm guy. Cool. Well, you did say that Valerian, that you've never taken a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, correct?
Can we go back to what we were
you can't change the
discussing?
subject.
we don't care about
right
your
when I
red
corner
herrings.
you,
Let's
You
get
guys
straight to it.
changed the subject originally.
Please, hold on.
That's
Hold on.
insane. You guys moved away from the density buoyancy argument because you
that has
hit
nothing to
on
do with
the
Earth
biggest
curvature.
flaw that you guys have, and you're saying that things can move without forces.
Hey, Valerian. You don't sound very calm. You should take some Valerian root.
I probably should.
Yeah. So here, the last thing, I just want to let you know that you don't need to talk about density or buoyancy if you don't have a radius. Thank you.
That does not make any sense.
All right, so I'm back.
No, it
Hey,
does.
Fallen. Hey, Fallen, check this out. Hold on, let me catch Fallen up real quick so he understands where we're at.
Okay, I'll get to that. I will. I promise. But first, I want to restate the question. How is it that on a flat Earth model, you can get clockwise rotation at the North Pole and counterclockwise rotation?
Hey, I love this one. This one's really fun. You just need to finish asking
We're
your
changing
question.
the subject
I got it
again.
for him.
We're moving the
I
goalposts.
can just answer that real quick for him, though, and then
Then do it, please.
You sound like Professor Dave.
This is called spiral. Yeah. So here's what you do: you stand and you face north.
Keep getting more even though you're full.
You stand and you face north, and you see apparent counterclockwise rotation, or you stand and you face south, and you see apparent clockwise rotation. It doesn't matter where you are on the plane when you do that. That's what happens. But in reality, all that's happening is the stars rotate east to west. Sorry. So. Yeah, that red herring's done. Let's just get back to the curvature.
All right. Guys, hey, Fallen, hold on, Fallen. Let me catch you up. But I just want to say to everybody in here that I'm not trying to be mean or an asshole, which I am an asshole, but I'm very passionate about, discussing stuff. Now, let's get back.
They still haven't answered this question. I agree with you, Valerian, but
Fallen,
they need
it's
to
okay,
answer.
but hold on, Fallen.
Shit. Fuck.
Fallen, I've hit on a major flaw that I would like to discuss.
Hold on, but Larry, you said you're passionate. So how passionate are you about evidence and facts?
Very, but hold on. We just hit on something a long time ago. You guys moved the goalpost to talk about something else, but it's very important that we discuss this. Now, let me get Fallen caught up. Fallen, we were discussing densities, buoyancies, and vacuum chambers. Now, it boiled down to this. What causes things to actually, we observe helium balloons to actually float up. I asked them why that happens. They said because there's a difference in the medium and the densities between the two, which is half correct, but still half wrong. And I asked, well, movement is caused by a force. We observe that.
You see the problem there? You just said you asked us what causes something. I just told you we didn't claim anything.
I get it, but you said that the helium balloon is observed to float up. Now, for anything to move, a force must be applied to it.
Okay, what force?
Stop. You guys disagreed with that. No.
You stopped. Because you just said that the helium balloon essentially has a force being applied to it. So what force?
Buoyancy.
Okay, fine. I'll take that.
Okay. Buoyancy is a force that was applied because the difference in the density. It has nothing to do with anything else at this point in time. Now, earlier, you guys were saying that things could move without forces. And I asked you how.
If you change the medium.
You observe it. You change the medium, you're changing the buoyancy force.
Okay, yeah, fine. I'll take that. I was trying to bait you into saying a gravity.
Now, here's the thing. I get it. You guys bait a lot. And I understand
again and again.
We can
change anything.
Let's get there. Now, if you agree that a force.
Are you?
What? Why did you interrupt me?
Are you ever going to get there, bro? It's like yada 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 yada. We're like, okay, yeah, okay, let's go on. And then you're like, but don't move the goalpost again. Like, dude, just get on.
Hey, Valerian. So you have a balloon and you fill it with half helium and half air. And where is that force of gravity?
Force. in a
Well, I was going to
vacuum
say, if
chamber.
we're talking about forces, let's talk about pressure. You know, like actual forces, not unicorn forces, and la 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 that stuff. Like actual forces. So pressure, requires something to press against something else.
No, pressure requires a force. I explained that to you with the airplane wings.
Told you he was going to.
Well, yeah, and so that's a solid object, the metal airplane wing pressing up against the air, right? Correct?
Yeah, that is true.
All right. So we have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Sure. But it varies.
Well, yeah, I'm not denying the gradient.
Remove the
I'm not denying the fact that the air gets thinner as we climb a mountain. I'm not denying that, but that's the gradient. That's not gas pressure. That's the gas pressure gradient. That is delta X. Delta X comes after X.
I know exactly what it is.
Delta requires X. The gradient requires pressure.
We can't tell him. We know.
How do you have pressure?
Look, you guys are moving this shit all over the place. How can anybody have an honest debate? Listen.
Well, yeah, so basically, we're asking you, how can you have gas pressure? How can we have air pressure? How is that possible?
Force. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Forces will change pressure in the air, period, or in the liquids.
Well,
I agree with you that it doesn't matter where it comes from, because that's true. It doesn't matter where it comes from, but nonetheless, the pressure is coming from somewhere.
Yes. Now listen to this. In a vacuum chamber, we remove the buoyant force because there is no medium to cause a force to act upon an object.
Incorrect. There is no perfect perfect vacuum.
That does not matter. You're fucking doing.
You stopped him on the side of the road and just had a chat with him, did you?
Well, yeah. So back to the question: how is it possible that we have air pressure, gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level? How is that possible?
Dude, stop talking through him. Like, wait for him to finish and then respond.
You guys are the ones interrupting.
No, you're responding the whole time Orion's talking to you. You just keep going. Wait until you're done listening to what he has to say and then give a response.
Oh, so I'm not supposed to bring up my own topic.
No, you're just not supposed to talk through people while they're talking to you. You complain about how the conversation is coherent. You're doing it right now. You're doing it right fucking now. So cut it out. Listen.
So yeah, we can talk about other subjects later, but right now the question at hand, question we're all dying to know, is how is it possible that we have gas pressure here on Earth, air pressure, which is gas pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. That's our X value.
Okay,
how is it possible that we have that pressure?
I'll answer that. We haven't observed apparent downward force, correct? We talked about this. We observed rocks falling, correct?
Yes, rocks fall down in the medium of air, and
that is caused
I'm talking about
by
gas pressure.
Yeah, of course, because that force applies to the gas.
Oh, can you demonstrate that?
Sure, climb a mountain. You'll notice the air pressure
That's the gradient. Do you understand what I mean by gradient? Do you understand the word gradient?
How the gradient forms, do you?
You don't, because you're going to say gravity, and there's no ball, which gravity is supposed to have made.
Hold on.
So that's not.
Let me demonstrate.
At what altitude does pressure become zero?
No, yeah, well, at what altitude does the pressure become 10 to the negative 17 torr? Grab us that measurement and be right back with it, please.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Negative 17 torr?
That's all we got to say.
Yeah,
the claim is.
Do I have to educate a Glober on his outer space claim again? Is that what has to happen here? Yeah, that is the claim. So grab us the measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure and come right back and show us that the gradient goes to that.
I wouldn't waste my time if I were you.
I'm not going to, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know you're not going to, because it is ridiculous.
Ridiculous you know
claim.
it's ridiculous.
That's your claim.
No.
You know it's ridiculous.
Welcome to contained Earth. Flat and stationary and contained Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
We know it's hard to understand. It's hard to live with.
It's not hard to understand.
Sorry, it just happens to be true.
A force is required to make something move.
This is so funny. He just said that that
He's
it's
going back on the
ridiculous.
loop
And what
again.
he's talking about is his claim. Yes, I do know that your claim of outer space is ridiculous. That's why I said it like that. Now you know it. Now we all know it. That's
Now
great.
we know
Welcome
it.
to
Oh, you're
the
really,
change
really
Earth.
think it now too.
You guys just want to fucking shut me down, don't you?
Well, you
Well,
talk
you had some
I
evidence
have
to bring
in
us.
order
We
We
want
would
you
be
to think for
considering it, but
yourself.
you bring
We
this
want
and
you to
you
think for
sit here
yourself.
and go, "Oh yeah,
I
we
want to
just put our
empower you,
things together
buddy.
like
I
you
have
sound
thought for
retarded."
myself. This is my own thought experiment. Why are you guys doing this?
You want to know something really
Wait,
ridiculous?
wait,
That
wait!
we're
Whoa!
everybody just
Hold
believes
on.
we're
Did you
shooting through
forget where
ever
you came?
expanding
We didn't
space.
come to you, dude.
I came to you guys.
I know.
Right?
Welcome,
You
man.
come in here telling us you know all
Welcome to
about
this.
this
Welcome to
and
Flat
you're
Earth.
educated and that we're not. We just don't
Stop.
understand.
You're welcome.
Please
So now
stop.
we've shown you why we have evidence to show you that we're not just crazy people. So now that
But
gives
your
you incentive
evidence is
to do like what
flawed.
a real man would do and go out and research what we just told you. That should give you some incentive to say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something there that I missed. That's all we're trying to tell you, bro. We're not trying to convince you. We don't care.
It's
Up
really
to
hard
you,
to
bro.
get
We're
people to
showing
do
you
that.
what we have here.
We don't care.
I know it's hard for
you
you to just keep cycling around in a circle. I'm sorry. All right,
You came to us, like you said, and the only thing that we're looking here for is an Earth curve measurement. So how about it?
All
It's
right,
so
I'm back.
simple too. So
Hey,
funny.
Central Earthers. So I'm going to repeat the question. How is it that looking at a rotating object
No.
that you could see a difference in rotation?
You're going to repeat the same question you already got an answer to. You're going to
Yeah,
do
No,
Fallen,
you
they're
didn't
not
answer
buying
it. Your
it.
answer
The
was
other guy is
wrong.
repeating the
They're
other guy's question.
sidestepping it. They're moving the goalpost.
Okay,
They
here's
do
what you
that.
do. You stand anywhere on Earth, you look north or south, you see either apparent counterclockwise or clockwise rotation. That's it. You're going to repeat the same red herring after what I just told you, which is that all we're looking here for is a direct measurement of Earth curve. You can just go on mute.
I want to
You're
keep
an
it
idiot.
down here where we live, man. Check it out.
Well, guys, the only way to really show you the curvature is for you guys to learn some geometry, like 3D
we
stuff.
did.
Man,
Okay,
we have
you claim that.
wait.
Then take some time-lapse photography.
Okay, so we did the geometry that you probably haven't learned. Where is the horizon supposed to be at 1 foot observer height?
Yo, who keeps on muting this guy?
Answer.
1 second.
I don't know,
Hey,
but thank God they're doing it because I'm
He
getting
hasn't
sick of
done
the
the
rant.
geometry. He just told us to learn the geometry that he himself hasn't learned. So he doesn't even know where the fuck the horizon is supposed to be on his globe that he
You
just
said
told
that
us
at the
to
beginning,
learn.
remember?
Right.
Yo,
Why'd you
Central,
do that,
are you
Larry?
muting him before he's done talking?
He did. He
And
admitted
Yeah,
it at the
no,
beginning.
I heard
muting
what he
him?
had to say. I'm gonna mute
no, you haven't heard. You're just going
That's
on
not
with
fair,
what
man.
doctrine that you're subscribed to.
You keep saying 1 fucking second. You gotta go look shit up. You're supposed to know this shit off the fucking rip.
Really? Do you expect someone to know every single fucking fact in
You claim
physics?
to, motherfucker. Shit.
Shit, bitch. You
Well,
don't
if
even know.
if you're going to claim to a model that you have no real evidence for, then yeah, we kind of expect that a little bit.
But you can put the shoe on the other foot with you guys. Now,
Coming in here
I have evidence. You want to hear mine? I'll give it.
Dude, we're sick of you guys coming in here and not being prepared. Okay? If you're gonna come in here, have your shit together. It's annoying, man.
At
This is
least
how
get
the
some
shit.
homework, bro. Yeah, it's like, come on.
I vote. We have a one-on-one with
simple.
Fraud and this guy. I vote. None of the other
I
flat
agree,
earthers
I
talk.
agree.
Just let Fraud
All right,
talk.
all right, let's go ahead.
All right, I'll mute up. Shit.
Sure, yeah, I'll let Fraud take it.
Go ahead, man.
No, I want him to begin because he left off with the Earth was too big or some dumb shit he said. Do you know how big the Earth is? How big is it, dude? Tell us.
What unit do you want?
Man, dude, stop fucking. Don't play coy, bro. You
Fraud,
come here. You gotta
He's
have
buying
your
himself
shit
time.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sit here and debate and argue. I want you to have your shit together, man. So what's the size of the Earth? And you should know the curvature, everything, all these equations you should have ready to go. Okay? Buddy asked you at 1 foot observer height, where's the horizon? You want to look it up. Why don't you know that, bro?
Give me 1 second here.
Somebody
You've
had
been doing
that
that the whole
silly
time, bro.
music.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you guys are such shitty. You guys realize I do have
Whoa,
a really hard time with retaining.
We're such what?
Oh my gosh! Now you're gonna give us some sob story?
No, I'm not. You asked me why I looked shut up. I told you. If that's not acceptable, I don't know what else would be.
Who said why you want to shut up? We want you to actually talk, but have some substance to your conversation.
When I give you the substance, you deny it.
We deny it?
Yes, you did.
Bro, you don't even know the hell the horizon is.
Maybe not you particularly, but I wanted to go back to the density, and you guys keep moving the goalpost from that, and you talk over me when I try to get into it.
How does that prove
I'll give you $5 to not say that word. That phrase.
What does the density of the median have to do with the curvature of the Earth, Valerian?
Exactly.
No, we were talking about gravity, buoyancy, and stuff.
1 second. I want to clear something up because Valerian is constantly saying moving the goalpost. I've posted something 25 minutes across the hour. Can you read that out loud?
Let me, is it moving the goal? Yeah, demanding from an opponent that he or she address more and more points after the initial counter argument has been. No, that's not moving the goalpost.
That is moving the goalpost. So you are using it wrongly.
Now that you've read the definition of it, you're going to argue and say that no, that's not what it means. Like what?
Denialism.
That is moving the goalpost. You probably are trying to say, well, you're gish galloping or scattering, right?
Beating a dead horse.
You are using it wrong. Anyway.
Did you see I posted this? Shifting goalpost is an idiom, which means changing the terms of a debate or a conflict after it started. We were talking about density, buoyancy, and vacuum chambers. You guys kept moving the damn goalpost. Quit it.
Okay, but aren't you trying to defend the globe model? So why are you talking about gravity?
Yeah. Gravity's very important because you guys were talking about, well, what about the air pressure gradient? Okay. Well, that's caused by a force. And it's apparent force that when we throw things, there's a force pulling it back down. I don't give a shit what you call it.
So how do you go from logic to the concluding premise, therefore the Earth is a globe?
Because if I can convince you that gravity is actually an observed force, then perhaps you will start thinking, well, maybe it does coalesce into a ball like every other thing out there. No, there's so many flaws that I hear in your statements, and you won't let me try to explain them.
Well, you don't know half of the model that you claim to believe in, though. That doesn't make sense. You're not making any sense.
You said convince. Why can't you prove? Why can't you prove it?
Because you can't prove shit in science. You can prove mathematics because they're theorems, but you can't prove anything in science.
With Einstein's head on.
What you can prove.
Valerian, that's epistemologically erroneous. You use science to prove many cause and effect phenomena.
Science does not prove anything. Science doesn't prove anything.
That's the whole point, Valerian. That's wrong.
Go open a church.
You don't want to go visit all those people in prison and tell them that, that science doesn't put them in jail and it doesn't get you.
Go open a church, dude. Find a following. Get some believers, bro.
So,
find a different religion, bro.
We were discussing with density, buoyancy, and a vacuum chamber at all. That's what we were discussing earlier.
Because Valerian, when you appeal to all these things in your inductive argument, it does not follow. It's a very weak inductive argument to go from density and buoyancy and gravity and try to substantiate your concluding premise or justify your concluding premise that therefore the Earth is a ball. The Earth could be flat with gravity, with density, with buoyancy, with vacuum chambers. It just does not necessitate that conclusion.
Okay, then what? The observation of gravity. You know that a force requires mass and acceleration. Correct?
Sure. What does that have to do with the conversation?
When we were first talking about the helium balloon floating, I asked why a force is required for it to float. Now, initially, some of you said that no, a force isn't required for something to move or float in this case. And I was like, yes, it is. And later on, I don't remember who it was. Was it Central Earther? But he said, well, okay, yeah, I'll accept that buoyancy is a force that was causing this based upon differences of density between the object and the medium. Is that correct? Do you guys recall that?
So we're back to the medium.
Yeah, we never really supposed to have left it. You guys keep moving away from that.
Yeah, well, we don't care. Gravity isn't a factor because gravity was supposed to have formed the ball that you can't show us the curvature for. So
okay, but
when are we getting to that?
Here's the deal. In a vacuum chamber, there is no buoyant force. I don't care if there's still little particles inside it. Come on, let me explain.
But wait.
Well,
The reason
why
we
are you
keep moving
explaining?
back
Why aren't you just
to
showing us the Earth curve? That would just settle all of this right now.
Like with Central Earth is trying to do.
But you don't accept the evidence.
Valerian, what Central Earther is trying to do is get back to the central point. That's the whole point of this live stream. So why do you keep not talking about the curvature of the Earth, but rather focusing
because
on...
at this point, I don't really care about the curvature of the Earth. I want to know why you guys think density is what causes things to move.
Well, that's a question. That's a question that you may never get an answer to.
And
do you
I
feel
may
comfortable
not.
with that, or does that make you feel uncomfortable?
Really,
at that point, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it makes you feel uncomfortable or not. The point is, you may never get that answer. Do you see the problem with continuously asking us why does the rock fall down in the medium of air? Like you could ask us that all day long until anybody has a demonstration of why the rock fell down in the medium of air, a cause to the effect. Until someone has a demonstration of a cause and effect relationship. What the hell are you asking us that question for? Why would you ask anyone that question?
What force is acting upon the objects in the vacuum chamber that causes them to fall?
Okay, are you presupposing that it's a force that was supposed to form the Earth into a ball?
Of
Is
course,
that where you're going with this?
okay,
Then show us the ball, and then we'll rule out whether or not that force could be acting on anything. Show us the ball then.
I gotta ask one question.
Okay.
What lifted the rock up in the vacuum chamber?
Probably a person.
Oh, a person. So what did you do to that object when you did that?
I'm sorry, what did they do to the object to cause that?
You took a rock and you lift it up in a vacuum chamber. When you lift it up, human, mechanical, robot, whatever, I don't care. What did you do to the rock?
You applied a force when you lifted it.
Exactly. What is that force called?
Potential energy.
Potential energy.
Well, you're talking about potential as being above the Earth. When I'm lifting it, I'm actually using a...
The rock was chilling down on the ground. You picked it up. That's why it falls, man.
What?
Rocks don't fall by themselves if they're laying on the flat ground.
Sure, there has to be a force acting on it, right?
There has to be a magical Disney force on it.
That's not necessarily true. The only reason you keep arguing that way is because in the history of the globe model, they had to give an account, an ad hoc account, for how the Earth is functioning at all in a vacuum, flying in the midst of a void as a ball. That's the only reason you're appealing to gravity. That is why the theory, the mass attracting mass gravity theory, was made to account for all things staying on the surface of this supposed ball, supposedly flying at untold speeds in various directions in a void. That's the only reason. It's not because you actually observe a force pulling anything down. That's not a part of your human experience, nor anyone else's.
Yeah, and it's not because anyone ever demonstrated gravity to be the cause of anything falling down. You never observed anyone demonstrating that to be the cause, more importantly.
Right. But we do observe things falling down in a vacuum chamber. For that to happen, a force, not potential energy, that's wrong. A force has to act upon it.
That's wrong.
Okay, so hold on a second here. So let's just say, yeah, sure, a force. Are you going to call it gravity?
We can name it whatever we want at this point, but we have to at least acknowledge that we observe the objects fall. So there has to be a force acting upon it, correct?
Yeah,
No.
what I'm saying is
You said no? That's ridiculous. Don't you know the definition of what a force is?
That's because you think in a void things just float. You still got Star Wars on your mind.
What? I remember when you guys moved that to that argument, but no.
Here we go.
If there is no force acting on an object,
Why do you say that a force must pull the object down in a vacuum?
Or pull it.
What force pulls anything? Forces push, don't they?
Well, we've named this apparent force that seems to
Round
make
and
everything
around she
fall.
goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
But the question, why do you believe that there must be a force that pushes or pulls the object down in a vacuum?
You mean a vacuum chamber on Earth, correct? Let's be clear.
Correct.
Okay. For an object to move, a force has to be applied. There's no buoyancy force to act on the density of the object, but yet it falls. It doesn't just sit there and float when we let go. So observation shows us that a force is acting on the object. And by force, I'm talking about literal push and pull observation. Newton formulated his laws for it, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about a simple fact that things do not move unless you apply a force to it. Doesn't matter what that force is. Now, you guys were saying density. Buoyancy is what causes that force to make things float or sink or whatever, right? Well, when we remove that medium altogether, and no, it does not matter if it's a true vacuum. That's just, ad hoc craziness. But we do observe the feather and the hammer falling at the same rate towards the ground. Now, there has to be a force that causes that because we removed the entire medium that would apply any type of buoyancy. Unfortunately, a balloon wouldn't work in a vacuum. The air pressure would expand and pop the balloon. But let's say we had one that would work, a helium balloon. It would still fall to the ground at the same rate as the feather and the hammer. Now,
Valerian, have you I'm sorry.
No, this is simple observation, guys. We're not talking about theory here. Now, what I'm trying to say is we observe this force. We know it's not caused by buoyancy, has nothing to do with density at this point in time. So we named that force. We call it gravity. Now, I don't understand why you guys are hung up on our English definitions for forces, like the various types. You got electromagnetic, weak, strong, nuclear,